Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if the neglected Harry Potter heir awakened godlike magic? Here's a short glimpse of the story. Forgotten and cast aside while his brother is celebrated as the boy who lived, Harry Potter vanishes from the wizarding world. But in the shadows, he awakens a godlike magic long lost to time, and when he returns, nothing will remain the same. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Andrew Greengrass was disgusted with his family, with his name, his pathetic ancestors and their practice of bending to the wills of the bigoted families. Because of a long-standing tradition, he was expected to sign his daughter off to Malfoy and his brat of an heir. Not acceptable. Andrew was intending to stay in the category of grey permanently, and if he had to, he would sever the ties he had with those of the dark variety. They were valuable for the simple reason that his family was a no-go for attacks whenever a Dark Lord rose, but he would not betray his family. Never. He even had the nerve to try to have my daughter as a second wife to his spoilt brat of a son. Lord Greengrass snarled to himself. If he hadn't had his cronies with him, he'd be going home without the ability to sneer. Close to a dozen of the known, but unprosecuted Death Eaters were surrounding Lucius as he tried to convert Andrew to the Dark Lord's side. The Dark Lord's side. Everyone knew he had been vanquished, yet Malfoy still tried to bank on his old master's power as much as possible, squeezing every last benefit from the name Voldemort and the fear that people still felt at the very implication of the tough terrorist. Little Thomas Potter had defeated the strongest wizard in Britain, and Lucius still expected Andrew to quake in his boots at the mention of his master's order. Not likely. Something told the livid businessman that his daughters would not be a fan of Draco when the little sod began at Hogwarts in 4 years' time. How could a 7-year-old be that arrogant? He may have to teach Daphne a few borderline curses to ensure that nothing happened to her in Slytherin. Assuming that's where she went, anyway. But, since she was his little ice princess, he was near certain that his prediction would come to pass. At least she'd have Tracy in the house with her, the two were constant companions. Well, the four were, but Caroline struck him as a Ravenclaw more so than his own house. And Jasmine may well join her. He remembered a few girls of her sort in that house from his own time in Hogwarts. But Malfoy's power at Hogwarts would undoubtedly mean his son would be able to get away with murder. Daphne would be fine. She was extremely subtle. Caroline was intelligent enough to avoid trouble in the first place. Jasmine was too kind to consider violence. But Tracy he was worried about. The girl was a little naive, and would no doubt retaliate in the less than Slytherin manner. She would, hard, and teach the others not to mess with her. Draco would not learn from that, though. He would just run to his daddy and have him clean up the mess. Adelaide would have his hide if anything happened to one of the girls. He shivered in fear. It was lucky he did. That shudder that ran the length of the tall man's body meant that he felt the pickpocket before the child vanished back into the shadows. Diagon Alley didn't often have thieves, and so Andrew had let his guard down. No doubt it was a successful hunting ground. For the kid, target the prosperous, and take a few galleons each time. Plenty to live on food-wise, but people with the money that Andrew had would not pay the loss any mind on the off chance that they noticed it missing. Unfortunately, Andrew was no ordinary noble. No, he was the husband of Adelaide Greengrass. And he'd be damned if he let a child live on the streets. He took chase, pursuing the now fleeing boy down the street, and through a side alley. The kid was quick, scampering through the obstacles that Andrew Greengrass plowed through, his large frame making this the easier option. The child looked to be no older than 11. So to say that he was shocked when the red light of a stunner shone through the alley, and the bolt shot toward him, would be an understatement. Now, he was curious himself as to who this child was. He picked up the pace as the two ran out into another open area, leaving the narrow alleyway. In the dead of night, the cobbled street they had arrived in was empty of everything and everyone. This gave Andrew a huge advantage with his longer legs, and his bounds allowed his to catch up to the small-framed thief quickly, only for a tripping jinx to knock him off balance. That one definitely originated from the child he was pursuing. Lord Greengrass caught himself quickly and saw that the boy had only achieved a few yards distance between the chaser and the chasee. With ease, he closed this distance and seized the boy by his shoulders. He looked down at the child, his black hair and dark muggle clothing making it easy to see how he blended in so easily. The glowing emerald orbs that stared at Andrew, on the other hand. They were not so subtle. Adelaide Greengrass watched her 5 daughters, delighted as 4 giggled gleefully and the other one smiled happily. She would offer no prizes for guessing which that was. She loved her family. She loved her daughters, loved her surrogate daughters, and loved her husband. Her love for the charming Andrew Greengrass was furthered by his support in her endeavor. Tracy had always been a good friend to Daphne, and when her parents had perished in a Death Eater raid, Adelaide insisted that the couple take her in. They had officially adopted her soon enough. Now, the two had grown up as sisters since they were 5. They had always been inseparable, and this bond was only strengthened with the addition of 2 more best friends for their small group, and a younger sibling that looked up to them. Of course, Astoria was very much the little sister, but she had always been welcome nonetheless. The two were surprisingly protective of the younger girl, and Caroline had inherited that trait. Caroline had been in a Muggle orphanage until halfway through her 7th year. Then, Lady Greengrass had sensed the presence of a magical child when the 5 were walking through London, and they had jumped at the opportunity to adopt yet another into their growing family. A strange trait it was that Adelaide possessed, that allowed her to sense the presence of magic in others no matter how small the spark was. She ignored it, normally, but her attention was dragged, forcefully, to the orphanage upon finding there was a child that needed her help. Jasmine had been more recent, nearing 4 months now. The noble couple didn't know what happened to her family, as both parents had been unspeakables. They could have been doing an experiment that went wrong. They could have known something they shouldn't have and been killed by their fellows because of it. They could have been obliviated, and sent to live in Saudi Arabia. They didn't question taking her in when she needed it, though. And now the family consisted of 6 females and 1 male. Neither of the 2 said it, but they did long for a son. Whether a true son or surrogate, it mattered little. The family just didn't feel complete, and Adelaide knew that Andrew had never mentioned that he was missing an heir to carry on his family name because he was afraid she would think him to be blaming her, as many pureblood males did their wives. She had heard of the women that vanished when they were deemed unable to produce an heir for their husbands. Little did Adelaide know, her prayers were being answered at that very moment. In the form of an unbelievable 10-year-old boy. Girls. The man who referred to himself as Andrew called out as the 2 arrived inside a large house. Emerald eyes flicked over the wall with a fearful quality, as Harry's mind tried to process the unknown, but recognizable, tone. Eventually, he reached the conclusion that it was happiness, and his confusion only increased as he prepared to flee from the strange man. If he started a fire before fleeing, Harry would be given the chance to get away as the man panicked at his residence being aflame, and that was the plan that he settled on. The plan faded away as the sound of light footsteps reached Harry's ears. He might not be able to get away if he had more than one of these people chasing him. As he decided to wait for a better opportunity to flee, Harry saw 6 females approach the male holding him, at a fast pace, through the doorway. 1 was around the man's age, 4 were around the age Harry believed himself to be. 1 was younger than the others. They, too, looked happy and Harry's unease increased. What reason did they have to be happy? Were they planning something? Daddy! The youngest cried out, running forward. Running towards the intimidating man. The 2 embraced. Happy, yet again. Daddy! That meant the same as father, Harry believed, and his eyes narrowed at the 2 hugging. That was not the relationship between father and child that he knew, after all, and his unease began to turn towards suspicion. Were they trying to trap him? Make him feel comfortable before they attacked? That must have been the purpose of the small one. The other 4 approached the father, daughter and stranger in the entrance hall at a slightly more measured pace. Once the youngest stepped back, the oldest put her lips against his in greeting. An odd custom that Harry had seen human adults practice before. He could not understand the reason behind it, and his mind was focused on the imminent danger he believed himself to be, and so he dismissed the confusion. The other 4 greeted him in turn with a hug and a press of the lips on his cheek. Each smiling at the man as they did. The eldest turned to face Harry with a smile. It was an expression Harry did not understand, as he saw a hint of her teeth. She did not appear particularly threatening, but the baring of one's teeth was a challenge, or hint of imminent danger, and so he assumed that the woman's not intimidating appearance was simply a ploy. Wizards could be dangerous even if they looked soft, Harry knew. "Who is this, Andy?" She sounded excited. Harry could not understand the emotion. Why would she be happy to have him in her home, if he was in fact the reason for her delight? Were they going to try to eat him? The promise of nourishment was enough to please most, but Harry would not let them butcher him without a fight. He believed that he could give them a challenge, fully intended to be victorious if it came to violence, and he began to make crude strategies. The smallest would probably be the one most valued, so the adults may be distracted if the ceiling was to break, and chunks of the sky were to fall towards the girl. "This is Harry." Andrew patted Harry lightly on the shoulder and the boy only recoiled, his body tensing. This must have been the signal to attack. He waited, his fingers splayed, and was confused when no attack was forthcoming. The females smiled at the younger male, and Harry cursed his body as he unconsciously relaxed. The youngest stepped forwards, and held her hand out to him at the same time as baring her teeth in greeting. Harry looked at it, with trepidation as he wondered at the meaning. Was it a greeting? Harry racked his brain. What was the correct procedure? The men he observed would shake hands in greeting. Often when meeting those of the female gender, though, they did otherwise. These people seemed to be rich, and so he assumed that they did what was typical of their class. The boy, eventually, took the young girl's hand slowly, still expecting an attack and wishing to draw it out while he was still prepared, and dipped his head slightly, brushing his lips against the youngest's knuckle as she giggled. The noise confused him, as he understood this to mean that one was amused. Did that mean that she was happy he had fallen for her trick? He found only happiness on the faces of the others, no sign that they were about to attack. Did that mean Harry had done something wrong? The raven-haired boy looked, to check what reason she had to laugh. She appeared happy, although quite red. Was she overheated? The room was rather cool, so his confusion rose even further. Andrew seemed to approve. Why did she giggle? Harry did not understand. "Hello, Harry. I am Astoria Greengrass," she stated, with a curtsy, trying to act the part of a lady. The others smiled at the attempt, and at the slight failure that came due to her happy grin. "I am." He struggled to find the words, and did not want to finish the sentence in his growl of a voice, changed after going so long unused. He forced himself to continue. "Harry Potter." The humans present gasped at his statement. They were shocked. And Harry knew why, for once, as unpleasant memories resurfaced. They knew of him because of his brother. Because of his family. Because he left. A little over a year later. It would be a strange sight to behold, even in the wizarding world, Harry believed. The family he lingered on the outside of was quite large. Not as large as the orange-haired family to the left, of course, but large nonetheless. The mother Key said goodbye her daughters, while her husband followed her, repeating the farewells. Both were teary-eyed at the emotions coming with losing the majority of their family for an entire year. The youngest, not wanting to miss the departure, was stood off to the side with him. She was upset, too. Harry's hand was being squeezed as an outlet. He looked down at the small pressure, and debated what he should do in return. The boy settled on squeezing back, softly. Astoria gave a sad smile to him. She wouldn't be joining the 5 for 2 years. Harry was sure that she would be lonely. She was unused to loneliness, and so it saddened her. Harry felt some sympathy for this sadness, though he could not understand the emotional reaction to being alone. He, for one, was used to the state of being. Checking that the adults were still occupied, the younger male in the group handed the girl a tiny rectangle parcel, and blinked one eye, imitating the gesture of reassurance that he had seen from Andrew. She copied his actions, and winked in return, trusting him that whatever it was would help. Harry thought that the two-way mirror that he had created would help lessen the loneliness, and hoped that he was correct. The mother of the family rounded on him, as her eyes filled with tears again. The bond between a mother and her son, even if it was a foster son, was special. Adelaide had gotten it into her head that a witch was going to steal him away before they saw each other again. Harry was unable to reassure her, since he was baffled by the notion of being stolen. When he voiced his confusion, the woman simply laughed. The father had the opposite thoughts, being glad that Harry was going with the girls, and had entrusted the safety of his daughters to his son. While he didn't quite feel like a son yet, since Harry had only lived with them for a little over a year and, more importantly, struggled with affection, they had fostered the boy and so it was effectively the case. Letting go of Astoria's hand, Harry responded in kind to the sudden hug, wrapping his arms around the woman in an effort to replicate the affectionate gesture. "We'll write to you, I promise," he said, in a quiet tone, as she tightened her grip, in an attempt to soothe the woman's worries. He believed that was what she wanted to hear, and the kind woman's sadness saddened Harry, too. "My little boy's growing up," she wailed into his shoulder. Odd, she hadn't ever known him when he was little. He supposed she was rattled and frazzled with her emotions at the sudden hole in her life. The house, no doubt, would be rather empty from now on, and Harry understood that they meant something more through the statement that they had a feeling of emptiness. He arched an eyebrow at Daphne, questioning the sadness, and she smirked back at him, returning the look. Something about Harry's arrival, and the circumstances surrounding it, had made her mother very protective of him. Actually, that wasn't quite true. His arrival, and the damaged, but wonderful, person they had gotten to know subsequently, made all of the females in the family fiercely protective of Harry. Andrew, too, in his own way. Though his protectiveness focused on teaching Harry to defend himself, building on the surprising skills the 10-year-old had already learned to imitate when Lord Greengrass found him. Andrew was looking forward to the letters they would get home regarding Harry putting older students into their place, even if he worried somewhat about the reaction of teachers to Harry's inclination towards fighting. After complaining some more about his leaving, Adelaide Greengrass let her son go, and the company parted, 5 heading onto the train while 3 waved sadly after them. Potter. One repeated, "The runaway." Another asked, "The brother of the boy who lived." A third made the connection, "I wonder he can get me an autograph." That was the one that annoyed him the most. McGonagall had called out Harry's name to be sorted. Unsurprisingly, the revelation that the older Potter brother was still alive shocked everyone in the hall. Students whispered excitedly, teachers watched with surprised looks, while some had more meaningful reactions, and everyone wondered about the look of the boy. He was tall, for an 11-year-old, and had a rough look to him. Hair messy, as with every Potter, emerald eyes, and a furrowed brow drew their attention, and the Hogwarts cloak did nothing to hide the gait in his walk, and the slightly gaunt cheeks that implied he had not always been well fed. He glared at everyone that he heard mention his old family, and wished the Transfiguration professor hadn't used his name. Harry did not want any association with the family he had left years ago. The hat fell to the boy's brow and he heard the knowledgeable voice of a hat in his head. "Well, aren't you an interesting one?" The hat was silent for 58 seconds. "I'm unsure of where to put you. You certainly are fascinating." The hat sounded happy for the difficulty. The children were getting more and more simple these days. This year had been far better than usual for that. You must be the first sortie in centuries that would likely prosper in all 4 houses. I suppose I will have to take your own opinion into consideration. Given your opinion of the Potters, Gryffindor would be less than ideal, would you agree? Correct, Harry replied. Of course, Thomas Potter will be attending Hogwarts soon, won't he? The hat continued, when Harry showed no intention to elaborate on his reasoning, looking inside the boy's mind. Hufflepuff. No, that would go against Helga's own principles. Those you are loyal to are not in her house, after all. True, Harry agreed, before continuing. Hufflepuff lacks privacy. Agreed. The hat had narrowed it down by half by now. Do you have a preference as to which house you would prefer, Harry? Ravenclaw and Slytherin were both apt choices. Slytherin would allow you to get the privacy you desire, and would certainly help you on the road to greatness, but your keen mind would be very well suited to Ravenclaw, too. From what I see, both would be a perfect fit for you. I disagree. Ravenclaw would not be a fit. I am not studious. The first year sighed wearily, before a small spark of amusement danced in his eyes. I would rather Slytherin. And why is that? I have heard it has private rooms. Harry said, simply. That's right. The hat sounded amused at this reason. Maybe not the best factor to take into account on his decision, but at least it helped to make the final choice. I guess that's my choice made. You, Harry Potter, will be in Slytherin. 2 years later, a 13-year-old Harry Potter sat at his table, extremely uncomfortable. Why were they all staring at him? Surely it should be at the boy sat atop the stool in front of the teachers, not at his older brother, though either of them would deny the relation if they had the option. Gryffindor. Was there ever any doubt? Thomas sauntered over to the cheering table, as the twin Weasleys chanted that they got Potter. Still, the eyes in the hall remained on Harry. Not all of them, of course, but enough to make the socially awkward Slytherin uneasy. Harry's brother screamed arrogant, even more than the bee-owned Ponce that had just sat down at the snake table. The boy who lived was speaking animatedly with the younger Weasley, after the redhead was sorted into the House of Lions, while Harry squirmed under the gazes of too many people. Trace, he whispered to the brunette sat next to him. Why is everyone looking at me? The girl took a break from glaring at the female population to answer him, easily telling a fib. Probably because of your brother. Harry accepted the explanation, unhappily, and nodded, annoyed at the relation and not noticing the telltale signs of the Davis girl lying. On Harry's other side, a bee-owned-haired girl muttered her agreement, not taking her ice-cold gaze off the offending females on the Ravenclaw table. Harry turned an impassive look back onto the sorting, clapping politely as the 11-year-olds were sorted, having learned that that was the normal thing to do, unlike the majority of his house, who only clapped for their fellow Slytherins. His house really was arrogant sometimes, and Harry could understand the ostracization they suffered because of the typical attitude. The sorting passed by quickly enough, as the students were evenly split into 4. Unfortunately, his house had worse luck than normal based on the first impressions he got off those joining. 2 had constant sneers, they introduced themselves as Malfoy and not, and Harry's opinion was lowered by the fact that both families were well-known supporters of Voldemort. 2 more looked like gorillas and struck him as less intelligent than the primates would be. The only male that struck him as worth having in the house was a tall black boy that had an indifferent mask on. Seemingly a similar type of Slytherin to Daphne, and occasionally, when he remembered to do so, Harry, hiding his true self behind an indifferent mask. They were joined by a large girl, a pug-faced girl and a familiar figure, who was sat across from him. Harry smirked at Astoria as she looked distastefully at the bragging Malfoy heir, while the one called Pansy Parkinson stared at the bee-owned boy as though he was the reincarnation of Merlin and deserved her eternal love and respect. Dumbledore made his speech. Telling the gathered children to avoid the third-floor corridor couldn't possibly backfire, could it? Moron. Harry watched the younger Potter's eyes light up in excitement at that thought. Apparently he had inherited their father's idiotic sense of adventure. My brother is going to get himself killed, Harry commented to Daphne as the school song began. Her eyes glinted slightly in amusement as she turned to him, but otherwise she refrained from any visible reaction. Ice Queen indeed. Harry joined his house in directing scathing looks at the twins of Gryffindor, as they dragged the song out far more than necessary. It really was an idiotic, and very annoying, tradition that the 2 insisted on prolonging each year. Harry took to carving into the table with his fingernail as he waited for the food to be served. He soon felt the food appear in front of him and reached out to fill his plate, ready to sat his hunger. Ew. Harry heard Tracy moan. When the emerald-eyed boy turned to her, silently asking the origin of her noise, she continued. Don't look at the youngest Weasley. That's repulsive. The ginger boy was shoveling food into his mouth, missing half the time and smearing the food over his face. Tracy pushed her food away. I've lost my appetite. The elves'll be happy to give you some food later, if your appetite comes back. Harry suggested, shrugging as he avoided glancing at the gold and red table. Or maybe the revulsion would not last long. You're right, but I'm really just looking forward to sleeping in my warm, big bed. Tracy sighed, smiling pleasantly at Harry, who returned the expression. On the other side of the room, another Potter had taken note of his sibling. The chubby figure of Thomas Potter frowned at the least friendly-looking students. Fred, George, who's that? He pointed over at the student, seeming to be in the twins' year, who had a more than passing resemblance to Thomas's father. That's Harry. George trailed off, looking to his brother. Yeah, Harry what? That name was familiar. Harry Potter. You know, your brother. Next to them, people began to direct their attention towards the boy. Several of the girls, through their looks, indicated attraction to the teen, the subtlety varying from each of the females, while others held looks of begrudging admiration for the younger student. Boys typically held some small jealousy for the boy, though one in particular, this being Wood, looked at him as though he was Satan himself. Harry frowned at the increase in attention, as he felt eyes boring into him. What? Now? Thomas was angry. That's him. The one that left my mom and dad heartbroken. Because he was jealous of me. And, suddenly, Thomas was on the receiving end of several heated glares, that made the boy whimper, and cower in fear, unused to the unpleasantness on such a scale and unsure of what he had done to inspire such anger. What? Everyone knows the story. One twin began. Your parents neglected him, 'cause you were the boy who lived. And you lot didn't even realize that he'd run away. Until Flitwick visited, and found that he was gone. So you aren't going to get any sympathy here, especially since he's by far the most popular Slytherin there is, since he doesn't bother anyone, and even sides with non-Slytherins sometimes. And he was voted the most eligible boy in the school by a landslide. Because so many of the girls want to Fuof. The people present were used to the odd habit the twins had when talking, so nobody bothered to bring it up. Nor did they question Angelina Johnson's decision to elbow whichever twin had been talking in the ribs. What? Why? Thomas exclaimed. In his mind, Harry didn't deserve any attention, being the prat he was. After all, he had been so cowardly and jealous he'd run away from home just because he didn't get as much attention as Tom did. And who could blame his parents? Thomas had defeated the greatest Dark Lord in history. Harry couldn't even write in English when he was 5 years old. And who told you that Bollock's story? That would be Professor Flitwick. The dark-skinned girl sat near the twins, who had delivered an elbow to one of them's ribs, commented, frowning at the boy who lived. Well then he lied. Why on earth would he do that? The girl next to her queried. The diminutive professor was popular with every house. Because, I don't know, but Harry must be dark. He's in Slytherin. Maybe he used the Imperious Curse on Flitwick or something. No he's not. The third member of that group snapped angrily at Thomas. Katie Bell was very fond of Harry, and was known to be defensive of the older Slytherin. He's nice, she stated. As she turned to that side of the room, her eyes met curious emerald ones, she gave a quiet shriek, and she ducked her head. The other two Quidditch girls chuckled at their younger friend's reaction, as her face turned bright red, and shared a knowing grin. And we all know you're not at all biased, don't we, Katie? Fred commented, amused. Shut up, she exclaimed, quietly, again. How do you expect to play against Slytherin if you can't even look at Potter? A stern-looking fifth year asked, sounding annoyed. Leave her alone, Wood. Angelina said, smirking. We'll work with her. Harry'll like her more if he sees she can give him a challenge, after all. The dark-skinned girl didn't miss the determined expression Katie adopted at this statement. Focus on finding a seeker. The team really did need to find an excellent seeker. Else Slytherin would win yet again. As the deserts appeared in front of Harry, he met the eyes of one of his friends, as he preferred to call them. They were all treated like family by the Greengrasses, but he definitely didn't think of them as sisters. Caroline was previously glaring at the girls in the hall. Of course she and the others had noticed Harry's growth over the summer, as was more common in Magicals given their earlier majority, and were certainly not going to complain, but these harlots had no right to eye him like he was a piece of meat. That was their job. Wait, what? No, what she meant was that it was their job to keep these chess away from the male friend of their group. What's wrong? Jasmine questioned her fellow Ravenclaw, seeing her face redden drastically at her own train of thought. Nothing. Caroline stated a little too fast. Really? Jasmine asked with a smirk. So did I just miss the massive suntan that you have? Caroline dipped her head, focusing on the chocolate cake on her plate. The other Ravenclaw went back to glowering at any girl whose gaze lingered on the third-year Slytherin. In the dead of night, Harry Potter snuck back into the boys' corridor, having finished his job for the night. He plucked the splinter out of his nails and thanked whatever deity there may be that his core had expanded over the summer, else he couldn't have given the defenses he did today without dropping like a sack of bricks in the middle of the corridor. This was the most important year for it after all, and that was the reason he had exhausted himself so thoroughly. That had been put to rest from now on. It usually happens on the second night, doesn't it? Jasmine asked nervously as she and Caroline were led into the Slytherin common room, arms full of food from the kitchen. It was just after 10:30 a.m. The girls had let Harry sleep in some, though far from the amount he would like. That's right. Daphne frowned while Tracy looked rather worried. Daph, she murmured to her, arguably, closest friend. Yeah, Trace, she replied quietly too. Do you think Harry will let us sleep with him tonight? Daphne raised an eyebrow and Trace's cheeks colored slightly. Sleep in his room tonight? I'm sure he would, Tracy. But I've got a better plan than that. The B.O. had a devious, and sadistic, smirk on her face. One that promised pain. Are you going to tell us? Or keep us in suspense? Jasmine questioned. Daphne responded with a grin to her rainbow-haired friend. Think about the new trick that Harry showed us last week. The other girls looked slightly uneasy until they remembered what they were discussing. The bastards deserved whatever they got. Which one? Astoria pondered aloud. She hadn't doubted her sister's plan at all. Good question. I say we leave that choice up to Harry. They crossed the underground common room and up into the third-year male dorms. At the end of the hallway, there was a single door that 4 of the girls had visited quite regularly over the past 2 years. Not for any funny business, just to see Harry. The door was made of dark, mahogany wood. If you really looked, you could see odd symbols painted onto it in dark red-black liquid. The frontmost girl, being Caroline, knocked loudly on his door. Hey, girls. Harry answered with a yawn, as the door swung open. His eyelids were drooping as he looked at the girls, stretching as he yawned. Unfortunately, this just highlighted the absence of a shirt on his upper body. The girls, between the heating of their faces, again noted the single symbol etched into his chest, midpoint between his pectorals. An eye that was inverse, black sclera with white irises and pupils. He told them that one hid the others. Whatever that meant. What's up? He asked with a sleepy, half-hearted smile, not noticing the red faces and the fact that their gazes certainly weren't on his face. Yeah. Daphne was the first to succeed in fighting the blush and her face only remained slightly pink. We brought you some breakfast. Why are you so tired? Harry frowned. Did I not mention? The girls all looked slightly baffled and/or annoyed, and shook their heads. Oh, I warded the rooms last night. What rooms? The female ones. The girls frowned at this. They didn't like the implication, being that he would have exhausted his reserves in the process. I put some specific runes on your room so I can catch them, but I dislike the practice as a whole. Oh. Daphne was disappointed in the preventative measures. Not that she wanted that to happen to anyone, she had just been looking forward to the plan she'd had. Are you okay? You sound upset. Harry tilted his head to the side, confused at the reaction his friend had. There was just something that I was going to ask you to do. She shrugged, voice one of misery. Caroline shook her head, amused. The guys tonight were in for a shock. Marcus Flint, Jordan Scour and Edward Coolridge were taking the Malfoy air with them on tonight's adventure. Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass had many suitors, but these 3 were the ones who won this right. All of them wore sinister grins, anticipating their fun. Had they been paying more attention, had it been far lighter, and had they been smarter, the 4th may have noticed the trap that they walked past, the small runes outlining the entrance to the corridor. Not that anyone would notice the effects anytime soon. The perpetrators would realize within the week, most likely, though they'd refuse to tell anyone for quite some time. Embarrassing as it would be to tell their peers, and considering the Hogwarts grapevine that seemed to find out anything humiliating and/or amusing. Flint and the others had an invisible mark also on their forehead, one that read, DG and TD. The fools had failed to act in a Slytherin manner, and so had a lion on their lower backs, too. That one was very visible. Those 2, and one more that they'd be sure never to forget, would be the only effects to come into play for this room. Because, for what happened next, the 3 had to be able to flee. Scour attempted to kick open the door, which should have worked. In this case, it was like kicking a concrete wall. F.K. He cursed as he held his toes, hopping on the other foot. Idiot. Coolridge commented, twisting the handle and opening the door normally. The room was dark, but even so, they quickly noticed that the beds were empty. What the where are those sluts? Probably with Potter. Flint growled out. Well then, let's go get Potter. Malfoy exclaimed, not knowing the reputation Harry Potter had. I bet he's pathetic just like his brother. No way. Coolridge replied. This is bad enough. I bet he's gonna know that we were the ones here anyway. I ain't him a free pass to use one of his freaky curses on us. He was waving his hands in surrender. He's right, Flint said through gritted teeth. Let's just move on to another room. He made to go to the room across the hall. T2L late, Scour stammered. The others turned to him, intending to ask what he meant, but saw a pair of emerald orbs floating in midair. The green eyes glowed slightly as they began to approach the floor. What the foo, a 700-pound jet-black cat slammed into Coleridge's chest, and the sixth year felt something snap as he was thrown back into the wall. Merlin. In front of the three still conscious Slytherins, there was a large, though not fully grown, massive and shaggy big cat, with fangs associated with the prehistoric predator, suggesting this was the type. Facing them, fangs bared. The saber-tooth prowled forward, to the own first year, and let out a chilling growl. The fact that the cat's head was above the boys to look down on him showed the massive size. The serious muscles visible even through its coat hinted at the strength. It would be quite near the height of Flint, who was very tall for a sixth year. The smell of urine spread through the corridor. The saber-toothed cat roared, and Malfoy felt his bones rattle. The owned boy's eyes rolled back into his head, and he fell to the ground. The other two present legged it away from the apex predator. The black feline stalked after the pair, growling a low rumble all the while, with his teeth bared. As they reached the common room, Flint and Coleridge glanced back to see the monstrous animal barreling towards them. Reaching halfway through the small hall, Harry leapt at the pair, sailing through the air, over the furniture between him and his prey, and slamming into Coleridge. Had his claws been out, the boy would have been eviscerated. As it was, he hadn't had them out at any point as he hunted tonight. Marcus Flint was frozen. He couldn't escape this creature, even his tiny brain comprehended that. Now that he saw it up close, it appeared to have some Siberian tiger in it, too. He already knew this thing was fearsome. The big cat was truly magnificent. Had it been Hagrid, he would have loved to meet the feline. Flint, not so much. The saber-tooth was built to slaughter game and beasts much larger than the Quidditch captain. Fortunately for Flint, Slytherin would be excluded from the upcoming Quidditch match were their captain to be in the hospital wing. And, so, the emerald-eyed animal just let out an almighty roar, sending him into an unnatural slumber in a pile of pungent liquid. The cat looked at him with disdain and slinked to the third-floor boys' corridor. That morning was very interesting in the Slytherin. And it was only morning in the technical term. At 2:30 a.m. the Slytherins heard a fearsome roar. They slowly proceeded to the common room, intending to investigate what was going on, slightly Gryffindor-ish of them, but they had curiosity nonetheless. The sight they beheld when they left their dorm rooms was surprising to say the least. Particularly for the third-year girls. They, as soon as they left their rooms, were struck by the smell of urine. Once the lights were turned on, they were greeted with an explanation of the smell. Or, at least, the beginnings of an explanation. A.B. owned first year was lying in the center of a wet patch in the hall, outside the only already open door. What did Daphne do now? She was known to be very scary. It was feasible for the girl to make the younger student faint. Though pissing himself was a bit of an overreaction. I guess they wanted the favor of our new prince. The more intelligent of the three girls pointed to the slumped fifth year collapsed against one wall, and then to the piss-covered first year. Pigs. But why haven't they disturbed us yet? Each girl had been awake all night, waiting to defend themselves. The odd noises had warned them not to come out until now, though. They ventured to the common room. Again, was this all the rave or something? Another Slytherin was lying in urine, and one lying unconscious in a heap. The others came into the common room. The first years looked shocked out of their skulls, except for one of them. A small owned girl looked amused at the broken, humiliated forms lying on the floor. Two fat first years were looking around confused. What were they supposed to do? Their leader was missing. Why are there older students tied up outside our rooms? Bulstrode questioned those in front of the group. Tied up? A fourth-year girl questioned, holding hands with her girlfriend as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes with the unoccupied limb. At this point the final of the third-year boys and girls entered together. Daphne Greengrass gave no heed to the looks she received from many a girl. Tracy blushed slightly at the implication of their looks, and Harry just ignored those giving him odd looks. Had any of them made a comment about the girls, that'd have been a different matter entirely. Unlike everyone else present, Harry was wide awake. He hadn't been woken by this, and was used to a nocturnal pattern. Yep, Astoria proclaimed. The dumb asses are all bound by rope and stuck to a wall. The others were shocked at the audacity of the girl. Was she looking to be tortured? Only 3 understood why she was plenty brave enough to insult her betters. The 3 youngest professors were discussing their new students, a practice they engaged in more often than the students would realize. It ordinarily focused on the 3rd years, with some mention of any younger students that struck Aurora Sinistra as promising. Today, though, it was largely focused on a single student. And the work that he had handed in. It isn't possible. Bethesda Babbling commented. I agree. How much teaching must he have had? Septima Vector nodded along. I told you he'd be good. Aurora Sinistra said smugly. Sinistra had seen his skill in her own class, and had been certain that Harry would have an affinity for runes and arithmancy, too. While his arithmancy wasn't quite as perfect, the theory being slightly oddly explained, he seemed to be as near an expert in runes as was physically possible. Well, physically possible had one lived for several centuries devoted to the craft. Babbling had told them the story of him demonstrating his practical abilities. It was an amazing sight, more than she had thought possible. Runes ordinarily could only be used for warding and enchantments. He could, also, do that. But he'd demonstrated several abilities Babbling hadn't thought possible. Carving an unfamiliar rune into a chair, the sitting apparatus had floated into the air. He carved 6 feet next to it, and that was how high it levitated. It hovered that far from the floor even now, as the trio could see from their positions in the classroom. When she asked him to explain how he did it, Harry had given her a blank look and shrugged. He had apparently memorized every theory that wizards had concerning runic magic, but just said that he knew what to do when she wanted to learn more about the subject. It frustrated the professor, and she had studied the magic around the chair for the entire afternoon. No progress was made, nor had these 2 been able to help. That demonstration would be enough to pass the owls in both arithmancy and runes, as they were so closely intertwined. With flying colors, the ability to do it showed Harry at least deserved an outstanding owl in the subject. Probably a newt too. And, if he made a high-level ward, which they were sure he could based on the proficiency he had shown, he would secure an O in the 7th year exam as well. That was the ultimate goal of both lessons, after all. This is unnaturally good. Babbling smiled as she said so, thinking of the future of and finding herself jealous of the teachers that may have been able to butter Harry Potter up, and snap him up as an apprentice after school. They could lay claim to whatever career he went on to in the future. It's KS that we have nothing to teach him, doesn't it? The boy was a prodigy, after all. But having him in their classes would simply cheat him out of the lessons in care of magical creatures, divination or muggle studies, whichever he chose to pursue. Yes, a real shame for you. Sinistra grinned at her friends. My grades'll skyrocket soon enough. Thomas Potter was unhappy. Very unhappy. Nobody was giving him the respect he deserved. Sure, a few of these people treated him with slight awe, since he had defeated the Dark Lord. But only a small number of the population was treating him correctly. He believed himself to be king of the school, yet none of these fools understood that. None realized that he would rule this place. Then he would show his upstart brother. Even the professors had the nerve to compare the two. As tough Harry could possibly hope to match the superior abilities of Thomas. Even now, in his first year, he was on the Quidditch team. But the teachers actually acted like his pathetic brother was as skilled as Thomas. What in Merlin's name was wrong with them? Were they idiots? Thomas Potter was the boy who lived. His brother was nothing. That was the train of thought he had had as he approached the 4 girls that Harry apparently was close to that morning. That was what motivated him to tell them just how pathetic his brother was. That he wasn't worth their time. And that they would be better off to stick with Thomas himself. And that was why he was now unconscious in the hospital wing. In Madame Pomfrey's clinic, it did not matter that the arrogant boy was the boy who lived. In fact, she was upset to hear what he said about her favorite student. Not that that had anything to do with her prioritization. No, there just happened to be far more serious cases in her ward that she needed to take care of first. 2 Slytherin boys had injuries that suggested being stepped on by Hagrid, while another 2 had fainted from sheer panic. The hexes on Thomas Potter were not serious. Painful, sure, but not serious. And so she let him stew in his mistake. It went against everything that the matron usually practiced, but today she was glad to see these four in the wing. Usually, it would be a flood of crying first years and potentially a few traumatized third-year girls. She had been betting on the elder Greengrass and Davis, at the very least, coming in today. Poppy was far from stupid. She was certain that Harry had done something to these four because he had known that the boys had been intending to take the two. Though she did wonder what exactly he had done to give these injuries. The shattered ribs required at least a few days in the wing, and the dizziness could have meant concussions. She wasn't inclined to let any of them out before the day after at the very least. Maybe the others would learn a lesson from this group's fate. Hermione Granger was having the worst day in her young life. She had been even before this. Not only had she yet to find a single friend at her new school, but now the bullying had begun. Thomas Potter and Ron Weasley had been mocking her after the Gryffindor's charms lesson, calling her a know-it-all and talking loudly about her having no friends. She knew she shouldn't have let it bother her so much. The pair of them were horrible people, and gradually wearing down the popularity that came with Thomas's title. People, apparently, had expected him to come and be a new version of the elder Potter. They had all quickly been disappointed by the arrogance the boy who lived displayed. Even so, it reminded Hermione of the bullying she had endured throughout her life so far, something that stung badly enough that she had retreated to the fourth-floor bathrooms to cry her eyes out. Now, that horror had escalated by far. The 11-year-old girl was frozen, staring up at the massive, lumbering gray figure that was swinging its club back and forth in a half-menacing half-moronic manner. What was she supposed to do? A first-year knew next to nothing to combat the troll in front of the bookworm. Hermione had a few ideas. Could she levitate the club away from its owner? Yes, but that wouldn't counter the fact that the towering humanoid was perfectly capable of killing her without his weapon. She assumed it was a he, anyway. She may well be wrong, but it struck her as more masculine than feminine. What on earth was a first year supposed to do against a full-grown mountain troll? The idiotic gigantic thing thudded along closer to the scared girl, and Hermione, in one of her less intelligent moments, retreated under a sink to escape, and began praying for somebody to save her. Her bravery, that brought her into Gryffindor, left her as she realized nobody knew she was here, and Hermione closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around her head in a feeble effort to protect herself from the troll's wrath. As a result, the first year missed her rescue. Harry had checked his map, the one he made simply to prove he could, after his cowardly professor had ran into the Great Hall, yelled about the troll, and promptly fainted. The troll was simply referred to as troll on the map, an odd fact that he filed away for future reference, and he saw that it was not, in fact, in the dungeon. It was moving slowly through the fourth floor, right towards a dot called Hermione Granger. Harry moved very quickly through the school. Maybe not the most Slytherin thing for him to do, but the hat had told him that he'd fit in any of the houses. He could be forgiven for acting in a Gryffindor-ish manner every once in a while. Daphne was going to chew him out when she found out about this. He stepped through the doorway, wand at the ready, and cast an incendio at the troll in front of him. The thing's loincloth set alight in an instant, and it dropped its club, batting stupidly at the burning cloth. Harry stabbed his wand at the dropped club, and it morphed into a steel spike. A levitation charm, combined with an altered banishing one, quickly resulted in the gray-skinned creature dropping to the floor with an echoing thud. Hermione screamed. That thud equaled her doom. Surely that must be the sound of her being struck by the club of doom. Please be quiet, a voice told her. The danger has passed. What? When did you get here? She turned a shocked gaze onto her savior. What on earth happened to the troll? It got stabbed by a large, metal spike. He said, matter-of-factly, while giving her a look that screamed, I thought you were smart. I saw that. I mean, how did it get stabbed by a metal spike? I transfigured the club into a spike, that charmed it to stab the troll. Hermione sat there, gaping at the older boy like a goldfish, as the sound of footsteps reached her ears from outside of the bathroom. Mr. Potter. What in Merlin's name? McGonagall asked, shocked at the scene in front of her, before a hint of pride leaked into her features as she realized what one of her favorite students had done. Aside from the frown at his name, his response was cordial as he answered her incomplete question. I'm sorry, Professor. I heard mention from one of the first-year girls that Hermione had been missing and that they had seen her heading here. I assumed that the troll would still be in the dungeon, and that it was more important for the teachers to head down in order to contain it. I thought it would be best for me to fetch her myself. He spoke, looking down as if in shame. I don't see any reason for you to apologize, Potter. Severus Snape interjected, sharing his house members' dislike of the name. You have saved this first year's life. I believe you deserve, shall we say 60 points, for helping a lion, through no obligation of your own. You easily could have simply fled, and tried to find a teacher. By that time, the girl would have been killed. Agreed. Ms. Granger, would you please tell us why you were up here? McGonagall questioned, a rare kindness outweighing the reprimand that was still evident in her tone. Nothing, Professor. I was just being stupid. Her face reddened. My brother looked rather guilty, Professor. Harry commented. Professor McGonagall frowned at the comment, and turned to the buck-toothed girl. I don't. She relented after the stern expression of her head of house. Yes, Professor. He and Ron were insulting me about having no friends. Thank you for telling me, Miss Granger. I'll make sure they receive the necessary punishment once we arrive back at Gryffindor Tower. Marcus Flint was not enjoying himself. His Quidditch team was mocking him very persistently about his fate the month before. Now, his bloody chaser was taking all the attention. And Potter scores again. Jordan commented in his amplified voice, frustration obvious. Come on Fred, George. Hit him. Jordan, what do you think we're trying to do? One of the twins yelled back at their best friend. Sorry Professor. Jordan replied to the earlier berating. Wood passes to Johnson, and to Spinnet, damn it. Potter intercepts. Potter passes to Pusey, and Pusey back to Potter. Potter shoots. Slytherin score. He finished minus enthusiasm as his house team was losing rather badly. The score was now 110-30 in favor of Slytherin. And that was with the efforts of the Weasley twins. The Gryffindor team as a whole was the best team in the school, Harry knew, but the elder Potter made all the difference. To Bell, who passes to Johnson, and to Spinnet. Back to Johnson, to Spinnet, to Bell. Oh. And Flint and Pusey both taken out by savage bludgers from the Weasleys. Quaffle back to Bell. What are you doing, Katie? Bell fumbles and drops the quaffle. Potter catches. Potter scores. 20 minutes later, the scores were up to 130-70 after Bletchley was thrown into his goals by a bludger from Fred, and Pusey had yet to recover from his earlier fall. The Slytherin team was massively disadvantaged. Especially since Flint was being deliberately annoying to Harry and trying to do everything himself. Hermione Granger had no idea why she felt the need to do this. Thomas was horrible to her, outweighing even his friend Ron in the insults he threw her way just because she outshined him in class. The boy didn't deserve her help, that was for sure. He wouldn't have gotten it, in fact, had Hermione not wanted to see Harry play. But her parents had always raised her right. How on earth could she let him get injured, or worse killed, just because she didn't like the boy? What if she got sent home after he fell from the broom? Surely they would shut the school down after a death of one of the students. Okay, maybe she had an idea why she was saving the boy who lived, but she was unsure if she really should. And so she snuck through the stands, heading towards Snape, with the intent to stop his jinx before this escalated. The first-year girl's fire spread quickly on the greasy robes, and Snape leapt to his feet. And what's this? What's going on? Thomas Potter's broom tried to buck him off. Repeatedly. Harry watched for a little while, right until he realized he had no interest in the outcome. The Weasley twins were going to catch him should the annoyance fall. Oh, come on. Potter scores, he exclaimed as though it was a curse. A fire appeared in the teacher's stand. Thomas clambered back onto his broom and the match resumed. As Katie Bell charged toward the Slytherin hoops again, Harry appeared next to her, trying to take the ball from her. Oddly, the chaser thought the best way to calm her nerves regarding him was to close her eyes. And so she did. A bludger from one of the Slytherin caught the nose of her broom, and she lost all control, beginning a rapid descent. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed the Seekers in a race. Thomas Potter was going to make it. He was going to get the snitch. Of course he would, he had been trained since he was old enough to walk by James Potter. The best player Hogwarts had ever seen. Higgs was bigger and slower. Thomas pulled away and stretched out his hand, about to grasp the golden ball. and a quaffle clocked him on the head, knocking the seeker off course. And Potter saves Belle. Thank Merlin. The girl would certainly have been badly injured. Is that a foul? He questioned as the quaffle caught the Gryffindor seeker. Higgs caught the snitch and Hooch blew her whistle in a long, sharp blast. Slytherin wins. About half the crowd cheered for the outcome. Katie Bell was red, extremely so, as Harry and she landed. He had pulled her onto his broom and to stop the balance being thrown off, Harry had held her close. She wasn't complaining, but her curtain of hair didn't quite stop the crowd from seeing the obvious blush. Harry dismounted the broom and asked Katie, "Are you injured?" She was really red, and he wasn't sure what that meant. No. I'm fine," she squeaked out. "Good," Harry commented. "This has happened twice in 2 years." Harry cocked his head. "It seems like an odd coincidence, and you are a very capable flyer." "No," she yelped in a panicked manner. Did he really think that? Harry chuckled at her embarrassment. It was an accident. She assumed he was accusing her of falling on purpose. "Okay," he said, with a nod, as he turned and headed to the rest of his team, slapping Higgs on the back in congratulations and joining them in the subtle demonstrations of their glee at defeating Gryffindor. As Katie headed back over to her own team, they all appeared glad that she had not been hurt. Excluding Thomas, who looked angry at his defeat, and Wood, who appeared conflicted. The captain had his gaze locked on the Slytherin chaser. He was angry at him for costing Gryffindor the game, but glad he had been there to help the youngest chaser. The effect was humorous as both sides of his face twitched rapidly, unsure of what expression to settle upon. "Who does that bastard think he is?" Thomas Potter began the anticipated rant. The next morning, Harry was pleasantly surprised as a red letter burst into life in front of his brother. He and his ginger friend had, evidently, been pranked by the twins before breakfast, as Thomas's skin was a bright pink and Ronald's was a bright orange. Thomas Lillian Potter. The boy who lived had certainly gotten the short straw in regards to their middle names. Why they felt the need to use bother parents' names, Harry did not know. "How dare you bully that poor girl? You nearly got her killed. We have raised you better than this. Even your father wasn't this arrogant at your age. If it had not been for your brother, you would have her blood on your hands, and we would be horrified with your actions." Harry scowled at the reference to him. "If this ever happens again, we will bring you straight back home. Your father is horrified with your behavior, he blames himself for the way you are acting, be glad that 3 months of detention is all you are getting." Other than the slight annoyance at his mother, Harry was pleased by that scene. His brother, on the other hand, was fuming. "Merry Christmas," was the greeting that Harry received as he opened his door on the day after Christmas Eve. "Bah," he cursed as he jumped back, heart racing. "Merlin, I just woke up." "Don't do that," he complained. "Don't you ever wear a shirt, Harry?" Daphne asked, as coolly as could be expected. Once more, Harry had no idea the effect that he had on the girls as he stood there in only a pair of sweatpants. "Not while I'm sleeping," Harry responded, stepping away from the door. "Please, come in." Obviously, that was what they wanted, and Harry did not feel the need to deny them. The girls, yet again, were shocked by the changes and moderations Harry had made to his room. It was about half the size of either house's common room, showing his abilities and charms. A large bed was resting against the far wall, a desk on another and a large chest to the side of that. He also had a couch large enough to seat 5 people comfortably, and a television that he had carved runes into the side of, allowing it to work perfectly even in the magic-rich environment of Hogwarts. "So, how did you all meet up before 7 a.m.? He checked the clock, before asking, looking particularly at the 2 Ravenclaws. "We arranged it yesterday," Tracy answered with a smile. "We agreed that it'd be best to surprise you to exchange gifts, and we better to surprise you than when you're asleep." "I'd rather you did it during the day, personally," Harry remarked. "But that's mainly 'cause I only fell asleep a couple of hours ago." "Staying up so late isn't healthy, Harry," Caroline lightly berated. "It's fine when you don't get woken up at 7 in the morning. Cats are quite often nocturnal," Harry corrected, as he sat down on the edge of his bed. "Is exchanging gifts really exciting enough to need to do it at this ungodly hour?" "Of course. Just because you're a Grinch doesn't mean that the rest of us have to be." Jasmine replied to this one. So many people in the conversation was difficult for Harry to deal with so early in the morning. "Christmas is fun. I'm not a Grinch, I just don't understand Christmas. It holds no significance to me. Moron. Harry commented, silently. The three of these firsties were actually dumb enough to come down here on their own. Against a professor, even one who was as pathetic as Quirrell, they stood no chance. Not to mention the fact that Harry was sure they thought Snape had been the teacher responsible. If Snape had wanted them dead, a simple Sectum Sempra would more than likely deal with the trio in a single blow. Now, Thomas Potter was down here on his own. Luckily, Harry had overheard them. Now, he was hidden under the cloak he had enchanted as an invisibility covering. Unluckily, Harry wasn't confident that he'd beat the Death Eater in front of him in this form. The cat would be capable if he had the element of surprise, but in the time it took to change, Harry would be hit with the killing curse. He wasn't going to die for his arrogant younger sibling. Nor to protect the fake stone. Why would the Flamels let Dumbledore put the real on in his little trap test? Oh, looked like his brother was saved, then. Harry saw the conversation end as Quirrell started speaking to himself. The defense professor raised his hands and began removing the turban from his head. Harry's trap was triggered. As Quirrell had walked through the doorway, a series of runes had transferred onto his person, complete with a trigger of removing his headgear. The first activated as a disturbing face was revealed. The material twisted, and wrapped around its master's throat. The bald man scratched wildly at the cloth, and the other end of the turban curled around his wrists, trapping them and preventing any other action from the limbs. What are you doing, you little arg? He was cut off by his throat constricting further, before the robes he was wearing jumped up, curling around his head and blocking his view. The collar tightened, especially. The collar started burning, and set itself on fire, unnaturally hot. The skin and flesh melted, and his throat was damaged irreparably. He began making strangling noises, before the robe fell back down, and the turban fell to the floor along with it. Quirrell's face turned purple, and he dropped to his knees, hands clawing at his throat as he struggled to breathe. Harry vanished through the nearest wall, no longer caring, as Thomas Potter watched one of his teachers die, utterly confused. It irritated Harry greatly that the boy who lived later took credit for saving the precious artifact, and then was awarded by the headmaster just enough points to rob Slytherin of their favoritism. Had Harry known that would happen, he'd have recorded the event, and stopped the little bugger from taking credit for his work. Of course, he couldn't have taken credit himself. Harry was popular, of course, but even so he was still a Slytherin. A Slytherin killing a professor, even one with Voldemort stuck in the back of his head would, instantly, be labeled as evil. Unlike the newly crowned Golden Boy of Gryffindor. The applause was annoying as hell. At least when Ravenclaw beat them, they were gracious about it. Harry, wake up. We're at the station. Tracy shook her friend lightly, watching unsurprised as his eyes shot open, and snapped onto her own. 5 more minutes. He closed his eyes again, after finding no threat. Potter. Daphne poked him in the side. Get up. No. He groaned, leaning further into the wall. He liked sleep. Jasmine, surprisingly, jabbed Harry in the stomach, and the teen shot up with a surprised grunt. The girls seized his arms to prevent him from flopping back onto the bench, and Harry relented. Fine, fine. He stood and stretched, before making to walk out of the cabin. What are you waiting for? The girls had not moved. Potter. Daphne barked, just as Harry was about to leave. The ebony-haired boy turned and found her stood there, arms crossed and tapping her foot. Trunks? He asked. It was his own fault, for retrieving them every year hence. Plus, he could lighten them and shrink them legally, it made sense for him to fetch them. Trunks. Daphne confirmed. Her male friend easily removed them for the 4 girls, and tapped each, shrinking and lightening each without any of the pesky repercussions that the others would get from using magic outside of school, due to the runes he had drawn on the side of the leather of each. Why, don't have to be so rude about it. Harry remarked, as he walked out of the room again, not upset, just sleepy and in no mood to be barked at. Adelaide Greengrass watched her self-proclaimed son's retreating figure with a sad frown. Why he had to leave for half of each summer, she didn't quite understand, but at least she was certain that he'd be safe. Her girls were reacting in a similar way, though each of them had a slight glare marring their pretty features as they were angry with each other. It was easy for Lady Greengrass to see why they were upset. It'd be difficult for her husband, sure, but she saw the competitive expression that Caroline, Tracy and Daphne shared as Jasmine Key, at Harry on the cheek. Then, the four repeated her actions, each lingering slightly, and shot a scowl at their female friend. The start of a war between them was inevitable, Adelaide believed, even if Harry was wholly unaware of their crushes on him. It's strange for my brother to be so different from me. How can we be related yet share so few personality traits? Yet again, Harry's shameful little brother had rushed into the danger head-along. Now, how was he going to avoid having the little shit take credit for the work he was about to do? A truth rune. That'd work, he supposed. And if Harry's little brother happened to get in trouble because he happened to blurt out something that was worthy of punishment, all the better. Harry felt his body shift into another form just as he hissed, "Open," at the doorway in Parseltongue, following Thomas's path into the Chamber of Secrets. The dank smell hit him in the damp hall and Harry cringed, his heightened senses made him more susceptible to the effects this had. As the segment of wall moved apart, Harry rushed through, taking the most recently developed animal he could use. A tiny bird, one that he himself knew to be the peregrine falcon, flew unnoticed into the air and observed the scene below, circling the statue and people beneath. Harry watched as Thomas talked to the odd person with him. He was wearing a Slytherin uniform, but Harry definitely did not recognize the boy. In fact, he was shimmering slightly. Not a ghost, obviously, but perhaps something similar. The diary lying discarded on the floor certainly seemed significant to the animagus. But his attention was quickly removed from the object when he heard the stranger hiss to the massive statue of Salazar Slytherin. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the four." The mouth did, indeed, open. But no words escaped the cavern. In fact, what came out shouldn't have surprised Harry. A massive serpent slithered out of who knows where, and obeyed the command to attack that came forth from Tom Riddle. Well, at least Thomas isn't a complete moron, Harry thought as he scampered away. From the basilisk, Harry briefly contemplated letting his brother in blood just die, but decided he would have felt bad for leaving the little Weasley girl down here. The peregrine falcon swooped downwards, arching toward the massive beast at 200 miles per hour, distracting the snake. "Ha!" The young Voldemort laughed at the feeble attempt. "What do you think that such a minuscule creature could do to the king of snakes?" He was right in that assessment. The bird barely weighed 2 pounds, it certainly wasn't built for this type of conflict. Luckily, that hadn't been the plan Harry had. Ignore the bird, focus on the boy. The boy is all that matters. Riddle screamed at the snake, apparently forgetting Parseltongue in his rush. As he finished, the young version of the Dark Lord watched as the bird turned in mid-air, tucking its wings into an even faster dive, approaching the 300 miles per hour mark. The teenager smirked at the idiocy. That smirk vanished as the bird's body shifted. The black feathers became just as dark fur, and the body grew unreasonably. From 23 inches to 8 feet. The prehistoric cat plummeted toward Slytherin's monster at the massive speed Ad slammed into the snake. The thing weighed 800-odd pounds. A weight that was very useful when it crashed into the other predator in the room. The snake was thrown off balance, with a very large cat latched onto its face, long canines digging behind a vulnerable scale in the snake's forehead. With a frustrated growl, Harry managed to tear said scale loose. He bit into the vulnerable spot, and ripped it apart. The flesh tore from the skull underneath, and exposed the bone. Pondering how he was to go about getting through the hard material, he couldn't get the angle to pierce it properly. After all, Harry spotted a glint of silver in a ratty, worn-out hat. Discounting the fact that he didn't know how the sword got there, the feline leapt, with the grace you would expect from a cat, over to the sorting hat, and shifted form again. His mass decreased significantly, to less than 200 pounds, but his body widened greatly, his length shortened to about 4 feet, and his height increased slightly to 6 feet 6. The wingspan of the Argentavis was truly amazing at 23 feet. Scooping up the sword of Gryffindor, the massive bird flew toward the snake, and changed to the tall-ish human form of Harry Potter, gripping the blade in his hands. With a swift motion, Harry plunged the goblin-made blade into the serpent's brain. Thomas Potter wondered who this was. He couldn't see any real features other than the unsurprising obsidian hair. He hopped back, using the transferred grace from his forms, and flipped over, landing, once more, as the saber-toothed black cat. The snake flailed briefly, before it slowed, dropped heavily, and died. Turning, Harry ran at his brother, sheathed his claws, and batted him over the head. As tempting as it was to tear his throat out, that wouldn't be a good idea. Turning back, Harry stood, stretching as he did so, and faced Tom Riddle. Voldemort. Harry wondered. That's what it sounded like to him, and it would make sense for Voldemort to be the heir of Slytherin, from what Harry understood. I'm Lord Voldemort as he was at 16, yes. Riddle replied as Harry moved over toward the corpse of the basilisk. He was interested in the origins of the teen that had put on such a show. Why Ginny Weasley? Could you not have bewitched an older, powerful student? He shrugged it as he arched an eyebrow. She's only 12. Her core's nothing special. I would be inclined to agree with you. But one of my followers gave her the diary. Not on my orders, mind you. He growled out. What are you doing? Harry wrenched a tooth out of the snake's mouth. Harry moved over to the diary quickly. Wait, she deserves life more than you do. Also, I'm not a fan of bigoted ideals. He knelt next to the diary and plunged the fang into the black cover. The boy, as well as the diary, screamed, and ink spurted from the torn pages. Harry turned to the unconscious figures in the chamber. Now how do I get you two out of here? It was time for the owls, and Harry was confident. Not due to arrogance, but due to indifference. He saw no reason to be overly concerned with the levels that he was rewarded by a ministry official that he would never meet, and disliked the idea of getting stressed about his future anyway. He did not understand the people around him, cramming desperately with looks of anguish and, in the case of a few Ravenclaws, openly weeping. Harry was prepared for the tests. He supposed that he was also smarter, and far better under pressure, than most of the students around him. That was the answer he had given when a few of his year mates had demanded to know why he was so calm. They had looked angry at that, for some reason. Now, he was leant against a wall in the entrance hall waiting to be called in for a practical demonstration of runes. He had given up the lessons after finding Tomb insanely easy, but was not allowed to take the exams any earlier than this. He could take the runes and arithmancy newt later in the summer, though, and that was something to be grateful for getting out of the way. He hoped it wasn't true that the practical only consisted of drawing and activating a single, low-level warder he'd end up showing everyone up. As his name was called, Harry shrugged the thought away. He wasn't going to hinder himself, after all, and maybe the examiner would be somehow entertained by the demonstration from a higher-level teen. James Potter looked far more sullen than he ever had in Sirius Black's memory. He wished he could be surprised about that reaction, but he was well aware of the cause. The two Aurors were stationed at Hogwarts this year, in addition to the Dementors released to prevent the rat and the Psycho from infiltrating the grounds. Pettigrew had turned into a rat in a fit of panic, and, in what could be considered a fit of genius from one so intellectually challenged, thought to free Bellatrix, figuring having her release on his record would help him to gain favor when, and if, he found his master. It was theorized that they would try to take revenge on Thomas, and therefore the highest protection was given to their savior. But Thomas was not why the Lord Black's best friend was upset. No, that was his eldest. The all-year student had ignored Lord Potter throughout the year, not once responding to the calls of James. Nor Sirius, for that matter. Even Remus, who was one of the boys' teachers, was barely given the time of day. However, that mattered little at the moment, since the two Captain Aurors had just checked the map, and found, to their horror, that Thomas and friends were fleeing for their lives. Not from the Death Eaters, no. They were running from Remus. Moony, stop! James screamed at his childhood friend. Actually, that was quite effective. Not in that it stopped the werewolf, but in that it drew the attention from the fleeing trio and onto the pair of animaguses. Get ready, James. The messy-haired man nodded, and the two changed forms. They could match the wolf, most likely beat it, when put together. But they had to do that all while stopping it from getting any of the wizarding children. They were at a serious disadvantage. And that disadvantage was why James was injured by their changed friend. The wolf bit down on his side as the animagus threw himself in front of his idiot son. Thomas Potter had done his best to help the two by rushing back and attacking the werewolf. This kid really annoyed Sirius, but he had no choice in the matter as he attacked his friend wildly, trying desperately, and succeeding, to get his attention back onto the perceived threat. The wolf pursued the dog through the grounds, obviously wanting desperately to kill the nuisance. Sirius Black now knew that he was screwed. Completely and utterly screwed. He led the werewolf into the woods, the most sensible idea he could come up with, to try to find something else for it to fight. He wasn't expecting the answer to his prayers to come sprinting out of the forest at him and his pursuer. It was another wolf. Some kind of wolf, anyway. Remus was massive compared to an average wolf, the same as next to every werewolf. In fact, Sirius was sure that Remus was large for a werewolf. But this wolf was bigger. Definitely bigger. And scarier. The moonlight highlighted the raven-furred wolf as it charged toward the dog-wolf pair, and Sirius leapt out of its path, catching a glimpse of it colliding with the werewolf in front. The creature seemed just about fully grown, though maybe it would fill out in the shoulders some more, but the not-quite-adult creature was clearly winning the brawl. It and Remus both reared back onto their hind legs and tore at each other, but the larger wolf did much more damage as his razor-sharp claws tore chunks from the other's body. With a pathetic whimper, Mooney turned and fled, instincts outweighing bloodlust as he headed into the forest at a quick pace. The mystery wolf turned to face the downed dog that was still, barely, conscious, and let out a rumbling growl. Sirius scrambled to his feet, favoring his right side as his left had been torn into slightly in the first bout against Remus, and further aggravated by the running. Gray eyes locked onto Emerald, and the wolf turned, dismissively, and jogged into the forest. James, I'm telling you, it was Lily. Lily saved me. Padfoot, I've said before, Lily's form is a doe. It's definitely not a, in your words, big A.S. wolf. It's possible to have more than one form, James. All the books say that. And it's incredibly rare for someone to have more than one. They say that, too. Not to mention Lily discovering one just out of school, and the other now. James Potter shook his head. Besides, you said that the wolf was black. Lily's hair is red. This entire conversation took place in hushed, but urgent, tones at the head table. Luckily, the roar of conversation had hidden it from everyone but the headmaster sat next to Sirius, as a way to show the importance of the security the ministry provided. Sirius' eyes drifted over the students, from Gryffindor, over the other houses, to Slytherin. There, he happened to meet the eyes of another emerald-eyed Potter, as opposed to the hazel both other males of the family had. Holy shit, it was Harry, Sirius exclaimed, turning to his childhood friend with shock written on his features. That shock was quickly copied onto James's face, as the headmaster looked on with a knowing twinkle. Then, James grinned widely. Talkin' after his old man. Don't forget his godfather, Prongs. His form's more similar to mine, after all. Yeah, James snorted. Just a better version. Hey, Sirius barked indignantly. Snuffles is a chick magnet. His one, we need a name for him, by the way, would just scare them all off. Whatever you say, Padfoot, whatever you say. The headmaster chuckled, as he wondered just what forms Harry Potter had. None were easy for him to recognize so far. Well, the small, and very speedy, Falcon was easy enough, but none of the others had been turned up in his inquiries so far. Just how strong was the popular Slytherin, anyway? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled curiously. The ground shook as a Muggle group, sitting in a jeep in the middle of the African plains, heard their local tour guide let out a panicked yell, and called them to buckle your seatbelts. As he stepped on the gas, driving away as fast as the heavy car could take them. Mommy, what's going on? A little girl questioned, noticing the panic. The girl's mother was about to answer that she wasn't sure, but that they were safe, when she was cut off before she began. Elephants. The gray-skinned mammals were in a stampede, running for their lives from something, and the group quickly became unsettled by the implication. What the hell were they running from? A chilling howl rung across the plains, and the driver tour guide began jabbering away into his hand-held radio. The word that stood out was Elimu. The driver did not slow until they reached civilization. Something had him terrified. Dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 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 dash. The girls clapped politely along with the crowd, as the group was sat in one of the top boxes, along with some important Bulgarian ministry workers and several enthusiastic Irishmen. A 16-year-old Harry Potter watched, with a cautious gaze, in case a fight broke out between the opposing Quidditch fans. The glares that were being shot at the Irish by the Bulgarians were not inspiring confidence in him that they'd get out of this box without being obstructed by a vicious brawl. The elder Greengrasses ushered the four out, just as the first punch was thrown, and Harry chuckled at the indignant yell, followed by a loud grunt of someone being hit. He stretched, from the lengthy time sitting motionless, and yawned widely. As they walked down the stairs, and out of the stadium, the celebrations had, remarkably, already begun. The Irish were cheering, singing and, living up to their stereotype, getting as drunk as a cheerful crowd of skunks. Not one of the Greengrass group was invested in the outcome. They were here because Andrew had been gifted with the seats, and it was an event worth seeing. Once every 4 years was certainly a worthwhile phenomenon after all, and the family and the surrogate children were fond of Quidditch in general. They entered the tent that was shared between the entire group, and sat down to discuss the match, far more reserved than the red-headed family that was, at the same time, sitting down in a wave of chaos, with everyone chattering over each other as the youngest male revered Crumb. Later on that night, Harry Potter woke with a start, as he heard panicked screams. His superior senses catching them before anyone else in the tent. "Andrew!" he yelled out as he rushed into the living area, dressed only in silk pajama bottoms and a dragon hide wand holster. 7 sleepy people emerged as his voice rang through the tent. "Harry, what is it?" Andrew asked his charge. He had woken more fully than the others by this point, knowing that Harry must have a good reason for calling for him in the middle of the night. "People are screaming. Are you sure it's not just a celebration?" "Certain. They're terrified," he grunted in response. There was no doubt about the familiar noises and what they meant. "Okay. Take the girls and head for the woods." His charge gritted his teeth at that. "We'll," he gestured to himself and his wife, "go give any assistance that they need." His wife nodded and went about dressing properly for what was to come. "You know I can help, Andrew. You're underage, Harry. I need you to take the girls, and get them to safety," he said, sternly. After a brief staring contest, Harry relented and turned to the girls. "Come on. We need to go, preferably before they get here." He would gladly fight himself, but Harry would be damned if he'd let one of them get hurt because of his own bloodlust. "You all got your wands?" "Yes," was chorused 5 times. Each had had that necessity drilled into their heads over the years, Andrew having taught them never to go anywhere without the weapon of choice for wizards, and Harry nodded, taking charge of their little group. "Let's get going then, leave anything else." Daphne took Astoria's hand as they headed to the exit. "Shit," Harry cursed suddenly. "Andrew, Adelaide, they're in the campsite," he called to the 2 in their bedrooms. Harry glanced around the room, and smiled as he saw the deck of cards he had been editing the night before sat on a table near the tent flap. He grabbed them, undid the rubbed band around them, and moved to the exit again. "Get going. Do not stop, you hear me?" Lord Greengrass called back. There were very few people Harry would take an order from, but Andrew had more of his respect than just about anybody else. Meaning he'd do his best to obey. "Sure," Harry confirmed, fully intending to do as he was told. The 6 underage magical folk exited the tent quickly, and set off through the tents, ignoring the flashes of light in the distance as they did so. As they ran through, they realized just how far the tent was from the woodland, and fear crept up on a few of them. Well, on 5 of them. They moved through a dense grouping of tents, Harry leading, and did what they could to maintain their speed as they could as they were slightly obstructed. As they emerged, the group heard a trio of delired shouts directed at them. "Hey, Peretti L little things. Stop RRR right the re. Look at THH hos SWWEET Lucan gals. We're gonna HHAVESSO me fun." The group turned and saw 3 cloaked figures, with white Death Eater masks showing just barely. All 3 were slightly slurred from alcohol, but the 3 still had the ability to cast a reducto at the ground in front of the 6. "You," he slurred, gesturing at Harry. "Get lost, we don't swing that way." The other 2 had decided to preemptively get undressed, apparently, as they were struggling to remove their robes while still wearing the masks. "Morons. Disgusting," Harry stated, in a bored tone that barely covered the hate he felt. "If I felt inclined, I would simply inform you that 2 of these girls are daughters of a noble house, the other 3 are protected by it, and all 5 have another's heir that pledges their protection, as well. I do not feel inclined to let you go, though. If you hold still, this will be quicker. Please don't hold still." The 3 seemed to have trouble managing to understand what he was saying, but the 2 with their heads covered by cloaks stopped struggling, comprehending that this would likely end badly. If they were caught, they'd be sent to Azkaban for sure. Harry drew the deck of playing cards and picked the 3 from the top. He threw the first at the foremost Death Eater, who was struggling to find a response to the insults, and had begun to raise his wand in response. The card connected to the man's shoulder, and a rune glowed sapphire on the face of the paper. The man let out a shriek of pain as an invisible sword sliced through his upper arm, and the limb fell twitching to the ground. He tilted his head as though staring at the now disconnected appendage, and promptly passed out. The next man was struck in the chest by the card Harry tossed at him, and felt a dozen bludgers slam into his midsection, before he was sent into unconsciousness along with his buddy. The last card seemed to miss, striking the ground at the remaining Death Eater's feet instead. Then, however, an earth-made chain extended from the ground, and wrapped quickly around his midsection, crushing his ribs and maintaining its grip as the man fell, twitching, to the ground. Harry waited, but the Death Eaters did not stand again. "Come on." Harry started off again, and the girls followed him with slightly shocked, though ultimately satisfied, expressions on their faces. Harry gave no reaction to indicate he had just killed, or most likely killed, 3 men. Harry led the group once again, this time with a single card ready in his hands as he anticipated another fight coming soon. An unfounded instinct, but one that he trusted after years of relying on it. As it turns out, he was correct. The group was nearing their goal, the wooded area, when they heard a duo of pain-filled, female, screams and a yell of anger. The 6 rounded a tent and entered into a clearing, and Harry turned as he heard Caroline murmur, "Fleur, Gabby." In front of them was a group of 13 Death Eaters, each with their wands drawn and once more in varying states of dress, surrounding a trio of girls, while a pair of them was restraining a man who was in a partial body bind, with the spell being applied repeatedly in order to avoid him escaping, at the same time. Harry felt his magic flare as he saw the fact that the girls had been seemingly silenced, and a silver-haired girl was curled around what seemed to be her little sister, based on the resemblance, writhing in agony as a masked man held her under the Cruciatus curse. The teenage girl's mother was in a similar situation off to the side, trying to throw the curse off in order to help her daughters. Harry reacted after he saw another, very nearly BPD, Eater send a weak cutting charm at the elder sister, tearing her clothes off as he did so, and begin an approach to her. "I'm aiming first. You can take Z Ozzers if you want, just keep Delacour facing Z's way. I am to watch," the man said in heavily accented English, revealing that he was from France, explaining that he likely had a grudge with the family personally. The crowd did not notice the 6 watching, as Harry turned to the others, locking eyes with Caroline, who gave a pleading look to help her friends. The redhead had often spent time in France with this family, who had been old friends of her parents before their untimely deaths. By happenstance she had found them in pain, and definitely did not want to abandon them now. "Please can we help them?" Caroline murmured to Harry. The boy glanced at Astoria, and frowned slightly. "Of course. Jasmine. Tracy. Yeah. Please take Astoria and take shelter behind the tents for a moment," Harry requested. Astoria because she was significantly younger, and would just get hurt. The other 2 because they were less inclined to use curses, either out of being suited to charms or out of being something of a pacifist. The 2 reluctantly agreed, understanding the logic, and Harry darted out, getting a better shot at the crowd of Death Eaters while Daphne and Caroline prepared to hit them from the other side as soon as Harry needed help. Of course, that was assuming that he would have needed that help. Something that was rendered moot as he saw another Death Eater approach the youngest female. This one, too, cast a cutting hex at the clothing of the 8-year-old girl, and the clothes fell apart as he began to remove his own down to a pair of stained boxers. Bending over, grabbing at Gabrielle and clawing at the little girl's underwear, he pulled down his own. "Concuss!" Harry roared, stabbing his wand in a fierce motion toward the 2 would-be rapists. A cone of energy distorted the air in front of Harry Potter, and slammed into the standing Death Eaters fiercely, sending them all flying with the concussive force. Luckily, the floored family was unaffected by the chest-level spell, and instead were just surprised by the sailing Death Eaters passing over their heads. The curse was centered on the pedophile Death Eater, and Harry didn't flinch as the man's skeleton gave way, and he hit the ground like a waterbed, ripples going through his unsupported body. Harry sent stunner after stunner at them, each rendering one unconscious as he did. This, however, did little in the way of intimidation, as those that had been knocked down hopped back up and began throwing more dangerous curses back at him. He stepped to the side as a particularly nasty, venomous purple spell shot towards his chest. Being one of the first to be on target, the wizards were rather bad shots in their inebriated states, after all. The spell splashed against a tent and the area around it began blackening quickly, before the entire structure dissolved into dust. Harry snarled, annoyed with himself for using such meager attacks, and changed tact. Transfiguring a wall from the earth in front of him, Harry began blasting chunks of the earth at his enemies, knocking them out, and potentially injuring them seriously, as he did so. Repairing the wall, and repeating the process, he charmed the debris to pursue the Eaters, in a similar manner to the bludger that had followed his brother in Harry's 4th year. The chunks flew at the group, and the drunkards did not think to use their magic to eliminate the threat, which would have been very easy for even the least skilled fully grown wizard. Panicking at the projectiles, persistence and the defense their enemy had acquired, the drunk men scooped up their comrades, other than the dead man, and fled, ducking and zigzagging away from the flying chunks of earth. Harry would have pursued the cowards, had the family not needed help as soon as possible. While he had never been hit with the curse himself, he was told that it could drive even the best of wizards insane with prolonged exposure. He jogged over to the whimpering and twitching family, taking just a moment to remove the body bind from the man before he reached the twitching girl in the throes of post-cruciatus spasms, who appeared to be the same age as he and the others. Harry glanced at the man, and found him thankfully occupied with his youngest. This meant he could get started on healing her, and Harry cut the edge of his thumb on the sharp canines in his mouth. Quickly, he painted a couple of runes on the girl's arm to begin healing her, and relieving her of the pain. Fleur's eyes fluttered shut as the agony began to come to an end. Emerald's the last thing she saw before she succumbed to sleep. Sebastian Delacour may, or may not, have seen this but let it go after seeing his daughter sigh, relieved, after the runes were drawn on her skin. He turned to his family's rescuer, and was surprised to find that he was the age of Fleur, and his eldest was still in school. "Thank you," the French ministry worker replied, his voice strained and shaking slightly from anger. The man, remarkably, pulled himself together almost instantaneously, showing serious training. "The Eaters must have caught him off guard. Do you think we should move? They may bring others back here." Harry questioned the older man. "You are right. Do you know where we will be safe? We were told that we ought to be safe in the woods." "We, girls," Harry called out in answer, and Caroline and Daphne, along with the others, who they had retrieved, emerged. "Caroline," the shocked Frenchman exclaimed. "Hi, Mr. Delacour. Are they all right?" she asked, foregoing a reply and pointing to the figures of Fleur, who was unconscious, and Gabrielle, who was curled into a ball, trying to escape the cold. Tracy approached the small girl, and conjured a jacket for her, wrapping it around her small shoulders while soothingly whispering, "Hey, sweetie. Don't worry, you're fine. The bad men are gone." The 8-year-old latched onto the older English girl, and began babbling in French. "Daff, what's she saying?" Tracy asked her best friend. "She's thanking you over and over again." The Owen smirked at her friend. "Apparently she mistook you for Harry." "What? I don't look like Harry," Tracy cried out, indignant. "She's in shock, Trace," Harry interjected. "Everyone knows that you're a girl," he said, cutting off any teasing. Then, he spoke to the man that he had rescued. "Okay, sir, how are we going to do this?" Sebastian narrowed his eyes at the obvious solution to the problem, then sighed. He supposed that the boy had proven himself to be at least somewhat trustworthy. He had saved his family from a horrid fate, after all. "Can you, Tracy, was it? Yes, can you take my youngest, please? Since she's already holding onto you, and all." He received a nod on return. "Caroline, can you give me and with Apolline?" The Frenchman grimaced as he looked at his leg. It me with a cutting curse, I doubt I can take, wait with Z's." He turned a mild glare on the shirtless boy in front of him. He wasn't in the mood to expect him to treat Fleur with care. "You look like you can carry my elder daughter, so I'm trusting you to do so." "Okay," Harry said, shrugging. He walked over to Fleur's prone form and conjured a blanket, that he then used to preserve her modesty as he scooped her up with ease. "Lead the way." He nodded to the three without burdens, and they headed on, avoiding attention as much as they could, given that one of their number had now attracted attention from 20-odd Death Eaters. The rest of their night was largely uneventful, other than the inevitable conversation that Harry and the male Delacour had when the group had reached safety. "So, why were they attacking you?" Harry asked after a lengthy silence. "At least the one seemed to be from France." "I know." Sebastian sighed. "My wife." He looked fondly upon the unconscious Silver Bee-owned woman, who had fallen unconscious along with Fleur. "She's a Vila, as you may, Avenue noticed. They aren't happy that we are making strides toward giving people equal rights." At this, Daphne snorted, her mask absent tonight in wake of the stressful situations of tonight. "Equal rights as women, you mean? That is far from equal rights." Sebastian smiled sadly. The girl had a valid point, females were treated as property in the wizarding world. "Yes, you're right, Miss Greengrass. But Vila are treated as subhuman. Women are treated far better than those that the bigots in government refer to as elf breeds. My wife is an apt example of why she and her people are the same as wizards." "And the French attackers were the bigots?" Harry asked. The idea that they had contacts abroad was worrying. "Something like that, yes." Sebastian scowled. "They were aiming to make an example out of Ooze. The Delacours are a noble family in France," Caroline explained. "They hold seats on their version of the Wizengamot and sell wine in both the Muggle and the Wizarding worlds." "Right. Any idea who that guy was?" Harry queried of Sebastian. "None. Avenue made enemies of a lot of the racists." Lord Delacour shook his head, frowning at the thought. "I will need to talk to Fleur about the tournament. These will not, warm up to me again." He added, mostly to himself. "All right, then, I'm going to check the area," Harry said, as he eyed the treeline uneasily. A second later, he vanished into the shadows and began a search for any other Death Eaters. "Fleur's upset with you?" Caroline questioned. "Why is that? She is not mentioned to you. We haven't written to each other for a few weeks." Caroline explained. "Ah, I am sure she will not mind my telling you, then." His shoulders slumped a little at this, and he switched to French in an effort to avoid being overheard. "The boy who lived. Apparently my father and his grandfather created a contract for the eldest female Delacour and the male Potter heir to be married. There was no female in my generation, so it has passed to the next." Sebastian scowled at the thought. The boy has insisted that he wants to have a Vila. His knowing about the contract activated it, unfortunately. "Why is it for Thomas, then?" Caroline queried, confused. "What do you mean? He's the Potter son and heir." "No, he's not. At least, not technically. Is he not the only Potter child?" Sebastian was confused. The Potters had come to several French engagements, never had they brought another child with them. "No. Although it isn't surprising that the people in France are under that impression. The Potter heir ran away as a child, due to neglect." At this point, Caroline and Daphne were scowling visibly, the latter having been able to follow the conversation. Harry likely would have been less than happy, too, had he not been checking the surrounding area for danger. "Really? Do you know this heir?" "You could say that, yes." "Do you believe he is a better fit for Fleur?" "Definitely, yes," Caroline replied, running a hand over her face, and pointedly ignoring Daphne's glare. "How are you so sure?" "Well, I know him as well as anybody does, and I am well aware of what Fleur's ideal man would be." She gave a slightly amused look. "And his saving her life, and her mother, father and sister would definitely not hurt." "Saving her? Wait, your shirtless friend." "That's not necessarily how I would describe him, but yes, Harry is the elder Potter." Caroline shrugged, and her tone changed to one of slight hope. "Besides, I doubt he'll be in any rush to wed." Sebastian caught onto the slight clues. "Hang on. If this will cause tension between the two of you, you really should talk to Fleur about this entire situation. I'll discuss it with the others. I'm sure we will get around to talking to Fleur about Harry." Daphne's thoughts were furious. Yet another girl was in the running. And this by.ch had a magical contract on her side. She took a calming breath. It would not do to alienate the Delacour girl. The 5 girls looked after by the Greengrass family was sat in a single compartment. The prefect meeting had finished half an hour ago, and now they were sat around, talking quietly as time went on. Harry had gone off to change, in anticipation for the rush that would come in the toilets as they approached Hogwarts. The Grills, likewise, were dressed in their school robes, and had moved on to the topic of the tournament that they had heard of from the Delacours. The group was discussing the pros and cons of entering the contest, not for themselves, mind you, but for Harry. They unanimously agreed that he would be most likely to be victorious against whatever competition the schools brought along with them. He had proven that fact time and time again. Most recently during the Death Eater incident. If the group asked him to, he would surely enter the contest. That would be beneficial to them and himself. And, though he never confirmed it, the five of them believed that he probably wanted, on some level, to prove himself to his estranged family despite Harry's assurances to the contrary. What better way than to become the Triwizard Champion? On the other hand, though, there was still a very real risk if he did enter. The death toll was nothing to be made light of. What would they do if Harry was hurt or, Merlin forbid, killed in this? However, the group knew that it would be a good thing for everyone, other than the other schools, that is, if they were represented by someone of Harry Potter's caliber. As they reached this conclusion, the door opened, revealing A.B. owned, arrogant Ponce. "Ah, the Greengrass sisters. What are you two doing with these orphans?" he asked, comically looking down his nose, with his head tilted slightly upwards, as he did in order to show some form of superiority. He asked the same thing again and again, as if they would come around to his side with enough persistence. "Piss off, Malfoy," Tracy said, irritated already. "Ah, the slut's daughter dares talk to me," he said, with a haughty smirk on his face. The group knew what that was referring to, and there was no need to say that it upset those inside the cabin. Trace's father had died quickly in the raid that killed the girl's parents, a merciful death. Her mother, though, had been kept alive for a long time before her death. Tracy paled at the insult, and everyone's anger rose. "You think that your gorilla bodyguards will stop me from cursing that slimy smile off your face, Malfoy?" Astoria growled out. "Get out, now." "Ah, that's not a very nice thing to say, sweet Tory." The younger Greengrass shuddered. "Crabbe, Goyle, I don't think anyone would blame you if you happened to take revenge on her during the school year." The smirk grew further as he spoke, and was, soon after, wiped suddenly off his face. "But, my ignorant little friends." Harry planted his hands on each of the bulky boy's shoulder, and their legs shook slightly at the sudden pressure. "The activity of taking revenge does tend to increase the chances of your muscles being a little too strained to prevent falling down a flight of stairs and snapping your necks. So I'd have to recommend avoiding such strenuous activities." He growled, and shoved them apart, stepping through the created gap, and continued. "You ought to leave, Blondie. I'd hate to assign detentions before we even arrive at school. Though I'm sure Hagrid'd be happy to help punish any people that were assigned there for threatening one of his favorite students." The Malfoy heir paled even further than normal as he heard the word, Hagrid. "That means get out." The boy, trying to maintain a sense of dignity, slowly scampered out of the cabin. While he was doing so, Harry spoke again in a low voice. "And if you ever bring up what your father and his club did again, I will cripple you," he promised, in a hiss. Draco's retreat increased in speed. Harry dropped down onto the open seat in the compartment, and stretched. The feline aspect of his mind was responsible for that habit. The girls were shown that he had developed even further over the summer by his shirt riding up, and hinting at the etched muscles underneath. Harry was happy, later on in the journey, to assign 3 detentions each to his brother, Malfoy, Crabbe and Ronald for brawling in the hallways. They would be working with Filch to clean around the school, the specifics waiting to be given by the squib himself. The 4 were upset, but he cared little for any of them, and certainly not for their opinions. "Now, I have a very exciting announcement to make to you about this year. One that promises a lot of enjoyment to be had by all involved." Dumbledore left that statement hanging, increasing the anticipation that many people felt regarding this statement. Harry was bored at this point. He knew exactly what the old man was going to announce. This year, Hogwarts is going to host the Triwizard Tournament. For several beats, silence reigned through the Great Hall. "You're joking," one of the Weasley twins exclaimed. This set off the majority of the hall. Everyone laughed, even the headmaster gave a chuckle. "No, Mr. Weasley, I assure you I am not. Although I did hear a good one over the summer. A hag, a troll and a leprechaun walk into a bar. Not important." Dumbledore cut himself off after McGonagall cleared her throat. As I was saying, this year, we will be hosting 2 other, very prestigious, schools. Durmstrang and Buebackstons. The students from the aforementioned schools will be arriving at the end of next week in order to begin the other, friendlier competitions we will be holding, that we are sure will help improve foreign relations. These will include a dueling contest that you may begin applying for immediately. See Professor Flitwick if you are interested, and are at least a 4th year. The diminutive professor waved enthusiastically. As well as this, we will have an inter-school Quidditch tournament. See Madam Hooch to try out for one of the 2 Hogwarts teams, a trivia competition for those more interested in academics, and, as a more light-hearted event, we will be having a long-running talent show. Murmurs broke out throughout his soliloquy, people talking about what they were going to go in for, and who would do best in each. Who would bring glory to Hogwarts. But, to get onto the main point of this announcement, we have increased the volume of tasks in the main tournament by holding 6 as opposed to the 3 that have historically taken place. The competition promises to be extremely exciting, and promises that we will have an interesting year. However, the danger has promoted several precautions. We will, once more, be joined by the Aurors from our ministry, along with a squad from the French ministry, and a squadron of Bulgarian law enforcers. Thankfully, our minister has seen fit to remove the Dementors from our grounds and, along with this, the number of Hogsmeade trips will be increasing too, for our foreign friends to enjoy themselves in our famed town. But in the spirit of safety, we are restricting the entry of the Triwizard Tournament to people who have, by the time they enter, passed their owls. What? Ronald Weasley exclaimed, while his older brothers wore matching grins at the prospect of entering, and in their minds winning, the contest. That's not fair. Did the 4th year expect it to be a chess tournament or something? I'm sorry if that upsets anybody, but it has been agreed by each school involved, as well as their respective ministries, that this criteria is necessary to prevent any excessive danger to the respective champions. The headmaster went on to introduce the Auror captains from last year, James Potter and Sirius Black, much to Harry's annoyance, the new Dada professor, Alistair Moody, the new Muggle Studies professor, Lily Potter. Worsening Harry's mood even further, he thanked the powers that be that Lupin was kicked out last year and the ministry workers in charge of the contest, Bagman and Crouch, who were attending for the single feast before the contest. The chatter was making Harry's coming headache all the more prominent. It would be a long year. Mundungus Fletcher was stalking a prime target for robbery. The 12-year-old up ahead was dressed in very pristine robes, as he walked into a quiet street of Diagon Alley, looking around casually as he, presumably, waited for his family to finish shopping elsewhere. Greedy, beady little eyes locked onto the heavy, jingling coin purse tied to his belt, and Fletcher sped up, bumping into the boy, and snatching the galleons with surprisingly nimble fingers. With a triumphant grin, the sweaty man walked off. "Give it back, sneak." A voice rang out, making the sweat stains grow at the cold venom radiating from the words. Give what back?" Mundungus asked, nervously as he turned to face the hard, emerald eyes. "My coin purse, you disgusting man." The preteen snarled. "I've no idea what you mean," Mundungus said, voice wavering only slightly. I'm going to give you one chance to give me my money back, before I break your legs." Harry growled at the man. Mundungus met the fierce gaze, and gulped nervously as he felt something inspire primal fear in him. "Why yeah, fine." He tossed the purse back, and scurried away as fast as his fat legs would carry him. "Harry! Harry!" A female voice called. Crap! Harry sped up, weaving between the crowd leaving the Great Hall after dinner, the day after Lily had been introduced to the school. He was more than a little annoyed by the fact that the woman was calling him sweetie, as though she was his mother. The redhead tried to follow her estranged son as he quickly moved through the crowd, but quickly found that the raven-haired teen was far quicker than she, and watched as Harry slipped through the doors, and vanished. Thankfully, to Lily anyway, she now had the rest of the school year, at least, to talk to him. She would manage this time. "Where is he then?" James Potter demanded of the man in front of him, who was blocking the doorway from the head of House Potter. "I want to see my son." To his left, a teary-eyed Lily Potter née Evans was on her tiptoes, trying to see past the broad form of Andrew Greengrass, only to find the hallway behind to be empty. They must have been in another room. "He is not here, Lord Potter. I would ask that you compose yourself." Andrew replied to the angered man, voice unemotive as he met James's gaze. Compose myself. Compose myself. You kidnapped my son, you bastard. The male Potter yelled at the man he blamed for his heir's absence. Kidnapped? You are accusing me of kidnapping Harry. Andrew Greengrass lost his temper briefly. He was alone for half a decade before we found him, Lord Potter. He chose to stay with us. He is our son. Lily interjected. What right do you have to have him live with you? Because he has chosen to do so. We care enough about him to take him into account. He aimed the cheap shot at the parents in front of him. And, since Harry does not want to see either of you, and in fact is not here, I am going to have to ask you to vacate my property. You. James growled out, through gritted teeth, before he just snarled at the bigger man, and the two Potters stormed off. They had no foot to stand on given that Harry didn't seem to be present. Hey, Harry. Tracy collapsed onto the couch next to the ebony-haired boy, and yawned widely. Professor Potter's getting annoying in her pursuit of you, you know. The girl's hand twitched towards Harry's, but Harry dismissed the action. The only thing he could think it might mean was that she had the desire to attack him, and her subconscious was expressing as much. He trusted Tracy, though, it must have had another meaning. Is she bothering you, Trace? He asked, as he looked away from the pages. Harry was concerned that his mother was upsetting his friends. What right did she have to do so? A little, but I can handle it. She yawned yet again. You looking forward to tonight? You mean the other schools? Yup, I'm sure it'll be interesting. Harry nodded, before the side of his mouth twitched. I do hope none of our own will embarrass us, though. His eyes flicked over to the Gryffindor-ish Slytherin fourth year that was holding court across the room. Oh, I wonder who you could mean. The two knew that the reference was aimed at the Malfoy scion. A mystery. He smiled. So, he continued, who do you reckon is going to be on our Quidditch team? He enjoyed Quidditch, and it was an area of small talk that sometimes enjoyed discussing. Particularly when it was with one of his friends. Assuming that every Quidditch player tried out. Almost. Definitely the Weasley twins. They're the undisputed best beaters when paired. Harry nodded, agreeing with the assessment. Keepers up in the air, no really good ones left after the end of last year. Chasers. Well, there's you. Then it'll probably be two of the Gryffindor ones. Seeker, I don't really know between Diggory and Chong. I agree. He rubbed his jaw, and looked at his friend contemplatively. So, have you decided what you're going in for? Harry asked. No. Maybe the academic. Although I'm not sure I'd fit in with that group. You wouldn't want to spend too long in the company of Granger, would you? He asked, with a smirk. Tracy giggled in return. The bushy-haired girl was not unpleasant, but she talked a lot about things nobody else cared about. I'd end up silencing her, no doubt. She replied before sighing and saying, I'll try for the dueling, anyway. No harm in going in for it. Thanks for waiting, Trace. A cold voice remarked, and the two looked up to meet the violet eyes of Daphne Greengrass. She was looking at Tracy with some small annoyance, after her best friend had rushed on ahead after class. Hey, Daph. Did Professor Potter bother you, too? She took the seat on Harry's other side, and scowled in answer. Then, she decided to elaborate on her feelings. She's stubborn, you've got to give her that. It was bad enough with my father here last year. This is going to get old really quickly. Harry murmured his assent with the girl's views. Oi. Everyone get ready to head down for the greeting. It had reached 4 p.m. by now, and the delegations were set to arrive within the hour. We head down in 10 minutes. The 7th-year prefect called out. The three dropped their things off in their rooms, and met back at the entrance. The group of Slytherins arrived promptly down at the entrance hall. The lake. Look at the lake. Lee Jordan called out. From the black water, Harry and the others watched a old-timey, massive ship rise from the depths. Interesting. Harry commented as the ship revealed the entirety of itself. How did that work? Interesting summed up his thought process quite well. So that's Durmstrang, then. The group that exited was wearing thick coats, and marched uniformly up to the massive archway of a door, where the dislikable headmaster and Dumbledore exchanged greetings. Thomas. That's Victor Crumb. The youngest Weasley boy called out, to the delight of his prankster brothers who began mocking him with dotting noises. The delegation, led by the surly Quidditch star, walked into the castle, as the two schools' headmasters greeted each other. After a brief conversation, the crowd's attention was drawn elsewhere. In the sky, Another voice called out, and sure enough there was a large, regal carriage pulled by a group of Pegasus. The students who emerged gave the impression of condescension as soon as Harry laid eyes on them. A shocking achievement, for the entire group to scream arrogance. A giant woman led the procession towards the Hogwarts delegation, standing at least the height of their resident half-giant. Dumbledore. The woman greeted, cheerfully. They exchanged pleasantries, that Harry paid no attention to, as the Beauxbaxton students came level with the group of Hogwarts students. They looked around with disgusted expressions, as the majority of males of the British school went slack-jawed at the aura a beautiful bee, owned at the front of their procession was giving off. Harry scowled at the expressions of his housemates, as he felt a tug at his subconsciousness, resisting the Veela allure as he shrugged the effects off. How disgusting the boys were. Half of them were openly drooling at the very presence of the French girl. Harry sat, once again, bored. In the hall, Dumbledore was mostly just repeating what he had previously said to his own students. Explaining the dueling contest especially, the competitors for which were to meet for the first time tomorrow, on the Saturday, to be divided into the brackets that they would be competing against. As he sighed, he attracted attention from the newly arrived Durmstrang girls. They watched the handsome boy lean his head into his hand, and close his eyes. Only to be on the receiving end of the Ice Queen's glare. Dumbledore finally finished his speech, and food appeared in the center of each long table. Harry moved his attention to the Ravenclaw table, checking on his other friends, and found a source of amusement for himself. A bright red-faced pair of Gryffindor fourth years was what greeted a gorgeous bee, owned across the hall. She seemed to be asking for a dish that they had on the table, but had been treated to the boy who lives charm and his best friend gaping at her. Thomas Potter seemed to think that the girl had an interest on him, as he grinned at her and patted the bench next to him. Then, he suddenly dissolved into a pile of drool, and his mouth hung open. Granger handed the French dish to Fleur Delacour with an apology, and the Veela turned to head back to Ravenclaw's table with a disgusted expression. That look changed into one of recognition as her eyes met those of the other Potter student across the hall from her, and she had a reaction that certainly seemed out of place in her otherwise cold expression. Her cheeks became pink at the fact that she had, even briefly and unintentionally, looked at her, and her family's savior with such a look, not to mention the fact that she knew the handsome lad had carried her while she was both unconscious, and very nearly BPD, right after he had seen her in such a pathetic state. Her mask came back on at the though that the male would probably think of her as just a weakling that needed to be rescued, a stereotype that was oft placed on Veela. Well, that was part of the reason she had acted in such a manner, but she pushed the other reason out of her head, and focused on the undeniable. Then, the boy smirked at her, and glanced to the boy who lived behind her, grin growing at the embarrassment he no doubt suffered at that moment along with his annoying friend. Harry turned to Daphne next to him, and murmured, with a smirk, "Look at my brother." The Ice Queen gave an uncharacteristic snort at the sight of the almighty savior, in such a pitiful state, and shook her head. "Pathetic. That about sums them up." Harry smiled back. "The older Veela girl we saved's here, then." "That's right." Daphne frowned slightly at her statement. "And I think you mean you saved. Why does that upset you?" he asked his friend, confused at her minute, but still visible, reaction. The violet-eyed beauty turned to him with the frown still present, and shook her head. "It's nothing. Don't worry." Now, it was Harry's turn to frown. "You sure?" At her nod he relented. "Okay." Harry assumed that he had been mistaken. "But remember that you can rant at me if you want." He reminded her. "I know, Harry, I know." The two fell back into silence as Harry piled meat onto his plate, a hint of his animagus forms and, this time, their diets. Poppy Pomfrey was hoping sincerely that the addition of these two new schools wouldn't change the repertoire that had been built up over the last 3 years. Well, it had already been true for 3 out of 4 houses in Hogwarts, but she was happy to see the end of girls coming into the hall with mystery injuries, that were obviously, to the healer, from assaults of a Godwall nature. That was a disgusting secret that had been true of the school for who knows how long, likely since the time of the founders. Salazar's house had turned a blind eye to the rights, limited as they were, of witches being violated. Of course, the stopping of those injuries had been accompanied by an increase of visits from others. Flashback. Madame Pomfrey. She turned, to find a dozen Slytherin boys, made up of 6th and 7th year, standing nervously in the doorway, glancing around sheepishly as though to make sure not to be overheard. "Can I help you?" She frowned, and unconsciously her hand edged towards the pocket holding her wand. She was aware of their nighttime activities with the girls from their house. She was unwilling to risk the same herself. Each of these boys had also paid a visit at the beginning of the year after falling down the stairs and seriously injuring themselves, a half-dozen times at minimum. "Yes. You see," one spoke up, "we're having problems with our. He gestured downwards non-committally and reddened. Oddly nervous for a male Slytherin. "You all are?" she questioned. That was an odd coincidence. The group nodded. "And what seems to be the problem? I assume you were referring to your genitalia." Nods again. "And are you going to tell me what the issue is?" Poppy almost snapped at the high-year Slytherins. They aren't working." The same boy epied. The 5th years had followed the next day, the year under a year after. Poppy Pomfrey had been unable to help any of them with their problem. The same group had turned up, in pairs, later in the year with various hexes and jinxes impairing them, claiming that they had been practicing dueling and it had gone wrong. They hated the idea of admitting a 3rd year bested them in a fight. Needless to say that impotence, added to the copious amounts of pain that came with attempting to hurt any of the girls, warned the younger years away from carrying on the tradition. The next day, Harry Potter woke up a little after noon, the weekend not requiring an early rise from the 6th year, and headed down in time for lunch. Yet again, his sleeping in was a habit he had received as a part of the package deal that was his Animagus gifts. The Great Hall was packed by this time, in anticipation of the dueling club that would be taking place early in the afternoon. As he walked into the hall, Harry felt the eyes of the majority of the hall fall upon him. The attention he had received briefly the night before, namely from the girls who had not yet seen him, increased significantly as they got a good look at him and the way he carried himself. Nobody could dispute Harry being attractive. He was likely the best-looking male in the 3 schools, but that fact was largely unimportant as the ebony-haired wizard strode through the doors. Fleur Delacour, along with the very limited group of friends she had from Beauxbatons, watched the boy that had arrived late to the hall, intrigued by the odd aura he gave off. One of lethal grace that they had never seen before. Upon first glance, Harry Potter would appear nonchalant, relaxed even, but if you watched him closely, at least as closely as many girls in the hall were, you would notice the slight tensing of his body. The subtle, yet significant, tautness. Alistair Moody, along with the few others in the Great Hall that had any experience with fighting, and more importantly war, knew that the tall male had experience in the art of death. The only question was how. It would seem odd to most that the headmaster accepted this boy as a student. Even gave him a position of authority in being a prefect. But the elderly wizard was well aware of the boy and his heroic tendency, despite Harry's dislike for that aspect of himself. He had saved the boy who lived. A person that he detested, at least twice in the Hogwarts career. Thrice if you counted the werewolf incident that may well have resulted in Thomas's death from the year prior. The Greengrasses were a neutral family, and Harry had been heavily influenced by their teachings. While the boy likewise wasn't an avid supporter of Dumbledore in the light side, likely doubtful enough to accept a fight with the light wizards that practiced such idolization toward Albus, he had always been civil towards the headmaster. Plus, Filius was influential to the elder Potter, at least, and that certainly suggested that the boy was not of the dark persuasion. The powerful wizard sincerely believed that Harry had a good heart. Even more so than he did with everyone. Of course, Harry was a person to watch. Dumbledore could not refute the need to keep an eye on the Potter team. He had foiled several of the situations that would have helped prepare his brother, something that had bothered the headmaster to begin with, but when he thought back over the summer, Albus had easily realized that Thomas would likely have perished at least once by now. The younger boy was a true blue Gryffindor, charging blindly into danger would not help against a basilisk. Granted, Harry's technique against the deadly serpent was far from subtle, odd for a Slytherin, but at least he'd utilized the element of surprise. Come to think of it, subtlety would probably be less than useful against such a monster. Even those that were cut from the red and gold cloth in school accepted the need for planning later on in life. The headmaster was aware of the much more subtle method that he had seen from Thomas's memories of the first-year incident. Harry would have put himself in a dangerous, and very likely losable, situation if he were to fight a Death Eater as a third year, no matter how strong he was for his age. It was good to see that Harry had the common sense not to throw himself into such a situation. Unlike his younger brother, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore reminisced on the one-on-one meeting he had with Harry after the Chamber of Secrets incident. Albus had arrived back at school, having heard word of the students entering the chamber had scared the board into reinstating the extremely powerful headmaster, hoping to save themselves from the backlash that surely would have accompanied their compliance in expelling the strongest living wizard from the castle when they needed his help most. He had deduced where the chamber was while away, recalling the location of Myrtle's death. He was furious with himself for not realizing the obvious connection earlier, but he had been occupied with other issues too much to investigate a girl's bathroom. Now, he was stood inside, watching the hole in the ground as a familiar aura came flying upwards. His old friend had still been able to help, at least. The flame bird floated up from the depths below with a regal grace, talons clutching a giddily grinning figure of Gilderoy Lockhart, and a heavy-breathing Harry Potter. Lockhart was holding the collar of the youngest Potter, while the elder Potter held the bicep of the youngest male Weasley nonchalantly, and had the Weasley girl resting in his right arm. "Professor Lockhart, what is going on here?" Dumbledore questioned, flabbergasted at the notion that Gilderoy saved the children from Slytherin's monster. How could the fraud possibly have saved them? Albus kept his gaze on the sparling-teethed man, who stared back for half a minute before he turned to Harry. "I think he's talking to you," the grinning man said. "Ah," Harry sighed. "I found Weasley's wand next to him. His eyes were glazed and he was just sat there, sir. Either he got hit on the head by something, he got drunk and fell down the hole, or a memory charm backfired on him." Harry shook his head. The man was a fool. "Is that so?" Dumbledore focused on Harry, prodding very slightly at his mind with legilimency, to check the boy was truly himself. Harry Potter was speaking to him, and so Albus ventured no deeper. "And what happened down there, Harry?" The boy smiled at him and shrugged the best he could with his burden. "I'm not sure, Professor. I turned up just as whatever happened finished. A guy had stabbed a fang into a little black book, that then screamed bloody murder, turned into some kind of little bird, and flew away." "Really? And you have no idea who dealt with Slytherin's monster?" Albus was more than skeptical, but his eyes had a slight twinkle of amusement. "None at all, sir." Of course, that had been a lie. Albus had asked James and Lily for permission to retrieve Thomas's memory of the event, and had seen plain as day that the boy who killed the beast had been Harry. It wasn't exactly difficult to recognize the messy raven hair in the boy's profile. Unaware of the headmaster's train of thought, Harry strode toward the silver and green table, shifting uncomfortably at the number of eyes upon him. Why were they always watching him? And those are the rules in a wizard's duel. The squeaky voice of Professor Flitwick finished. "As a brief overview, you must stay inside the designated area on your end of the platform, using the spells you so choose to fight your opponent. In England, we have a ban on any spells designated as dark. These rules vary depending on the country, and this tournament will be ruled against any lethal spells, or specifically illegal spellcasting. Because the laws in Britain are the most restrictive, it is simply, for any Hogwarts student, not to use lethal intent, or dark spells." The diminutive professor carried on speaking, hopping up and down in excitement from getting to discuss dueling, like the good old days. Easy enough for the potential British competitors. "Now," Phileas Flitwick continued, "to decide our representatives in this competition, we will have a tournament between each year, to find the top 3 of each. Those 12 will be our duelists." His grin grew even further. "Are there any questions?" When nobody had any, the half-goblin hopped down from his perch and headed over to the sheet of paper with the list of each student that desired the opportunity to be in the tournament. He picked it up and all but skipped over to a large blackboard over on one wall. The charms professor tapped his wand against the paper, then against the board, and chalk began spreading over the black surface, showing 12 brackets of students, each year having been split in 2. They would, after this next demonstration, be sent off with their year group to begin competing. Not finishing, for sure, but they should get through the first round at least. Now, since I am the only teacher here at the moment, I'll need a volunteer to assist me in showing the younger students how to properly duel. I believe that the demonstration that was given 2 years ago was less than helpful. Harry watched the little man's grin grow as he turned, pretending to scan the students, to face the raven-haired sixth year. "Ah, Mr. Potter, yes, you should do well." Those near Harry heard the boy let out a groan. "Of course, Professor." He climbed slowly onto the platform, and approached the center of the long stage. The smaller man grinned at him as he, too, approached, and they stopped halfway down the length. Proper etiquette in dueling requires that the opponents bow to each other. Flitwick narrated. The two did so. "Then, you return to your designated ring." They went back to their circle, 12 feet in diameter. And stopped as Phileas spoke once more. "Next, the referee will count down to begin. In this case, I will do so myself. Now remember, Harry, this is just a demonstration. I may call time in order for us to explain what is happening to any beginners in the audience." The professor smiled while Harry had a focused look on his face, stance relaxed. 3, 2, 1, begin. Pavo. Engorgio. Apugno. Harry yelled loudly, with 3 swipes of his wand. 7 peacocks charged toward the diminutive professor, growing massively. The professor threw several blasting curses, and the peacocks were destroyed with ease, only for a red bolt to fly at the half-goblin, a blue streak following, and the professor dodged easily aside. A powerful reducto slammed into the ground in front of the charm's professor, and rocks and dust flew up in a cloud, before it was charmed to race at the professor, preventing his visual. The small professor shot a few minor jinxes at Harry, to keep him on his toes, and dissipated the cloud of dust before sending an Expelliarmus at his opponent. Harry, having dodged the nuisance spells, sent a strong gust of wind at the half-goblin. Flitwick sent a windbreaker at the gust, and began dodging as Harry started rapid-firing spells at the professor. Flitwick narrowly dodged a stunner, and sent a trio of red bolts back at Harry. The target used a strong shield spell, and prepared to send an onslaught back at the professor, only for the second stunner to tear open a hole in the shield, and for the third to catch the powerful student in the chest. "Renervate," a high-pitched voice uttered, and Harry's eyes shot open, and he sat up with a groan. "You did well this time, Harry." Flitwick spoke loudly. "Does anyone know what he did wrong?" The majority of students were silent. A few 6th and 7th years murmured, and then a 4th year spoke up. He was against a more powerful opponent. Hermione Granger called out, hand raised. Harry assumed that this was her brown-nosing as he was told, though it may have been by biased sources, that the bushy-haired girl was a teacher's pet. That is a possible reason. Do you believe that it was the case in this duel, Harry? Phileas turned to the boy, who shakily rose to his feet, righting his balance quickly enough with a shake of his head. No, you were the more skilled and experienced. Not to mention that you had the advantage in build. He shrugged, annoyed with himself for losing, but understanding why. He had entirely expected to lose this bout against the dueling champion. He'd lost count, but it must be nearing 80 to 10. And those 10 were questionable, given that he had used tactics that, while not banned, were heavily frowned upon in professional circles. You used your advantages better than I used mine. Exactly. Winning a duel is, of course, dependent on magical power and skill, but more importantly is the certain edge that everyone has. The advantages that you must utilize in real life in order to survive. The same can be said in a duel. For example, it is well known that Mr. Potter is uncommonly powerful. Had he poured more power into the number of spells he could have sent, especially destructive ones, he may well have won. Harry snorted. Except for the fact that you don't use shields. I could probably overpower your defenses, but you just scamper out of the way and dodge. Unless I destroyed your circle, or sent a wide-range banishing spell, both of which be illegal by the way, since they'd most likely be fatal, I'd stand no chance of winning. Harry shook his head. He was more crass than most with his professors, and earned a disapproving frown from the 4th-year Gryffindor because of it, but Flitwick had long since accepted that it was the same with all but a select few. Minerva had explained that to him a few years ago. There was a staff meeting taking place in the headmaster's office that Thursday evening, and the heads of house had finished giving their reports to Dumbledore. Now, they were moving on to the observations that anyone had made regarding behavior. It was unfortunate that they could not do anything against perpetrators unless a victim came forth, an old rule from the founders to prevent any abuse of students, or certain incidents would have been severely punished years ago. And what observations have you made regarding Thomas Potter? Albus questioned Phileas and the others present, eyes twinkling merrily. The third-year professors shrugged, not knowing the boy, while Phyllis, Poppy, Pomona and Minerva's, being the nearest the headmaster's desk, frowns were the most noticeable. Other than Severus' scowl, anyway, but that expression was to be expected. Albus looked shocked at the reactions briefly before he schooled his expression back into his kind-hearted one. Severus just muttered angrily about the boy being as arrogant as his father, but the other, less biased professors also interjected their opinions on the first year. I have heard rumors of him bullying Albus. He has used his fame to become the top of the food chain, so to speak. Minerva said, with a disapproving frown on her face. More than just rumors, Pomona exclaimed. He's been referring to my puffs as useless since he arrived, and I've had complaints regularly about him pranking them. In very unpleasant ways, too. She shot a small glare at the head of Gryffindor. I am sorry, Pomona. I wish I could help, but Thomas has convinced other students to give alibis for him on each occasion. And you know as well as I that insults are not enough to punish a student unless it causes serious emotional distress, else the derogatory term that is popular in Severus' house would have long since faded away. The plump woman gave a reluctant nod at the logic. I've found the same to be true, Albus. Phileas chirped. He is less than pleasant to those in any other house. This includes my claws, who he calls nerds and bookworms. Fortunately, they have been told by the rest of my house that Thomas is not the Potter brother that they should be wary of. Phileas had a hint of pride at the mention of the older Potter. He had been on good terms throughout with the strong boy since his first year. Harry had known the half-goblin as a child, since Phileas often consulted with Lily on matters in her ministry research job, and the young boy had found the strange-looking man amusing in a manner that only a child could get away with, often referring to him as Little Manny. When he was 3, it was unsurprising for the Charms professor to be proud of Harry's progress and power. Speaking of young Harry, Dumbledore said, with his customary twinkle. Minerva, you said that you had a theory regarding his bluntness that most of us have observed in him in recent weeks. Minerva nodded and began. Yes. As you've brought up before, Harry has registered with the ICW as an animagus, correct? The older wizard nodded. Well, this is just a hypothesis as none of us know what Harry's form actually is, but I believe it must be some kind of pack animal and hunter. A wolf of some kind would be my guess, and that means that he views things, at least partially, in the manner of a wolf. What does that mean? Albus asked, likely for the sake of the others present. He still gives you respect, doesn't he, Albus? He seems to, yes. The headmaster confirmed with a nod. Then he likely realizes you are powerful enough to earn that respect. But he probably has no real reason to give any of us the same level. She had a disapproving tone. Because of his wolf aspect, he pays heed to the alpha. That would, logically, still be you. She said, continuing with her addressing the headmaster. But even then, a part of him will question whether you have the youth required. If he was entirely a wolf, Harry would probably have challenged you at least once by now for the position. Do wolves not tend to respect their elders though, Minerva? Again, this is speculation, but I think that he does, for the most part. Harry still attends lessons, showing he accepts that we have experience that he may learn from. I think it's simply that he believes, like a canine would, that youth and athleticism is an advantage, and that us being older doesn't mean we are fit to lead. Albus nodded, understanding the explanation, and the meeting continued on briefly before the headmaster dismissed the teachers back to their chambers. The Charms professor split the group into their brackets, and then he moved them into pairs within for the first match-up. He gave instructions to have to wait off to the side, and with a wave of his wand, enough rings for each pair to have 2 appeared on the floor. Lee Jordan looked rather unhappy, to Harry. He was scowling quite visibly at the others around, jealous of their choice for opponent. This S.K.S. The Quidditch announcer grumbled. Yeah, sorry about this, Harry said, with the smallest of smiles showing his amusement. Evidently the boy had an inkling that Harry would beat him in the duel, and the animagus found that fact amusing. The two approached, walking to the midway point between their circles, and bowed at the waist. The two retreated back to their respective circles. The rest of the groups did the same, and once everyone was in position, Flitwick raised his wand, and a large number 3 appeared in the air. Point 2. Point 1. Dot. Begin. There were various cries of incantations across the large classroom as people shot off their go-to spell, but, as Lee swished his wand through the air, he saw a trio of ropes sailing toward him, intent to strangle, and panicked. He slashed his wand down, sending a cutting curse at them, and felt a slight satisfaction as the ropes fell, useless, to the ground. A silent impedimenta caught him in the chest, and Lee felt his legs fly back, as his front went forward. The ground rose to meet him as his unprotected face. After feeling his nose break, Lee ahd an invisible force tug his left ankle, and yank him into the air, where he floated with his robes dangling and covering his face. I give, you win, Lee Jordan exclaimed, before he dropped unceremoniously back to the ground, while his opponent chuckled at the speed of their duel. Congratulations, Harry said, with a smile for the victorious three in front of him, Tracy, Daphne and Caroline having defeated their opponents in the first round. Doubtless Jasmine would have, also, had she chosen to participate. As it was, she had stood with Harry as they watched the three in the second part of the duels. Yep, you did really well, Jasmine added, with a victorious smirk, which was not visible to the boy she had her arm linked with. The other three glared at her as her smirk grew to a grin and she waggled her eyebrows at them. They were distracted as Harry let out an amused chuckle, and turned to ask him what it was. That's a good pairing. Harry smirked at the final fight that was going on. The Weasley twins seemed to be evenly matched as they went head to head, each sending a stunner at their brother, both of which collided and fizzled out in mid-air. The one on the right, whichever brother it was, shot a jelly leg jinx, followed by a disarming charm at the other, while his brother sent a tickling charm, and yet another Expelliarmus back. In return, both hit, and both wands flew off out of their wielder's hand. The mid-air writing announced a tie as the end result, but the two ignored it, aiming to best their brother. A giggling Weasley charged out of his ring, and engaged his brother Muggle style. The attacker punched his sibling in the stomach, knocking his brother off his unsupportive legs and onto his back. The standing Weasley fell onto his back, cackling madly, and his opponent rolled over to begin punching at his twin. The two rolled over repeatedly, trying to get the upper hand in their brawl. The room, at this point, was full of laughter at the comical sight of the identical Gingers playing fisticuffs. With a wave of his wand, Flitwick, who was also grinning, separated the pair. You bastard! Both Weasleys yelled. You never talk to me again. The pair spun on their heels, and stormed off. Gee, Tracy commented, sarcastically. I wonder how long that will last. The others laughed at the idea of one of their falling outs lasting more than a day. Ha ha. Look at the kitty dance. Look at the kitty dance. A masked man, with a nasally voice cackled as he jabbed his wand at the squirming second year, a silencing charm, applied earlier, preventing the boy from screaming from the duress he was under. The torture was taking place near the remnants of the boys' school. The attackers had, to add insult to injury, destroyed the castle with a barrage of bombardas and reductos. No older than 13, yet the barely teen-aged boy was under the cruciatus. Even some of the man's fellows, specifically those that believed in the protection of purebloods but had joined up without the sadism that was present in this particular man, were uncomfortable with the sick pleasure he was displaying in the act. They half expected him to have would. Dance you little shit. Dance you mudblood. He screeched at the agonized student, as the boy shook and defecated from the pain, increasing his torturer's pleasure further at the sight of what he had caused. The only professor remaining in the fight, a middle-aged man renowned in France for being a certified champion of dueling, intervened at this point, unable to stand the sight of such cruelty to one of his students, especially one so young. A blue arc F light flew from his wand, and struck the torturing man in the bicep. Another screech ran through the night as the dark wizard felt his entire right arm, the one holding his wand, in fact, was encased in ice, the coldness burning his skin as the spell engulfed his arm. The sight briefly inspired hope from those that were being attacked, only for them to realize what this spell had indirectly caused. The duelist had sacrificed his position engaged in two others, a third already felled by his hand, in order to help his student. They watched horror-stricken as their only hope was caught in the back by a killing curse, and his eyes went blank as he slumped to the ground. The celebrating increased further from those Dark Lord followers that had finished their fights before now, as they gathered up the ones they had picked off, holding them under various curses and hexes to prevent the students and teachers from fleeing before they were done. Bo Baxton's had only been accepting male students for a single generation, explaining the fact that so many more were female. That, unfortunately, was a good thing in the eyes of Death Eaters. It meant that they had now gained very nice spoils, and they had no problem claiming what was theirs here in the fields of France. Spurred on by the final teacher falling, the rest of the Death Eaters stepped up their game, breaking through and overpowering the 6th and 7th year students quickly enough, though in several cases the Dark Wizards had to gang up on the younger wizards, seeing as the servants of Dark Lords tended to be of a rather low caliber. Cannon fodder effectively. Just as the creeps were about to claim their prizes for a job well done, however, the ground shook. "Hey, do you guys hear that?" One of the newer recruits called out, panic in his high voice. "Never mind here, do you guys feel that?" Another responded, trying to maintain his balance. "What the hell is?" The man fell silent, his hand snapping up to his chest as his knees buckled. "Tony," the first called, shock rising and fear intruding at the thought of something going wrong. "Tony. What's wrong?" The rumbling grew louder, as the source approached the Dark Wizards rapidly. By this point it was not just the new recruits that were feeling fear constrict and their nerves fail. The vast majority of the bunch were cowards, and there was no chance that they would be hit by an earthquake in a magical area. It just didn't happen. That meant there was another reason, and even they arrived at the conclusion that it was bad news. They had an inkling as to who was here. They were wrong, of course, but the conclusion they came to terrified the majority of the Dark Wizards. Who would care to intervene? Who would be able to get through the anti-apparition wards? And who of them would dare? Their master, Tom Marvolo Riddle, better known as Lord Voldemort, the greatest Dark Lord of their time. He had not given them permission to attack the school. Was he alive? Had he somehow heard of tonight's activity? If so, they were dead. Another fell to the ground, silent other than a whisper of shock as he reached for his chest. With a thud, he fell to the ground. The next died more painfully. A quiet thunk and a hole appeared, in the center of his forehead. "What in Morgana's name?" one Dark Wizard whispered, seeing the gleaming stone that had exited the wound. He bent to pick it up, noting that it was a steel pebble, before the rock changed. It grew massively, becoming a boulder as opposed to the minuscule rock, and crushed the man's arm under its newfound weight. "Ah!" he cried, futilely attempting to roll the rock off him as the bone and sinew was flattened in a horrible flash of pain. Help me," he demanded of a fellow that happened to be near. "Wingardium Leviosa," was the other's response, as he gestured extravagantly with his wand, and the metal slowly rose from its position, pinning and crippling his companion. Letting out a whimper, the floored Death Eater moved his undamaged hand to his mangled one, and sobbed once, not paying attention to the floating hazard. A mistake. The levitating Dark Wizard heard a squawk and looked up, moving his attention slightly from what he was doing. He saw a raven diving straight at him, and furrowed his eyebrows behind the mask, befuddled at what this meant. Ravens were commonly known to be a bad omen. Then, he saw that it was not an ordinary bird. On the visible B, east of the avian, a strange symbol shone. The Eater didn't recognize it from his days of ancient runes, but he wasn't the most intelligent man in the world, so that didn't surprise him. The man raised his free hand as the bird approached. It seemed intent to attack him for some unknown reason, and so he would bat the pest away. As his hand struck out, the bird let out another squawk, followed by a muffled boom, and the man's upper body vanished in a flash of orange flames. The legs remained upright for several seconds, before teetering over. The boulder dropped, and with a crunch the whining Death Eater was flattened. The others were thrown into panic as angry chirps ran through the field around them. They had seen what was done to their fellow when he was attacked by that bloody bird. In their fright, half simply turned and ran, the others realizing they had a better chance of survival by standing strong and fighting back. As a flock of the ruined ravens appeared, the symbols glowing in the dark sky, the group began throwing spells at the animals, the birds exploding before they could get close enough to do damage to their targets. The group had their heads tilted back, staring into the sky to catch sight of any incoming bomber birds. This left them completely open from the flank, and the fact that they had gathered into a group for defensive purposes made it even easier to capitalize on the fool's incompetence. The rumbling and shaking returned. But the students, and the remaining teachers, were the only ones to notice that this time felt different. Like the feel that would accompany a herd of cattle charging. Or, of course, several dozen bulls. The rampaging animals, save the final in the charge, had no runes this time, able to do the damage with the natural gifts they had been given, unlike the birds. The brown-hide mammals were charging in a semi-organized formation, coming from the other side of the castle as they were magically herded. Had the eaters looked back, they would have had time to move out of the way with ease, explaining the distraction in the form of another flock of birds, though had they looked closely the dark wizards would have noticed that the glow was in a very different shape to the exploding avians they had been dealing with up until now. But, of course, they didn't have any reason to think that the new rune was only there so that they wouldn't turn back and notice the incoming stampede. As the rampaging animals approached, a fist-sized rock landed between the attackers and their would-be victims, the rune glowing a brilliant blue as it rolled to a stop. The rock exploded into a brilliant light, the equivalent of a supercharged flash bang, and blinded the already traumatized students and their teachers, preventing them from seeing what came next. With no difficulty, the horde of animals caught the attackers off guard, and slammed into the back of the 25-odd wizards, the bull's horns dealing with the first to be hit, while the thorough trampling shattered the chests and/or skulls of their fellows that they had covered. Following the Death Eaters being put down, the final in the herd of bulls stopped in the middle of the group of corpses and his rune brightened. In an instant, the bovine animal was engulfed in brilliant red flames, that jumped from him seconds later, hopping to the nearest bodies while ignoring the area other than the flesh-made beings. The bodies were quickly reduced to ash, as the fire swarmed over them and, as the people's vision recovered, there was no evidence of the dark wizards after this. Well, none other than the memories that the teachers would give to their ministry once the incident was investigated. The group, their sight now restored, shrank back slightly at the sight that next presented itself. An animal. A beast charged through the clearing, the coat barely standing out as darker than the rest of the night around it, while the ivory teeth gleamed in the moonlight. The big cat moved peculiarly silently, for its size, as it flew through the field in pursuit of the other eaters. Terror was evident in the screams as it caught up with the fleeing wizards, giving them enough time to exclaim from shock, but ending them before they had a chance to so much as draw their wands. The massive canines punctured arteries and vital organs in a display of why it was an apex predator. However, a single man, the leader of this raid and the infamous wizard known so far as Incendi Volontaire, for his affinity for arson in France, escaped the beast's wrath, in a manner similar to the attack. An average-size antelope burst from the treeline on the end of that clearing, and rushed towards the cowering group, heading in particular for a small crowd of fourth-year girls. Of course, this didn't strike any of them as particularly sinister. What would the herbivore do to them, after all? But the breathtaking roar that followed did. That resulted in more than one of the younger students having an accident as it nearly deafened them. The form of the massive cat that broke free of the wilderness, in pursuit of what seemed to be its prey, added greatly to the fear and awe that came from the intimidating roar. The black cat was heading for the crowd this time, giving them a better view of it as many of them scrambled backwards, in an effort to get away from the hate-filled emerald eyes. The eyes, though, were not fixed upon them, but on the antelope that had now reached the girls, who were under the impression that his gaze was fixed on them, and so were, in fear, whimpering into each other as they hugged their friends tightly. Their nerves weren't helped by the next occurrence. The chased herbivore had changed tact as it shifted back into the Dark Lord that was looking to ally himself with Voldemort, who seized one of the schoolgirls by the throat, and with his other hand pressed his wand against her throat. "Change back," he screamed in French at the predator in front, who responded with a snarl. "Change back or I swear to God I'll King kill her." The tip pressed into the vulnerable flesh harder, and the girl let out a soft sob as tears ran down her face. "Shut up you little bi.ch. He growled at her. The massive Smilodon stopped, sitting on his hindquarters with as hateful a look as his face was capable of directed at the disgusting wizard. The creature reared back, and stood on his back legs. In an instant, the feline had shifted into his own natural form, a tall, muscular teen standing in the stead of the monstrous cat. The still glowing emerald orbs narrowed as Harry Potter flicked his wrist, and a wand, with the black, red and white spirals running up the length, appeared in his hand from the hidden holster on his wrist. None of that," the wizard called, the tip of his wand glowing a harsh orange as he did. "Toss your wand off to the side, kid." With a grunt of displeasure, Harry threw his wand off to the side as the hostage whimpered as her fear increased. "Now who the K do you think you are, kid?" The 40-odd Dark Lord asked angrily. He received silence as his answer. Tell me, who do you think you are to mess with me? Who? He tossed the girl to the side, casually, and centered his wand on the insulting wizard that dared threaten him. Harry raised his hand at the same time, and a strange symbol glowed on the palm. That was dumb, friend. Harry spoke in French. You were only alive because of her. Defindo. A bolt of light slammed into Incendi Volantire's chest. The man's chest was sliced open, and he stumbled back with a shocked expression. Reducto. In his shocked state at the wandless magic, the man didn't manage to throw up a shield, and paid the price as the now visible chest plate was obliterated by the spell. He fell onto his ass, and the light went out in the Dark Lord's eyes. Harry flicked his wrist again, and his discarded wand returned to his hand. He quickly sheathed it again before casting a Scourgify on his blood-covered mouth and turning to the crying girl that had been held captive, a series of diagnosive spells quickly being cast on her to check her for injuries. As he turned to the others, intending to do the same, he found himself on the receiving end of an odd experience. He'd yet to be thanked for stuff like this, after all. Sorry I'm late, Professor, Harry said, as he walked into the dungeon classroom. I was told to give you this. He handed a note to the Snape before taking his seat. All right, the potions teacher responded, blinking owlishly at the note. The instructions are on the board. You may begin. He flicked his wand at the blackboard and disappeared into his attached office with a swirl of his cloak. What was that about? Tracy asked, from her seat next to Harry, while Jasmine doodled on his other side. I assume he went to call the headmaster. Harry responded with a yawn. Then, the headmaster will call the Beauxbatons headmistress. Who will confirm my story? He added, and waited for 20 seconds. And then Snape will be told to send me up to Dumbledore's office. They only had to wait for a few minutes before the door to the other room opened once more and a more pale than usual Snape strode back in. Class is over. You're dismissed. He barked at the surprised Newt students. Potter, you're to come with me to see the headmaster. Without waiting for Harry to respond, the man slunk out of the classroom at a remarkable speed. 5 minutes later the Slytherin head of year and his 6th-year prefect arrived at the gargoyle guarding the head teacher's office, and with a quick password of blood pops, they were allowed entrance. As the two ascended the staircase, Harry's trepidation of this meeting grew. He knew he couldn't be charged with anything, given that the French were thrilled with Harry's intervention, the gratitude certainly not being hurt by the fact that their minister's daughter had been the one that the arson Dark Lord had taken hostage. They had pardoned him immediately for the justified homicide, and had decided to give him what he gathered was their version of the Order of Merlin at the earliest opportunity. That, however, didn't prevent him from getting a bloody lecture from the headmaster. That would be real annoying. If only the bastard Dark Wizard hadn't made him change back, he would have been perfectly capable of hiding his involvement in the entire affair. As they reached the top of the stairs, Harry heard Dumbledore calmly call out from his office, having been alerted by the wards around his door. Come in, Severus. The door swung open, and the two stepped through. Harry certainly wasn't prepared for what happened next. Ugh! Was the noise made by Harry Potter as he was pulled into a hug, with his feet dangling almost 6 feet from the ground. The headmistress of Beauxbatons was very large and, with that, very strong. Madame Maxine babbled incoherent thanks in her native tongue as she nearly crushed her children's savior's ribs. The headmistress, like Dumbledore, cared deeply for her charges. She would give her life to protect the children in an instant, of that there could be no doubt. That this student had managed to protect them, she could not repay such a debt. Not that Harry would expect a debt to be repaid. Ribs. Hurt. Harry gasped out. The half-giant let out a squeal of surprise that she was hurting him, and dropped the elder Potter to the ground. I am Zozori, she exclaimed, panicking. Harry rubbed his ribs as he responded. It's fine, no damage done, he said with a charming smile, assuring the French woman of his health and well-being. Composing herself, Maxine began again. Mr. Potter, I cannot express the gratitude that I as well as Y staff, Avenue for your selfless actions last night. She said, nobly. Please know that we are eternally grateful for Z's, and that I, Avenue told my students that they should give you their thanks. To this, Harry let out a groan. What is EET? She asked, worriedly. It's nothing. Just, they seem to talk to me a lot already, for reasons I don't understand, and I'm Guessing this will simply increase their interest. You do not understand, she asked, skeptical. She had seen the way that girls looked at him, not that she could blame them, and was extremely doubtful that he could not realize the motive when they were so obvious about it. She looked to Dumbledore with a raised eyebrow, and found his eyes twinkling merrily at Harry's annoyed frown. How can that be? Are teenage males not normally very familiar with the subject? They tended to be in France, at least. They are in general, yes. Young Harry, here, seems to be quite a unique case in this subject. Dumbledore clearly knew more, but the half-giant got the impression that he would tell her later of Harry's uniqueness. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore began, intending to give the expected lecture to the 16-year-old. Save it, headmaster, Harry said bluntly. I'm not glad that I killed them, but I'd do it again in the circumstances. You will fail if you try to make me feel guilty about putting down rapists and murderers. The headmaster frowned at the statement, but he had heard this argument many times before. Moody, for example, saw no reason to spare dark wizards. Harry's family was not one of the crop that agreed with his policy regarding taking lives, and based on Harry's childhood, Dumbledore knew this would be a battle he was doomed to lose. Besides, the other three in the room would side with Harry in this regard. Though Karkaroff may be uneasy with the prospect, the old man supposed. Very well, Harry. He sighed, wearily. I don't suppose that you will need the counseling we offer for such events. No, sir. Well then, the headmaster began. I would suggest you head to your next class, Harry. Then you probably ought to get what sleep you can before tonight. It is the day to enter the tournament, after all. The boy nodded, and left the office promptly. Now, Olympe, I believe that you have some questions. He smiled at the large woman. Oui, Dumbledore. Why do you say that? Ari is unique, the half-giant queried. Albus sighed once more at the question, debating whether to tell the tale to the woman, and even more so whether he should allow Karkaroff to hear. Very well, the powerful wizard waved his wand, and conjured a trio of comfortable seats in front of his desk. Please sit, this will be a long, and unpleasant, story, so please refrain from too many interruptions. He took a breath as he thought where to start. It all begun around 12.5 years ago. I do not know if you know this, but young Harry's last name is Potter. Maxine and Karkaroff opened their mouths to ask the obvious question. Yes, as in the brother of the boy who lived, who you know is a student here also. All three listeners muttered unsavory comments about the famed fourth year at this point, having had less than pleasant interactions with him over the month and a half they had been at Hogwarts. And, in Snape's case, occurrences that inspired outright hatred for the arrogant and ignorant boy. On that night, I'm given to believe that Voldemort was targeting Thomas, and had no reason to attack Harry, meaning that the boy was in his own room at the time. Of course, since those that would be able to remember it, Harry's grandparents and Voldemort, are no longer with us, there is no real way to know this for sure. Harry was found unharmed in his bedroom, however, so it can be assumed that this is the case. Up until this point, the elder Potter had had a good childhood with a loving and caring family. It is a shame that the Potters let the fame of their youngest to get to their heads, and that they so wholly embraced the spotlight. He turned his gaze on the large woman in particular, who was listening with rapt attention. They neglected him. They did not abuse him, I want to make that clear. But they gave his younger brother everything he asked for, while they left Harry to fend for himself. To the mind of a child, I suppose that going from fending for yourself in a home of people that ignored your existence would be more hurtful than living on the streets and doing the same. Maxine had narrowed her eyes at this implication regarding her new favorite Englishman. Harry did evidently believe this and decided to take action. I believe that it was after a particularly unpleasant Christmas where nobody so much as spoke to him through the day. I'm given to understand that his parents and brother did not even notice that he was not present at dinner, and so Harry ran away. He has not told me much of what happened next, but from the few meetings I had with him in first year, I have gathered the impression that he largely lived away from mankind. Now, her eyes widened, while Karkaroff had a similar, though more subdued expression, and Snape was growling something under his breath, reminded of his own childhood. While this would be a horrid fate for any other child, one they likely would not survive, Harry thrived. He arrived in better physical condition than I have ever seen in a wizard, and bear in mind that this was at the age of 11, he has only improved since, and with an abnormally large, albeit wild, core. Since then, Harry has stayed with the Greengrass family, a neutral family in the eyes of England, and has developed a close friendship with their eldest daughter and the other wards they care for. You see, Lady Greengrass has had a habit of rescuing unfortunate children, and they voluntarily take care of Harry and 3 girls his age. They, I can assure you, have never neglected Harry, and, in fact, care greatly for him. The half-giant woman had stopped frowning now, at least, and that relieved Albus. I highly doubt that you know this of Harry, but, along with being our top student, he has been more involved than most realize in the events that have taken place since the boy who lived arrived. While it is probably best for me not to go into detail, I can assure you that he is a wonderful boy, and that you have no need to fear for your student's safety concerning the Potter heir. I think you misunderstand Dumbledore. I, for one, was not afraid of Ari. Has already rescued the majority of my students, and I am happy that he is heir in case of another incident. Very well, is there anything else you wished to discuss? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Yes, Albus. Karkaroff responded gruffly. Are you sure of your defenses regarding the cup? The man was wary of what could happen should somebody tamper with the artifact. Anyone whose name came out was bound to compete, after all. I am quite certain, Igor. As you know, the students must have gotten permission and had their slip signed by one of the attendees, which are narrowed to myself, you, Olymp, Crouch, your respective deputies, Minerva and Alastor. Dumbledore responded reassuringly. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Later that night, after dealing with an uncomfortable feast, in which many people focused on him, he once more cursed the Dark Lord for making him reveal himself. Harry approached the cup later than most stayed awake. They had the next day off from lessons, after all, in order to prepare for the selection. He didn't understand what that meant, exactly, but gathered it had something to do with people being able to act gracious in the event they were not picked. Or to give anyone that got cold feet tonight the chance to regain their nerve. Quickly writing his name on a scrap of paper, Harry Potter placed the entry into the goblet with confidence. He didn't particularly care one way or the other, but if the girls thought he would be champion, he was very much inclined to trust them. Just as he did on every other matter. He spoke aloud, glancing at the odd purple streak surrounding the magical artifact. Well, I don't suppose it could hurt. The animagus knelt down next to the magical divide, and placed his index finger against the stone floor, a rune glowing on the tip as he did so. Moving around the cup, Harry drew complex and, seemingly, invisible patterns on the floor with a remarkable speed, before he walked round it once more, checking he had not missed anything, and walked back out of the entrance hall, drawing his map as he went. It wouldn't do to get caught by the blasted caretaker out at this time of night. Later that night, Harry was reclined in his bed, with a textbook-sized book sitting in his hands. He gazed at the pages with a furrowed brow as he found the answer to one of the problems he had been pondering ever since he arrived at the Wizarding Institution. This book was, for some reason, sitting in the restricted section of the library. Harry was unsure of why they would keep it here, and even more why it would be deemed dangerous. Was it simply because Britain was so racist that they assumed whatever another species wrote had to be forbidden? The title was unreadable to virtually any human. Possibly any none of his species except for Harry himself could read this lettering. In the goblin tongue, unaffectionately deemed gobbledygook by wizards, the title read, The Courting and Mating Rituals of Humans. By Sharp Tongue, Scholar. As he reached the end of this book, reading it very quickly, as is his way, Harry made a noise of understanding. So that's what all the weird glances means. He stood and walked over to the full-length mirror he had in his room, looking detachedly at himself for the first time. So, does that mean I am attractive by the standards of females? He narrowed his eyes. Well, I have a symmetry that is rather aesthetically pleasing, I suppose. Low body fat, without being unhealthy looking by being overly skinny, that's just good sense. We have the ability to retain fat for a reason. High muscle density and definition, while not being bulky and reducing speed. Tall, broad. That's good. My hair. I don't know. What do girls find appealing regarding hair? What would I find appealing regarding hair? He questioned himself, before closing his eyes and looking for that snippet of information. What would he find attractive? Hair. I'm unsure. I've never much paid attention to that. In terms of a female's body, as I only have an interest in the female gender, I would say, what? Healthy. Physically able. Compatible with my own. What is it that males would typically find appealing? He sat on the edge of a chair, and gripped his skull with an annoyed groan. I suppose I ought to figure this out in terms of actual girls. Trying to understand it without the potential objects of affection present seems illogical. He muttered to himself, sighing wearily, and rose, heading for his bed once more. I need to return this to Tirja tomorrow, too. Along with my thanks that he actually let a human borrow one of his people's books. Even if it is not one they particularly value. He pushed the more confusing thoughts from his mind for the moment and was asleep when his head hit the pillow. In the meantime, Albus Dumbledore, along with more than a few other teachers, the Aurors assigned, and some curious Hufflepuffs that happened to hear the commotion, was rushing to the entrance hall. An unbelievably loud bang had rung through the castle, and while the majority of sleeping quarters were warded from noise well enough to shield the startling sound, it had been in close enough proximity to the puffs to break thorough, and the teachers themselves had been alerted by various paintings. This was not one of the protections that Albus had put onto the goblet. So what had caused such a racket? He got his answer soon enough. When he reached the hall, somehow managing this before any other, the aged headmaster was greeted by a shocking sight. On the ground, there were a large number of runes glowing a startling blue, and a man lying flat on his back next to them. Next to the knocked-out man, a magical eyeball and a fake leg rested, but the profile was not that of Mad-Eye Moody. No, this was someone who, by all rights, should be dead. Barty Crouch Jr. The white-haired wizard mumbled, shock obvious, before he realized what he must have been doing down here, the powerful mind quickly reaching the logical conclusion. The paper. Has he managed to enter the name? In the future, Harry Potter would wonder just how this bloody canyon was missed by the entire population of Wizarding Britain. Now, though, that was the last thing on his mind. The figure was running as though the devil himself was in pursuit. And, in a way, you could argue that was exactly right. The rapid clop-clop of hooves was clattering off behind the tiny male. Difficult to tell just how far, given the echoes that rang through the rocky chasm through which the raven-haired human scampered. His heavy breathing made the fear coursing through Harry used to be Potter's veins as he ran from whatever it was. He'd had far too many of these encounters in recent years to risk hiding or slowing down. It would, no doubt, find him if he did. The child wizard was dead on his feet. Hell, some people would just say he was dead. The runaway was long past exhausted, but it's remarkable what such adrenaline could do even for the body of a 6-year-old. And that was all Harry was. A 6-year-old wizard. He kept on running and tripping, then scrambling back to his feet and running once more. The youngling was slowing, though. His legs mangled by this point from the scrapes and bruises, accumulating to leave him close to crippled. On the other hand, the creature was, if anything, growing faster. Fear was gripping his heart. The future prodigy's will was fading. How was an untrained wizard, without so much as a wand, survive a situation like this? Surely he wouldn't. That realization came full force when Harry saw what was up ahead. The face of a cliff. Not something to usually be feared, but the idea of outclimbing that thing was even more ridiculous than outrunning it. The devil had the hooves of a mountain goat, after all. Dash. Well, that's less than ideal. Harry commented to himself. The headmaster had just made the announcement that Alastor Moody had, through the year so far, been impersonated by a Death Eater by the name of Barty Crouch Jr. The students had been assured that they were safe, and that Mad-Eye himself was fine and would be taking charge of the defense lessons as of Monday, as the day of the selection itself was a Friday. It was odd that they had made this speech at lunchtime. Normally it would be made during dinner, especially since that day was Halloween and the feast was, even more than usual in an attempt to impress the visiting schools, going to be an extravagant affair. Of course, people were uneasy at the revelation that they'd been taught by a dark wizard throughout the school year so far, but considering the crazy stuff that had happened constantly over the past 3 years, it was not altogether surprising. Dumbledore really seemed to be lax on security. They'd have failed to find the real Moody had Auror Black not had a copy of the Marauder's map on his person when they found the knocked-out figure of Crouch. Even more shockingly, the Ministry was actually acting. No doubt they had only sent the additional Aurors for the sake of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Though why they thought sending Dementors again was a good idea was beyond Harry and his friends. Even as the other people were contemplating the dangers of having had a follower of the Dark Lord in Hogwarts, the main concern being the idea of such easy hunting for the child killer. What if he had reverted back to his old ways of torturing anyone he could? If he had set traps in his classroom? If he had simply snapped and started using Avada Kedavras at first years? What if he had poisoned the food Ron Weasley and Thomas Potter had begun eating, paying no heed to that last possibility? Well, eating would be the polite term. The only way they could actually be any messier would be for them to open their mouths and begin slamming their faces on the various plates of food in hopes that they would ingest something or other. They were sort of smearing the food over their faces, and the Potter parents were casting their younger son disapproving frowns. James, because Thomas was the son of an ancient and noble house. Lily, because she was Thomas's mother, and did not like the, rather accurate, impression of a pig with opposable thumbs he was currently participating in. The redhead couldn't help but compare Hi and his brother at the moment. Harry, unlike his younger sibling, was eating in a fitting manner for a Potter. Admittedly, his plate was not balanced enough to satisfy Lily. There was a hell of a lot of meat on it, annoying his vegetarian mother immensely, but at least he wasn't wasting the food spectacularly like her other son and his ever-hungry friend. Currently sat at the slithering table, with Caroline, Jasmine, Tracy and Daphne, Harry was unaware of his parents' train of thought. No, Harry was focused on his own problems. Effing book. He cursed under his breath, blaming the goblin writer for his current predicament. If he hadn't read the source of information, then his discomfort would be far lessened. Finally, Harry was beginning to understand just why the males of Hogwarts, and more recently the other two schools as well, shot him dirty and jealous looks so often. Typically the interest in their preferred say, begins, for humans, upon the outset of puberty, as this is the point at which their hormones establish themselves and they discover the pleasures associated with mating. Upon finding a suitable partner, or one that they perceive as such, a male will typically engage in a rather ineffectual and illogical display of their prowess in various areas that they believe will impress their desired. Females, on the other hand, tend to, in my experience, believe that it is their potential mate's responsibility to approach them, and so will do what possible to give a mating signal through furtive glances. Had his hormones been in stasis or something? This couldn't be natural, surely. Harry shook his head, trying to clear the demanding thoughts as he moved his attention away from the bountiful beasts of Jasmine and the long legs of Daphne. Not to mention the full lips of Caroline, and the graceful curves all four had. He briefly thanked whatever deity there was that Tracy, in particular, was currently sat down and his attention could not be drawn to her rather enticing beaks. What had he done to be subjected to this torture? On top of the difficulty he had in regards to the girls he had just now truly noticed, Harry was rather uncomfortable with the many eyes he could feel on his body as he sat perfectly still. Stretching, apparently, drew even more attention to him than he had to put up with already. Were these the glances that Sharptongue spoke of in that summary? It was extremely uncomfortable, whether it was the glances or not. God damn it. Harry Ned, silently, to himself as he sat at the side of the entrance hall, on one of the many benches that had been set out for observers to watch the hopefuls enter their names into the goblet. He didn't much want to be there, but was less than happy to leave the girls alone now that he had realized just what the males leering at them meant. A cold glare quickly sent the pigs on their way, amusing Harry at the ease he could send them scampering. He presumed it was because he had yet to have a reason to scare the majority of the little shits through his time at Hogwarts that he'd only now discovered this particular talent. His focus moved back onto the scene in front of him as a group of Hufflepuffs came rushing into the hall, roughhousing a little as they pushed one in particular towards the center. Harry noted that some attention moved onto the brown-haired Hufflepuff as they entered the room, but was happy to see that none of his friends looked over at the pretty boy. In fact, they mostly just looked bored. Tracy was leaning against Harry's shoulder currently, brown hair splayed over it with her amber eyes closed as she lightly snored. Definitely bored. Daphne was sitting statue still with her legs crossed on Harry's other side, violet eyes watching impassively as the Hufflepuffs, Harry could almost hear her calling them, idiot, puffs, loudly proceed to the flaming goblet, and the pretty Slytherin scowled as a group of Hufflepuff fifth years let out a collective sigh when Diggory coolly placed the strip of paper into the flames. Caroline, unlike Tracy, was trying to remain conscious for the supposedly interesting activity of watching the various students enter the tournament. But her red fringe had, by now, covered the brown eyes and they were drooping closed. Behind, Jasmine was braiding the crimson hair of her fellow Ravenclaw, she being the only one that was awake, though not focused at all on the Hufflepuffs. Her pine-green eyes were focused on the task at hand, as she blew the multicolored strands of hair out of them. He knew that that was her pet peeve. Her hair-dyeing potion from first year had gone wrong and previously the black hair had changed to every color but the original. As the five sat uninterested in the events unfolding, Harry noticed that one of the Puffs was approaching, a cocky swagger in his step. It wasn't one that he'd ever deemed worthy enough of note to remember his name, apparently, but the boy was in the year above Harry and the girls. Meaning he must have been a 7th year. Harry noted, with a barely restrained growl, that the boy shot a hungry gaze at Tracis' prone form. Chickened out, then, E.H. Potter? The boy asked mockingly. Chickened out? Harry queried back. What do you mean? Why else wouldn't you be putting your name in the goblet? You must have realized you aren't all that, he said with what Harry guessed was supposed to be an intimidating glare. It was a pathetic attempt, but the boy did his best. All what? What all the idiots of this school think you are? The so-called prodigy, he exclaimed, laughing slightly at the end of his statement. Oh, I am a prodigy, yes. Harry nodded, not catching the sarcasm. This was, in fact, the truth. Why would he think that the suggestion was mocking? My owls were off the charts, according to the letter they gave me. The boy's eyes narrowed, for some reason unknown. Well, unknown to Harry. Other people would note that Harry's words could have come across as slightly full of himself. Bullshit. You're a coward, that's what you are. The unnamed boy yelled. How do you figure that I'm a coward? Harry questioned, not aware of anything that would suggest him being afraid of, well, just about anything. Had he been afraid, he wouldn't have survived as a child. Humans didn't need fear in this society. And otherwise, he was a hunter, not prey. What would I be afraid of? The risk that comes with being champion, of course. Or did you just realize that Seed is more suited to the role? This boy was loud. No, I'm pretty certain I'd be a better champion than Diggory. Harry said, losing interest in the conversation, meaning his voice came out in an apathetic tone. Then, to make matters worse, he let out a barely stifled yawn. The Puff's face went red at the perceived slight. Then why are you just sitting here when Seed is entering the contest? Still his volume was high. Did he think being loud meant you were intimidating? Huh. Harry realized he'd zoned out a little, once he stopped caring at all about the idiot in front of him. Then, he remembered what had been asked. Oh, I put my name in last night after I got permission from Flitwick. No you didn't, I was there all of last night, and didn't see you there even for a second, and everyone here has said that you've just been sitting here today, and that you haven't even gone into the barrier thing. Barrier thing. Harry supposed that the boy didn't know enough magic to phrase it better than that. Really? So does that mean you saw Crouch get knocked out? Harry asked the annoying boy in front of him, wanting the conversation to end and figuring this would be the quickest means to that end. What does that have to do with anything? Even louder. Frustration. Well, if you were here all night then you would have seen Crouch Moody come to the goblet, and then see him get knocked out. How did that happen, by the way? Harry's tone and expression was still of boredom and weariness far more than curiosity. Quite simply because he was bored, and he didn't get the hours a cat would need to stay awake comfortably for such a long period as he had. I don't know. The boy trailed off, not understanding the reason Harry had asked what he thought of as an unrelated question. Then you weren't here all night, were you? The boy narrowed his eyes visibly at the perceived enemy, and turned on his heel, unable to refute the logical assumption. Well, at least he knew when to give up. Apparently smarter than the impression that Harry had gotten from the Puff so far. Soon after that, the more interesting spectacle of the two Weasley twins bouncing into the hall, each wearing the get-up you would expect to belong to a Muggle boxer, and each, badly, singing their chosen entrance music, Fred being the Witch Doctor song that tended to annoy Harry quite quickly, while George chose to sing Amazing Grace as he slowly bounced down the path to the goblet. I told the witch doctor I was in love with you. And then the witch doctor he told me what to do. He told me ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bang bong. Amazing grachi, ho sweet the suuand, was blee and boot new I see. Behind them, Harry saw the two younger Weasleys follow, along with Hermione walking with Ginny while Thomas and Ron guffawed at something or other. At least until they noticed there were Slytherins in the hall with them, at which point they narrowed their eyes. The pair personified the hypocritical views that Gryffindors had in regards to bigotry. They assumed that anyone dressed in green and silver must discriminate based on blood status, not noticing the fact that they were doing exactly the same thing as what they hated. Hating people needlessly. Not that any of the Slytherins were upset by the loss of the two fourth-year fools' friendship. Hell, some of ye other houses' residents were jealous of their ability to avoid interaction with two-thirds of the Golden Trio. Well, all three of the trio, but Granger didn't have any particular hatred of the snakes, she just avoided them to avoid Ronald's lectures. A curious friendship, for sure, but Harry was fairly certain Hermione mainly stayed with the two because she liked Ginny and it would be illogical to alienate them when they shared most every lesson and she struggled to make friends with her own gender. Or maybe the bushy-haired girl was just dumb. Harry really didn't know her that well. As the identical redheads placed their names in the cup, each gave a pose of victory, acting like they had already been selected. Of course neither of them were likely to consider the fact that they may not get picked. In fact, they almost certainly wouldn't. The cup was designed to search for far more useful abilities than the unique-ish combination of pranking, goofing off, and annoying those they had a problem with, that the Weasley twins utilized in their lives. However, the next Gryffindor that came to put her name in had a better chance of being selected, in the Slytherins' opinion. Angelina tended to do very well in class, especially the practical aspect of it, something that was certainly a positive for this tournament. At least the Gryffindor chaser was quiet when she entered, too. The twins' celebration would be for naught once they weren't chosen. And just about everybody, excluding themselves of course, sincerely doubted that they would be. Harry. Hey, Harry. A male voice, panting, called out to the 16-year-old. Harry was, up until now, skimming rocks along the surface of the lake as he awaited the girls coming to get him. They were doing something. Something they referred to as a girl thing, saying that it was no place for males. Then, the four ordered him to meet them at the rock next to the lake, 10 minutes ago. He was told that being deliberately late was fashionable, though he had no idea why, and so he was willing to wait for a while. Well, he was willing until now. This changed his opinion on the matter quite significantly. Black was out of breath, though. The Potter could far and away escape if he was willing to run for it, but that would only be a temporary fix. Black was stubborn, and would no doubt keep trying to corner his technical godson. And, so, Harry turned to the long-haired man. Angry emerald eyes locked onto steel gray, and the owner of the second flinched back a little at the fury he saw. Harry had made the threat the year before that he'd been certain would warn off the man-whore. Didn't I tell you, Black, that if you came near me again there'd be a significant decrease in the number of puppygrims running around? Harry's wand appeared in his stronger hand, and the black-haired man gulped a little. He'd been threatened with castration by many a disgruntled former squeeze, but his best friend's son, and his cold comment, was by far more convincing than a crying and screaming woman, though most would call them girls, meaning that the genital-valuing man gulped nervously, crossing his legs a little in trepidation. "And now listen here, Harry, there's no need for that," Sirius said, raising his hands placatingly. "We can talk about this in a civilized manner." "Talk about what?" Harry hissed. "About. Okay, maybe bringing this up in such an unpopulated area wasn't the best idea." Nothing." The Auror captain turned on his heel and fled. He'd find Harry another day. In a place with witnesses. Harry waited another 15 minutes, and the girls showed up. He still didn't know why, but they insisted, now, that they needed to go into the Great Hall now to get the best seats, for the champions being selected. Boy, the hall is packed tight. Harry thought to himself as the last of the Slytherins had sat down. For now, the visitors had split themselves between two tables. Durmstrang shared themselves between Hufflepuff and Slytherin, while Beauxbatons had done so with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Apparently, more had chosen to eat on their ship and carriages respectively than Harry thought. Now, the tables had to be extended to fit everyone. Attendance was mandatory for the Halloween feast champion selection. Merlin, when the other Beauxbatons students arrived, the hall may burst. The feast came first, which made sense to feed the champions, but that made eating very uncomfortable for anyone in the middle of their table. Thankfully, the best seats that the girls had mentioned turned out to be the end nearest the teacher's table. They were certain Harry would be champion, and so thought his walking distance should be as little as possible when his name was called. Harry was just glad he wasn't squashed. In fact, from his spot he was rather amused by the antisocial Crumb sitting between two second years, who were desperately trying not to touch him and risk the Quidditch star's wrath. The food, as usual, was very tasty, and today everyone ate their fill far faster than normal, eager to see just who would be selected as the champion of each school for the Triwizard Tournament. As Dumbledore stood, the entire hall fell silent instantaneously. An uncommon occurrence to say the least. Ordinarily, the rambunctious students would take at least 10 minutes to settle down. Normally, that was an underestimate in fact, but today the entire hall was full of nervous energy. Despite the other, newly added, aspects, this main body of the tournament was, by far, the most eagerly, and anxiously, awaited. Soon after, Dumbledore began, with excitement even in his normally unchanging tone. The only teacher that did not reflect this eager energy was Snape. Even McGonagall was less than composed. Far more uninhibited than most any student than any had seen her. Granted, certain members of the student body had seen her angry enough to lose her composure, but that was a far less pleasant attitude to the one she currently sported. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore explained, once more, the meaning behind the tournament, the foreign relations, and then began on the more informative aspects. Yes, this is all very exciting, he said with a grandfatherly smile as the excitement was palpable. Now, on to the first task. As you know, we are about to begin a brand new tournament. One that shall, for the first time, contain 6 tasks instead of the usual 3. We believe that the additional tasks will both increase the glory that is being competed for, and that they will make for a more entertaining Triwizard Tournament. He exclaimed with fake excitement. The headmaster had, of course, not wanted the additions. The tasks would be dangerous enough as it was. This was just terrible. Unfortunately, 5 of the 6 cannot be revealed without defeating the purpose of the one prior. But we can let you all know to clear your calendars for the 14th of November. That will be the day of our first task, and we sincerely hope you will join us in the challenge of our soon-to-be champion's bravery. This entire speech seemed more suited to Bagman, in Harry's opinion, but Dumbledore, no doubt, would need to introduce it as the head of the host school. Now, Filch, please bring in the goblet of fire. After the miserable caretaker had brought the flaming wooden goblet in, the entire focus of the packed hall snapped onto it. The flames were flickering in a far more animated manner to what any had seen when entering their names and or watching others do so. The cause became clear when Crouch, the man with a toothbrush mustache that looked awfully ill today, cleared his throat. Headmaster Dumbledore, the goblet appears to be ready. He weakly projected, as Dumbledore had been preparing to begin another speech regarding love or something of that sort. Wonderful, wonderful. He was either faking much better now, or Dumbledore was actually ecstatic as he approached the large wooden cup. As you all know by now, our impartial judge is this marvelous enchanted goblet. It shall soon begin in the decision-making process. I wish all those who have entered their names luck, as do all the members of staff and officials that we have been joined by for this event. We will, as you all know, have additional guests joining us as of tomorrow, due to an unfortunate event that occurred at Beauxbatons, and it will be a privilege to play host to them at this exciting time. I am sure that everyone will do their utmost to make them feel comfortable, and I would implore you not to ask them about what occurred. We must help them to recover from such a traumatic event, just as I am certain they would do for us. He said with a smile that was irritatingly ignored. Not irritating for the headmaster, but for a certain Slytherin, who was now pointedly focused on the goblet, pretending that he did not notice the far from subtle stares he was receiving from all who had heard the rumors. Oh, and it appears to be beginning. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, as the attention was drawn back off of him and onto the flaring flame. One foe the blue streaks headed straight for the elderly wizard. With a stumble back, and a slight exclamation, the headmaster lifted his hand to display an unburned slip of frilly white paper. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. There was a smattering of applause from their school's attendees, but that could not even match the number of the girls who were crying openly at failing to be selected. The girl stood and began making her way to the front of the great hall, as applause began from the other schools, led by Caroline as she enthusiastically celebrated her friend's selection. The other Ravenclaws soon joined in, followed by the other houses in Durmstrang. Again, a flame shot out and into the Hogwarts headmaster's hand, and the headmaster stood back, opening his palm to reveal another scrap of paper, this one less decorated. The champion of Durmstrang is Victor Krum. This time, there was a very enthusiastic response, led by the Durmstrang head who stood and began yelling, "Bravo Victor!" Over and over again. Krum surlily walked up the aisle and followed through the same doorway. Once more, the fire shot a slip of paper out, sending it to the designated headmaster. The man lifted the, again ordinary, paper into his view and exclaimed, "And the Hogwarts champion is Harry Potter." The girls shot Harry a grin each as he left the hall, which he returned in kind. The applause was likely greater than the other two received. Unsurprising when you consider that Hogwarts and Beauxbatons liked him. While many girls seemed to hate Fleur for some reason, and those who didn't care for Quidditch had no interest in the surly Durmstrang. As Harry walked through the door, he heard the crowd go alarmingly quiet. The satyr was slowly clip-clopping his way toward the now cowering child. The red-skinned man grinned sadistically down the path as he descended further into the bowels of the canyon. It had been a long time since he'd had fresh meat. It readjusted his grip on the wicked pitchfork, and the canter increased in speed. The boy retreated further into the slight crevice he had found, in an attempt to escape the reach of the scary man. The weapon glowed dully, the runes, signifying pain promising agony for any that were so much as scratched by the fork. The arm wielding the symbol was the same, the runes of strength glowed a savage ruby, and the man's forked tongue ran over his lengthy fangs. Of course, he missed the feral look in the child's averted eyes. Harry had felt this way before. A beast was at its most dangerous when cornered, after all. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. As Harry pondered the silence, the girls closest to him were in a less than happy state. Each of them had been smirking victoriously as they watched their only male friend calmly and confidently stride up to the door to the side of the head table. Each was glad at the prospect of Harry being in the Triwizard Tournament, for reasons that were now completely counteracted by this. Harry was powerful. They believed that he had more potential than they could comprehend, let alone match. It was unfortunate that they'd yet to see what results he would find in a test of inheritance at the Wizarding Bank. His gift with runes was not something that he could just have. Surely there must have been some reason for it. Whether that was some inherited ability was to be seen, but there were not many other plausible explanations for it. There had long since been rumored that truly ancient houses had methods of choosing a successor that had not to do with the bloodline, and they could not think of anybody more worthy, in power or spirit, to be selected by one of them. Surely this tournament would be the time for Harry to show just how amazing he was. For him to prove to the world that the older brother was far more worthy of adoration than the younger. Not that Harry himself had that desire. Harry practiced a policy of live and let live. Unless someone gave him a genuine reason, the powerful teen would not care whatsoever what they did. As soon as they crossed that line he had, however, he would, like any one of his animal forms, put them down with extreme prejudice. His opportunity to break out of the monocle of the boy who lives brother, though, would not work if the, so-called, chosen one was in the contest with him. Although, maybe this would be the perfect way to convince their love interest that he should cut loose. That his power could be used to humiliate the brother he hated so. Even if it wasn't enough to do the world a favor and let the irritating boy die. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Putain. Kami fait cheer. That wasn't a string of French that Harry was familiar with. Fleur did, however, look livid as she exclaimed it. Was it some form of curse? Swear words. That seemed likely at least. How am I supposed to compete against him? She continued, this time understood by Harry. The Vila girl was on a rant that was seemingly for her own sake, since only she, Harry and Krum were in the room. Krum looked mildly bemused as the French girl began a speech on the unfairness of Harry's inclusion, speaking of how he was both too strong, and that were she to attack him in any tasks of that nature, her classmates would never forgive her. especially not those who would be arriving tomorrow, and that he had saved from death and worse. Her relations with most of them were strained enough as it was. To fight their rescuer, that was a bad idea. Harry watched her little temper tantrum with amusement. He followed the rant about her complaints regarding the tournament. Apparently she had her own, rather interesting, reasons to have entered, proving that she was more than just Fleur de Ville. A valid reason for wanting to be the victorious champion, but Harry knew that neither he nor Krum would let her win. Nor would the girl likely want that to be the cause of her victory, or the purpose would be defeated. Krum, meanwhile, was much less interesting. The Quidditch star was leant against a wall next to the trophy room's fireplace, watching the other two champions with a scowl, expression only briefly changing to one of amusement as Fleur began her tirade before it returned to the surly reflection of his attitude. Before Harry could actually talk to either of the other champions, he was interrupted by the door swinging open and an irritating figure striding through. Thomas Potter was angry. How in Merlin's name could his pathetic brother be selected for the tournament? He was a geeky snake. What chance did Hogwarts stand of getting glory on the shoulders of such a weakling? And what was Dumbledore playing at? Not letting him, the chosen one, enter. It was like he wanted Hogwarts to lose. Then, he was broken out of his thoughts by a final flash from the fire, after which a piece of paper was expelled, thrown to the headmaster. His eyes snapped forward, and Thomas's less than stellar intelligence tried to figure out what this meant. Weren't there only 3 champions? Thomas Potter. And silence reigned. What are you doing, heir? Do they want us back? Fleur Delacour snapped at the irritating boy, who believed that she was his property. She very much disliked the younger Potter. As far as she could tell, he had no redeeming qualities for the arrogance and bigotry he often showed, both to Slytherins, foreigners and what England classed as subhuman species. This, unfortunately, meant that the elder Delacour was doubly inferior in his opinion, explaining the scowl that quickly spread across his chubby face. The boy opened his mouth to put her in her place, as he no doubt considered it, but was prevented from putting his foot in his mouth when the door slammed open, and an angry old man rushed in. Thomas, how did you get your name into the goblet? Dumbledore demanded of the boy who lived, louder than anyone present had heard him speak. The man's voice carried, but it was always a reassuring and calm tone. I didn't, sir. Do not lie to me, Thomas. Did you convince an adult to help you? Was it James? Lily? What? No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Harry, and many others in the know, noted that Dumbledore now used a very subtle legilimency probe on the younger Potter, and seemed to find something that told him he was telling the truth. He turned to the other professors, who had entered behind him. I am afraid that Barty Crouch Jr. was more successful than we have hoped, and that he has entered Thomas here against his will to be an unwilling participant in the tournament. It is a little convenient, do you not think, Dumbledore? That you just happened to have 2 champions. I do not remember there being a clause that granted the host school a second champion, yet here highs. He waved dismissively at Thomas. It is an unfair advantage, no. I think my school, and Beauxbatons, of course, should be permitted to enter our students again. Madam, Fleur began, confused. What are they talking about? It sounds like they are saying Z's little boy will be in the contest. Thomas visibly bristled at the words, not thinking that it was at all fair, especially for a Vila by.ch, to call the savior of the wizarding world a little boy. He would have voiced this, had he not been cut off by the loud, as is natural for such an abnormally large woman, voice of Madame Maxime. It appears that there has been a mistake and that Z's child will be in the contest too, Fleur. Olympe said, with an annoyed temperament. I, too, believe that we should be allowed Honours champion, Dumbledore. The half-gaint said, with a frown directed at said headmaster. Don't blame Dumbledore, Madame Karkaroff. Snape interjected, looking at the boy who lived with an expression more suited to a very fat slug than a person. It is Potter that deserves your disdain, he insists on breaking the rules at every possible turn. At this, a growl from the far corner of the room directed Harry's attention to occupants he had not noticed until this point. James and Lily Potter, along with Sirius Black, were stood just inside the doorway. Lily looked miserable, while Sirius and James were glowering at the greasy professor. Shut it, Snivellus. Don't speak about my son like that. James defended his youngest, glare intensifying as the other man met his gaze. Why wouldn't I? He's just as arrogant as his father. Severus hissed at the messy-haired Auror. Both James and Sirius growled at him, and opened their mouths to retort. Not that they were particularly creative with their insults. Long-nosed, greasy-haired, twat. James. Lily scolded. Your sons are here, stop being so rude. Harry scowled at the plural, and was glad when Crouch interrupted. This is irrelevant, I'm afraid. You are unable to make any additional entries until the next tournament begins. Ridiculous. Just relight the goblet and then we too can re-enter the names of our students. And kill your star student? Harry asked calmly, his voice carrying. The goblet would assume that this tournament was cancelled and that we three had violated the contract along with him. He waved vaguely toward his brother and continued. It doesn't matter anyway. From what I know of Victor, he's considered to be quite powerful, right? Yes. So what? Igor Karkaroff asked, suspiciously. So, do you really think that a 14-year-old boy, of below-average skill and power, can defeat him? The headmaster frowned as he thought about this. And realized that the 16-year-old was right, Victor would be victorious despite Hogwarts having an additional champion. Reluctantly, the goateed headmaster nodded. There you go. No need to be angry about a 40th year being entered, if anything, he should be. Chances are he'll perish in one of the tasks. Harry stated, as though commenting on the weather. A strong 40th year would stand little to no chance against the weakest of Newt students. Let alone someone who has been handed everything on a silver platter for so long that he has no magical, or physical, strength to speak of. He continued, voice still indifferent though his expression turned to a scowl as the chubby 14-year-old raised himself up and puffed out his chest with what Harry supposed was meant to be an intimidating look. What did you just say? Thomas hissed. In short, that you're weak. Harry responded calmly. Like you can comment on that. You're a bookworm. I could kick your ass with my eyes closed and both hands tied behind my back. Really? Harry asked, one eyebrow raised. How do you figure? What have you done that shows any power? You know, other than the idiot acts that require you getting rescued at the end of each year. Harry subtly applied a truth rune to his often lying brother. It wouldn't do for him to make up some story about the events of first or second year, as he was likely inclined to do. I defeated you-know-who. Our grandmother defeated Voldemort. Thomas flinched, as evidenced by the fact that you can't say his name. The others in the room were interested by the previous statement. Ah, I see that none of you know the details of that night. Our grandmother, Doria Potter née Black, gave her life to provide the boy who lived protection against Voldemort's killing curse. Yet nobody gives her, nor my grandfather who defeated nearly 20 Death Eaters at the same time, credit. Just piles it onto the shoulders of an arrogant little boy who was 1 year old at the time. He shook his head. It's pathetic. Ah, right. Bagman began, looking uncertain and changing the subject. As Dumbledore said earlier, the first task will take place on the 14th of November. Until then, we have nothing else to say to the champions, so you are dismissed. He looked to the three head teachers and Crouch, who nodded at him. Goodbye. I will see you all soon for the wand weighing ceremony. The past his prime man scampered off, followed by the majority of the room's occupants, excluding the 4 Potters, Sirius Black, Dumbledore and the Beauxbatons teacher and student. Harry, my boy, you had no right to give such details of that night. The 6th year turned a glare on the old man, who ignored it. That was a night that is very private to Thomas. It is his right to share what happened, not yours. Right. Harry snapped back, voice a snarl. Because me being there, and seeing both of the family members I actually hold in high esteem being slaughtered wasn't significant at all, was it? He turned a cold look onto the Potter family. As we are both officially emancipated now, I will be attending a meeting at Gringotts this Saturday at 1 o'clock. I don't particularly care if you are there, but the goblins likely will wish for your attendance. As he finished saying this, he noticed Fleur's expression turn to panic rather quickly, and would have asked the reason behind such alarm, had his family not been in the room with them. Instead, Harry stalked out of the room, and left them all in silence. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. That statement had been a mistake. He, like just about everybody else, did not register the fact that the elder Potter son was there that night. It was not good that Harry's respect for the aged headmaster was declining, the wolf inside Harry would not accept bowing to somebody he did not consider worthy of that much. And having Harry be willing to follow him would be the best way for Albus to ensure the powerful wizard assisted him in the light side after Tom's return. He would have to rectify this falling out. Harry quickly moved through the school, heading, in a roundabout route as to calm himself after dealing with the people he despised, to his common room. Stopping outside the wall, he spoke. Cobra. Really unimaginative, he knew. Especially for the house that was supposed to value privacy and security. Unlike what Harry was sure would have taken place in the other 3 houses, there was no applause. No party. Just more people sat around the common room, looking slightly more happy than normal. That and looking irritated for obvious reasons. Tracy and Daphne, however, were waiting next to the entrance with scowls. Not at the boy who entered, but at his brother. The girls hadn't calmed down in the period between leaving the Great Hall and their friend joining them in the common room. If anything, the ill will they held towards the boy who lived had increased exponentially in that time. Them and the rest of the school. However, the pair did not know how to phrase, "I'm sorry your famous twat of a brother sabotaged your chance to prove to your family, who you hate, that they were complete and utter fools to treat you badly and favor him." So they settled on greeting him with a hug from each, to which Harry gave a half smile, before letting out a slight yawn. "Congratulations," Tracy exclaimed to him, plastering a grin on her face. Daphne offered a less exuberant repetition. "Thanks, hopefully it'll still be enjoyable." Yes, Harry thought, life-threatening was the same as enjoyable. But, more importantly, I found something out before the feast that makes it a hell of a lot better a deal for me. Harry gave a rare, genuine grin to the 2 in front of him. "As of the second my name was called, I'm officially emancipated. The Potters hold no influence over me. Unlike previously, when they would have had final say in matters such as his education and funds. Not that he used their money. If Harry was expecting happiness from Daphne and Tracy, or later from Caroline and Jasmine, at the news, he was sorely mistaken. The 4 of them had been wondering just how to bring up the favor that they had agreed to, on behalf of him, to Harry. It would be an uncomfortable conversation to be sure, and this sped up the deadline by a good margin. And so Tracy paled and Daphne scowled. They would need to have a conversation with Fleur Delacour. And it would not be one the French girl found enjoyable. The next day, the same subject was on the mind of an unnaturally beautiful girl, dressed in the light blue uniform of Beauxbatons. Fleur Delacour was nervous, not helped by the fact that she did not get a wink of sleep the night before, and had no idea what she planned on doing to calm her nerves. Saturday. She had until Saturday until her situation came to fruition. 2 ways, neither of which she necessarily wanted, but one of which she certainly viewed as preferable. But Caroline had all but forbidden her from broaching the subject with the other involved party. And that was why she was currently on the hunt for her childhood friend. It was no longer her decision whether or not they revealed the secret to Harry. The only variable up for debate was who should tell him. Her, one of the girls that knew him much better than she, or the goblins. And the goblins would be much more brass when bringing up such a sensitive issue. Not to mention the French girl had little to no idea of how Harry would react to the sudden presentation of a marriage contract. With such a surprise, maybe he would just allow it to go to his younger brother. And that thought repulsed Fleur Delacour. Well, Fleur and just about every other female that had spent time in the vicinity of the arrogant younger Potter. She had finished her prior commitments for the day and, despite how much she wanted to head to the carriages and go to sleep, she was heading for the approximate location of Caroline and her friends. The note Fleur had been sent the night before had assured her that they'd get rid of Harry for a few hours while the 5 discussed just what they were going to do to resolve this. Inside the room, the atmosphere was frosty. Caroline, Tracy and Jasmine were each casting nervous glances over at their oldest friend, each worried about the implications of Daphne's frequent fingering of her wand. Around the 3, she let her shields down more than with anyone else. Even more than Harry, since his emotions were strange and he struggled with the everyday problems that she would come to him with. He would do his best, of course, but his solutions had always been a little over the top to bother him with the petty issues. One example amused the girls, when in their more sinister moods, even now. Just as it had stuck with many of the male population. Not what Harry did, their male friend had been stopped too soon, but the rupture that Tracy caused. Flashback. Harry's 4th year Chamber of Secrets. A tall and strong, albeit slightly lanky, figure jogged through the corridor. The four girls in pursuit were given a demonstration of just how far he outstripped the average human, let alone wizard when it came to physical ability. They ought to have known by now, but it was easy to forget how different their male friend was. Each was breathing too hard to call out to Harry as he vaulted the banister, dropping to the floor of the entrance hall and continuing his run. The girls followed, taking the more conventional route of the stairs, and saw that the animagus lead had increased even further with that time they lost in their safer descent. Harry had covered half the ground to the lake, and had given up the quieter paces in exchange for a flat-out sprint. The crowd of 6th years had taken note of the incoming wizard, too. Now, any normal person would have taken the couple of seconds necessary to yell out, "Thompson!" at this point, and so let everyone know who it was that had motivated him to run the length of the castle in order to exact his revenge. Harry, however, just honed in on him and redoubled his efforts, increasing his speed yet again. By the time the girls had covered the next 20 meters, taking them about a third of the way to the group, Harry had reached the first of the Ravenclaws, and had subsequently batted him aside nonchalantly. The next pair, he ran over on his way to Thompson, barely seeming to notice them as they were trampled with panicked yells. The final 6th year, claw between their effective leader, was sent to the hospital wing with a broken jaw as Harry dealt him a quick blow that sent him sprawling into the water behind. Eric Thompson had, by this point in the proceedings, cottoned on to the fact that Harry meant him ill will, and chose to attempt a daring, idiotic escape by running at his attacker with an intimidating, wimpy yell. The 17-year-old was shut up, rather effectively, by the fist that was planted into his gut, leading to a grunt and a crack as one of his ribs cleanly broke. The next thing Eric knew, he was flung back into the December-chilled lake. As he resurfaced, yet another girlish yell sounded, this one that the girls were just close enough to hear, as Thompson saw the glowing end of a wand centered on him. "Glacius!" Harry barked. The water around Eric froze in a cube, and he felt a moment of drowning panic, followed by a different type of panic. The cube began to rise, as he flailed his hands and feet, the only parts of his limbs that were free. Daphne and the others reached Harry as the cube was spinning wildly, and the imprisoned boy's face was turning green with nausea. The girls stopped, doubled over and panting, for a few seconds before Daphne gasped out, "Stop!" and Harry's focus switched onto them and away from the rapidly dizzying form of the Ravenclaw. What? Why? Harry was confused. He had no idea why the girls, Daphne especially, would stop him from teaching the Ravenclaw a lesson. The Slytherin 4th year had yet to even get to the real lesson. He had intended to set a pack of dogs on the older boy, and to allow him an attempt at escape while too dizzy to walk in a straight line. It was just a threat. Just a threat. Harry's befuddled frown deepened. What do you mean? How can a threat be treated so casually? The claws, spinning, however, had slowed marginally. Because he never would have done it. He isn't like those Slytherins that were willing to actually do that. Daphne was regaining her breath, and so spoke in larger chunks. Well, why the hell would he threaten something like that if he wasn't going to do it? Harry exclaimed, disliking the lack of understanding he had in this situation. To look tough in front of his friends. I don't know. So you don't know he wouldn't do that? Harry pointed out, and the ice-imprisoned boy was flung onto the bank of the lake, the ball of ice shattering and leaving him disorientated and shivering on the grass. Harry flicked his wrist again, and two stones next to Eric transformed quickly into snarling Rottweilers. Yes, I do. Daphne yelled, panicked, as the vicious animals advanced. The other girls were quick to back the Slytherin girl up, stating that they knew the Ravenclaw was just angry at Daphne for turning him down when he made the threat. This didn't appease Harry, though. Just stop. Tracy ordered her friend, scowling at him. She stepped between the dogs and their would-be victim. The two animals looked, confusedly, to their creator and followed Harry as he just grumbled something in an unrecognizable, harsh tongue, and stalked off back toward the castle. Thank yo Ia. Thompson had begun to thank the girls for their rescue, before the Davis daughter stomped, rather savagely, on his crotch. End of flashback. It was lucky that the threat had been heard by many in the Great Hall, As the idiot, Claw had been confident that he would be the one Daphne finally succumbed to. That meant that Harry got off with a light-ish punishment, in a dozen or so detentions with Filch. The four girls' attention was moved away from the various trains of thought they had, and the worry had plagued three of them increased, as a nervous knock came from the door. Apparently Ms. Delacour had arrived. Elsewhere, Harry was pacing nervously. The omens today did not bode well. Not that he believed in the divination stuff, but he had seen the signs. The girls were giving him confusing looks, ones that made him extremely uneasy. The same was coming from the French champion, and he had no idea what could inspire her to look at him like he was something. Stupid looks. On top of that, he knew the attention wouldn't be going away tonight. It'd be growing, he suspected, with the arrival of all the Beauxbatons students. And he was a champion. Why hadn't he thought about that before he entered the blasted tournament? He was too unsettled to even sleep. And that was a very rare occurrence for him, what with his more than slightly lazy forms. He needed to burn some energy, but they'd been banned from leaving the castle until the next day. They were unsure when exactly the French reinforcements would be arriving. Harry waved his wand in a steady, horizontal figure of 8, and a punching bag, filled with sand, was suddenly hanging from his ceiling. And so he set to working out his frustration. Harry was stood at the back of the crowd, doing his best to, despite his tall frame, hide from the blue-dressed teenagers and pre-teens that were pouring into the entrance hall, foregoing the formalities that the rest of their school had given on their arrival. Despite this, the large group was silent as they rushed to join up with the older Beauxbaton students. Many of the already present French students quickly crossed the distance left between them and their younger peers. Sisters, brothers and cousins hugged their family members tightly as they felt the relief just about anybody would. Sure, their headmistress had assured them that nobody had died, but Harry assumed they had not really believed it until they saw the proof before their own two eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry spotted Dumbledore and Maxine watching the reunions with joy in their eyes, as Karkaroff looked on boredly. The teachers gathered around tended to have expressions similar to the former, while only Snape had one as inappropriate as the latter, in his ever-present sneer. Next to the messy, black-haired sixth year, Caroline, who was far more effectively hidden, was stubbornly rubbing her eyes, trying to avoid letting the tears fall. Whether those would be from empathy for the French witches and wizards' plight, or jealousy at the ability to be reunited with those they were worried for, Harry couldn't say. And he had long since learned that it would be a bad idea to actually ask about such an uncomfortable topic, lest the short girl's tears increase even further. Harry released a groan as the male population of Hogwarts' jaws collectively dropped, obviously caused by a new entrance. The new girl bore a, for lack of a better word, resemblance to the newly selected Beauxbatons champion. Another Vila then, Harry commented to himself, before his eyebrows shot into his hairline. And a relative of Fleur, apparently. The girl had run to, and been embraced by, the elder Delacour daughter, both babbling in French as they hugged. Harry's eyebrows lowered, and sank into a frown as he scratched at his cheek. Was something wrong with the rune he had drawn there? It was supposed to let him know whenever somebody he had protected, and wished to continue protecting, was in danger, but he hadn't ever met that girl, nor any of the others. So, why did his magic let him know that Beauxbatons had been where he needed to be? And why had it told him the younger sister of Fleur was in danger? She wasn't here, after all. Just because she was a member of that family, there was no reason that he would be compelled to help this girl. Ah, well, magic was far from understood. It may well be the case that this was just one of the many unexplained occurrences. As Harry noted the, frankly pathetic, reactions of the males around him, some were openly drooling for Merlin's sake, a passage from his new favorite book came to him. One that had inspired a great deal of thought in the wizard in regards to why he would be so different from his peers. Humans, particularly those of the male gender and/or in the later stages of youth, are often ruled by their say-uility, and it has, shown by the many instances in history in which has resulted in conflict and/or disagreements, the ability to make them act in ways that we goblins would refer to as uninhibited and foolish. This can be shown by their reaction to many magical creatures of the humanoid stature, though fortunately not our species. The most prominent example is the reaction of males in the presence of Vila and sirens. Even the most strong-willed of heteros, men will feel the pull of their allure, and those that are described as Teenagers, or those later in life that possess lesser will, by their own species will stand little to no chance of resisting the temptation to act in a foolish manner. Humans can develop an immunity of sorts to the allure if they are subjected frequently and so learn to ignore the temptation, and a very small percentage of those both inclined towards females are born without being able to feel the pull whatsoever. But that didn't describe Harry. He felt the pull, admittedly vaguely, but even at the World Cup in the presence of a dozen or so full-grown Vila he had no trouble resisting. So what on earth was the reason? Was it just an extension of his subconscious aversion to such strange emotions? He was aware of the fact that his feelings, while becoming more like those of an ordinary human, were stunted in regards to romance and similar fields. He was also aware of the fact that his robotic, for lack of a better word, mindset towards the opposite sex was caused by the accidental hearing, while in his dire wolf form, of a man talking to his child about their pet dog and Harry's entirely rational fear that followed that scene. Harry was in the woods of Muggle Britain, a shadow that was waiting for the donut shop, a pleasure he had recently discovered and occasionally partook in, to open in the shopping center across the main road between it and the trees he resided behind. It was winter, and the child, only 9 years old, didn't want to wait, shivering, in his human form. Instead, he chose the thick winter coat of his wolf to shield from the nip of cold air. On this side of the road, other than the woods, there were half a dozen shops. A barber's was the furthest down the small cluster they formed from Harry, then a newsagent's and a grocer's side by side, followed by a DIY shop, a charity shop, and lastly a vet. The vet's customers, being nearest to the canine, were within Harry's earshot, and so he heard a conversation between father and son that would stick with him for the rest of his days. "Daddy," the child began. "What's wrong with Rover?" Even as a wolf, and therefore with a slightly less human brain, Harry could hear the sadness in his voice. Sadness, that his pet, likely a dog, was sick in fear of what might happen to the animal. "Rover's just having an operation, Kevin. It's nothing dangerous, but it will stop him from humping the furniture." The man grumbled something under his breath about his mother-in-law and her big mouth. Harry guessed that she had used that term, humping, and the father was not happy about it. "How will it stop the humping?" the child asked, wanting reassurance that his friend would not be harmed. "Rover will just have a quick operation called neutering, Kevin. I promise that nothing bad will happen to him. Now, how about some ice cream?" Yay, ice cream. Harry had, later on that day, looked up what that word meant. Needless to say, as one of his forms was similar to a dog, he had sworn that day that his testicles would never be subjected to such horror. And, short of hunting down every vet in the world, the animagus had not known just how to do that. He enjoyed his canine form, and didn't want to forego it in the future. Unconsciously his mind had decided that, since he was 9 and had zero thoughts regarding mating, it would be better to cordon that off. While he was aware of the fact that he was primarily human, why would he risk upsetting somebody with dual actions if it could result in his losing his genitalia? It was only now that he was coming to understand that, short of humping somebody's leg, in wolf form in particular, he wouldn't be subjected to a fixing. But the hesitance was definitely still there, and allowed him to maintain perfect control around the species that Sharptongue mentioned. Or at least, so far. But back to the events unfolding around Harry. He was growing more and more disgusted by the obvious lust on his classmates' faces. The girl was maybe 14, even if she looked older, after all, and 17-year-olds were here drooling as they undressed her with their eyes. Just as a glazed-eyed redhead, one guess which it was, opened his mouth to embarrass himself, the spell was broken by a loud shriek coming from behind Harry. Vert, 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 vert. As Harry turned to the source of the noise, he found a blue blur rocketing towards him. Not in his direction, no, at Harry. Normally, he'd have easily reacted, either sidestepping or drawing his wand to deal with a potential threat. But this was a tiny girl. No older than 11 and, even for that age, abnormally diminutive. Oof. Harry grunted, as the girl flew at him and slammed into his chest in an impressive leap, still chanting, "Green," in her native tongue as she wrapped him in a hug that, betraying a hidden strength, knocked all the remaining wind from the tall teen's lungs. The girl babbled something in French, too fast for Harry to follow, as she dropped to the ground in front of the English wizard. Harry took a gasping breath as he refilled his lungs and relieved the aching in his ribs from the little girl's hug. Hello. The black-haired teen grinned at the girl, and focused on listening as the girl began her rapid-fire talking. Hello, Green Man. I didn't know you went to school here. I'm Michelle. I like you. You rescued us. Thank you for saving us, Green Man. You were a pretty cat, and I like your eyes. Emeralds are pretty, and so are your eyes. The mean men went away and haven't come back, but our school got blown up. But we're going to stay with you, so it's a happy ending. Michelle gave a wide grin, and clambered onto Harry's back, scaling him like a cliff until she reached his neck, where she balanced and sat. Right. That was a lot of information to get in a foreign tongue in no more than 20 seconds. Is there anyone here from your family, Michelle? He asked. The girl sat on his neck, as he realized that the majority of the hall was now watching him and the girl currently attached to him. Nope, she responded, chipper. My mom and dad are still in France, but I get to visit them at the weekend. We're just here now because we need to learn our way around school. Oh, can you give me a tour, Green Man? She asked, excited once again. I'd be happy to. And my name's Harry, Michelle. It's nice to meet you. You too. Do you know when we get to eat? Her attention span proved not to be great, as the first year's stomach growled. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. I would like to say, on behalf of everybody in Hogwarts, that we are happy to welcome you to our castle. Of course, it is a shame that it is necessary and that the situation ended in such a way, one that showed that everybody involved in that horrific series of events was a victim. Dumbledore shook his head, sighing sadly at the thought of what he perceived to be the loss of so much redeemable life. Yet nobody was punished, since the French government deemed the vigilante who intervened commendable. Commendable, really. He killed and they believed that the elder Potter boy was worthy of forgiveness. Of course, the aged headmaster was unaware of the seething headmistress sat to his left, or the disgusted French students shooting him glares. How dare he call the people who tried to rape and kill the Beauxbatons students victims? What was wrong with the man to think that way? But the way that we can pull through this, again, his use of the term "we aggravated several of the French students," is through support. This is the perfect way for us to fulfill the very aims of what we began this tournament trying to achieve: international cooperation and relationship building. The old man gave what he thought to be a humble smile to the, again from his distorted perspective, attentive audience. Albus Dumbledore didn't receive the applause he expected at the end of his speech, but, true to form, the headmaster assumed that his words had touched those present so greatly that they had been rendered immobile and speechless. Because why else would they not be exclaiming their agreement? Across the hall, Harry sat. To say he was out of his comfort zone would be an understatement for sure. Around the teen, dressed in black, green and silver for the welcome, was a sea of blue. Apparently the younger Beauxbatons students didn't understand the policy of, avoid the dangerous man, avoid the killer. Instead, the charge led by Michelle, they chose to show their gratitude to Harry by bombarding him with meaningless conversation. He was beginning to wonder how they could still be this immature. Was it some kind of shock? Was that the way that normal people dealt with trauma? To act completely illogically. It sounded like a more feasible explanation than an entire school of kids being this immature. Even the older French students weren't avoiding him anywhere near as much as he had predicted. They seemed grateful, which, Harry supposed, he could understand. He had saved their lives, after all. But you can be both grateful and afraid at the same time, and that would make a hell of a lot more sense to him than showing the beginnings of hero worship for the guy that publicly killed dozens of dark wizards without much difficulty whatsoever. And by no difficulty Harry more meant that he had felt shockingly little afterwards. Not that surprising in his own mind, since it had been like putting down rabid dogs more than killing humans, but surely most people had more morals. More mainstream morals. Based on what the aged headmaster thought on the subject, they would all be repulsed by him. While this confusion was rather constant, the more pressing thought running through Harry's head was one of irritation. The kids sure could talk a lot. That was even more clear now that Dumbledore had finally shut up and they could stop whispering at him. How could people with such small lungs have so much volume? Harry wondered, as Daphne caught his eyes. Was she laughing at him? Evil by.ch. Okay. So maybe the sight was a little amusing, as evident by the fact that the others were trying, and failing spectacularly, to hold in their giggles at the sight of a scowling Harry Potter staring longingly at his food while the Beauxbatons girls on either side of him repeatedly tugged on his arms to try to pull his attention solely to them. But even so, they could have had a little empathy for his plight. Harry had to eat a lot. That was one of the few things his different instincts didn't clash on. He used a lot of energy, and would much rather be eating his fill right now than struggling to follow a conversation he had no interest in, that was also in a tongue not native to him. The younger, and far more enthusiastic, students collectively froze, and their collective gaze focused on something behind Harry's head. He waited 3 beats, and found that they did not move back to him, so he turned to see what the fuss was about. He supposed that she was intimidating to the small girls, but he really didn't see the need for the dislike that was present on their faces as they watched Fleur Delacour with apprehension. She'd come across as nice, most of the time, to Harry. Granted, she was a little curt with the idiot boys that tried to court her through public displays of stupidity, and was downright rude to Thomas, but Harry firmly believed that the morons deserved more than that for harassing the villa at every turn. "Hello, Fleur," he said to his fellow champion, as he smiled politely at her. Any sincerity was taken away by the confusion he felt at the Beauxbatons girls' reactions to the Silver Bee-own's presence. "Hello, Ari. Would it be okay for us to take a walk?" She sounded slightly nervous about taking a walk with the boy, but Harry put it down to the glares that were coming from the majority of her fellow Beauxbatons. He imagined that such hate would be upsetting, explaining why she had been sat quite far down the table with the small group of girls that he constantly saw accompanying Fleur, with the addition of the new villa, who drew even more attention to her and her friends. Sure, Harry saw no reason to refuse, and chances were that he wouldn't get any food even if he stayed, so he might as well go for the conversation that, presumably, would be more engaging than being chatted at by a bunch of first and second years. "Where did you want to walk?" he asked, as he rose from his seat, before being reminded that he was being held, rather firmly, by the nearest 2 girls, as they pulled him firmly back to the bench. "Non, you won't." Harry missed a word in that. One that he hadn't learned as of yet. The 2 girls, and their fellows, gave what would have been, on the faces of somebody more scary, intimidating glares to Fleur, but cowered slightly when the beauty returned it tenfold. "I was not going to bewitch, I am, Jessica," Fleur said to the one who spoke, with a dark glare. "Ari." She looked to him, wondering whether he was going to come with her as the girls let go of his arms, remembering the rumors of Fleur's avian form. Harry, meanwhile, had taken the couple of seconds to check the expression of those further down their table. Those French teens did give a genuine feel of hostility in the glares that they directed at their champion. Strange. He had seen her be a little racist to the English, with snide comments about the country itself, the food and the weather, but the 2 countries had a history of conflict, and some of the Hogwarts students had said much worse about the French during their time here. Fleur had also been short with the male populations of Hogwarts and Durmstrang, but never had he seen her be anything but polite to her fellows. He didn't know the eldest Delacour all that well, meaning that Harry was unaware that that was just an attempt at putting up a united front, as they had been instructed before attending the tournament. Very few of the people she had known through her time in Beauxbatons had been anything other than unpleasant or slobbering. The discrimination and racism against her kind, while less extreme than that of Britain, was still very much present in France. Men wanted her as little more than a trophy, to be mounted whenever they pleased, and women were jealous of her. A rational jealousy, since most of their partners would jump at the chance to nail a villa, but harsh nonetheless, as Fleur had little to no control over the reactions of men to her unconscious allure. Right. Harry pulled himself back to the present and stood, unrestricted this time as he followed the bee-owned out of the hall at a quick pace. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. "So, what's up?" Harry asked the girl he was accompanying, as they walked through the castle's corridors, on the 2nd floor. "Up?" Fleur asked, not knowing what the native English speaker meant by the expression. Presumably he wasn't asking about the ceiling. "Why'd you want to talk to me?" Harry corrected himself, and saw Fleur don a look of understanding briefly, before speaking once more. "Oh, right." She cleared her throat a little, and Harry was confused to see an expression of nervousness. That suggested that this was an unpleasant topic, for the girl next to him at least. "It's about your upcoming bank appointment. At Gringotts." What did you need to talk to me about that? He had no idea what interest the Delacour daughter would have in his and his family's going to the Wizarding Bank. Well, we need to tell you something. That didn't sound good to Harry, especially since he couldn't see, hear or smell anybody else in the vicinity. She suddenly stopped, and turned to the door to her immediate right, raising her hand and giving 4 sharp raps on the wood. What are you? The door opened and Harry trailed off. Caroline. Harry was sat on a comfortable seat, across from Jasmine, Caroline and Fleur. His 2 friends were sat on a 2-man sofa, while Fleur was on a chair similar to his own, a blue, comfortable armchair. Look, I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry. Harry said, nervously. The seriousness of the 3 boded badly for the lone male in the room. Caroline gave a small smile to her male friend, and corrected his mistake. You don't need to apologize, Harry. This isn't about something you did. Okay. So who did something? Harold Potter. You mean my grandfather? Harry asked, with a frown. His grandfather had been a good man. What could he have done wrong? The girls with him, or 2 of them anyway, knew that Harry viewed his grandparents with rose-tinted glasses. They would have to be careful with this. And my grandfather really. Fleur said, or maybe spat would be the better description. They drew up a contract before my father and the current Lord Potter were born. Harry turned to face her with a raised eyebrow, not understanding why he was being told of a business arrangement. So, I don't really care what the Potter businesses are doing, he commented. He was barely a member of that family anymore, after all. It wasn't that kind of contract. Fleur said, worriedly. It was a marriage contract. Jasmine decided to put the girl out of her misery. It wasn't fair to make Fleur tell Harry, she was just as trapped as Harry. If anything, she may have been even more so. Harry could let his brother fulfill the contract easily. Thomas wanted to, after all. Fleur, on the other hand, would have to let her kid sister take the burden and, over the past few days, it had been made clear that Fleur cared for Gabrielle more than life itself. Marriage. Harry repeated, his eyes widening. You mean? He gestured half-heartedly to Fleur and back to himself. Not exactly. Caroline answered, a frown on her face as the redhead debated what she was hoping for. She certainly didn't want Harry to marry, but Fleur was one of her best friends, and she would say that the B-owned was her oldest friend. At Harry's confused expression, Caroline continued. You can get out of the contract easily, she said, with a neutral mask donned. But that'd mean giving it to the little shit, Harry inferred. And you would have to marry the boy who lived. He addressed Fleur, who nodded. She sighed resignedly. Obviously that wasn't something she wanted. Who would? And what? Are there no clauses to get out of it? Harry was under the impression that there were always clauses built in order to break the marriage if the original intent fell through. Surely they meant for it to be in your father's generation. The 6th year pointed out. There are, Jasmine replied. But they require the agreement of both heads of house, for some reason. She tucked a strand of pink hair behind her ear, and continued with a scowl. Your father refuses to agree, since Thomas wants a villa, and we all know how the boy who lived gets everything he could want. Shit, Harry groaned. Wait a minute, he continued, with a confused frown. How long have you known about this? If you've had time to find all that out. How long have we known? Jasmine squeaked, turning to Caroline, who stayed ever so lightly more composed, with a panicked expression. The red-haired girl, ignoring her rainbow-haired friend, replied, speaking slowly. Since the World Cup. Harry's eyes flashed with annoyance, and he quickly stood. What? And you didn't think to tell me? He exclaimed, as the chair he had been sat on was thrown back. Fleur, and seemingly only her, was more than a little unnerved by the anger he was showing, and then was very surprised by Jasmine's response, despite the Ravenclaw girl being worried about his reaction seconds before. Harry, sit, she ordered, as though the boy was a misbehaving puppy. Harry sat. Then, he realized what he had done and stood again, thoroughly distracted. Hey, you promised you'd stop doing that. He complained, irritated. I'm not a bloody dog. You're right, Harry. We're sorry, Caroline said, with genuine sorrow. Though Harry would realize later that this may have been aimed at the previous argument. With a grunt, Harry left in a huff, exiting the room and getting halfway down the hall before something far more important occurred to him. Wait a minute, you've known about this for months. Harry always forgot just how quiet the streets of Diagon Alley were during the school term. Or, at least, during the school term mid-morning on a Saturday. Wizards slept in when they could, and so the early risers on one of most people's days off were only just arriving. 9 a.m. was early for Harry, too. He had a habit of sleeping till noon whenever possible, and would have stayed asleep later had there not been the risk of missing 2 of the day's meals. The shopping district was a lot more pleasant without the rude, bustling wizards and witches barging each other out of the way. But that was more evident to Harry, because such large crowds felt unnatural to him. It made him feel claustrophobic and had, more than once, caused an incident where he floored a particularly annoying wizard. He maintained that it wasn't his fault if one of the dumbasses almost got trampled. People should look where they're stepping, and shouldn't shove the angry animagus. Ollivanders was closed. Not exactly surprising, since he had been told that the wand-weighing ceremony was taking place on Monday and that would be the busiest part of the Cook's year until the influx of 11-year-olds in the summer. Maxine's was just opening, and there had been a dozen or so diners in the Leaky Cauldron when he and his company had passed through, but, largely, there weren't enough patrons around to say for sure if the majority of stores were open or not. The largest wizarding bank in Britain, however, was obviously open. Goblin guards were flaunting the entrance, as the group approached. The goblins, unlike wizards, put the emphasis on hard work at all times, and didn't understand the concept of sleeping in. That was fortunate, since there was another round of the talent show this afternoon, and the Potters were only permitted to travel to Diagon Alley at this time of the day. Harry had to attend, apparently. Well, he didn't have to, but a bunch of second years looked like they would cry if he didn't show up to watch them do whatever it was they said they were going to do. He wasn't that cruel. As Harry neared the massive doors, he felt a hand grasp him on the shoulder, Andrew's way of reminding him to keep his cool, despite having told him several times on their way through Muggle London. Harry, the tall Greengrass patron began, calling the attention of the other male Cornlt in his group, though they would pick up another member soon enough. Are you going to be okay today? What do you mean? The boy asked, presuming it had to do with the Potters, but not knowing for sure. In Gringotts, Andrew clarified. I know you dislike the Potter family, but you can't start a fight in Gringotts. It's one of the fundamental rules of our society. Even the most idiotic of purebloods tread on eggshells, because it is Goblin land. The goblins believe they have every right to execute troublemakers, and the Ministry, despite its usual idiocy, knows that the life of a few wizards is not worth another goblin war and the damage it would cause. Okay, so I should wait until we get out of the bank. Harry smirked. Harry, the heavier man growled, you need to take this seriously. He kept his tone low in order to avoid drawing attention to the pair, either from the muggles around him, or from the female members of their party walking a dozen paces ahead. Andrew, Harry turned to face him, the seriousness of his tone betrayed by the amusement glinting in his eyes. Do you honestly think that out of the people attending this meeting, that I am the one dumb enough to insult goblins? I have little to no respect for most people, but they're a different matter entirely. You don't have to worry about me aggravating them. It was rather obvious who he was referring to. The boy who lived tended to get angry very easily when somebody didn't show him the respect he deserved. Harry also knew from experience that he got upset when you suggested that the respect he was deserving of was the same as a bag of excrement. I promise, I'll wait until we get outside the bank. He grinned at his foster father as the man tried to suppress his own. Fine, fine. Andrew Greengrass relented, as he failed to maintain a serious expression. Just bear it in mind, okay? I can't be in there with you to do damage control, remember? All right, I will. Harry reassured, as he sped up to rejoin the girls. On his other side he had a small, owned ray of sunshine. Apparently Gabrielle had remembered him, though how, Harry didn't know, since she perhaps caught a glimpse of him during the World Cup, and had latched onto his left hand, stubbornly refusing to let go, as soon as she saw him, much to the reluctant amusement of her father, and the freely expressed amusement of everybody else. It was a little embarrassing for Harry. Not at the moment, but because they had met up with the Delacours in Muggle London, and Harry had keen ears. Why would this result in him getting embarrassed? Because he could hear the comments about him. He did not like being called cute. He wasn't cute. He was scary. On the flip side, Sebastian Delacour seemed to be in a foul mood. It was fair, Harry accepted, but annoying. It wasn't Harry's fault his daughter was in this situation, yet he was the recipient of the Frenchman's glare. Harry was in just as lousy a situation, except for the fact that if he passed on the contract, he'd be condemning Fleur, a girl that seemed very kind, if a little arrogant, to a life of being married to Jabba the Hutt in human form. Jabba the Hutt without the charm. There was, however, a good chance that if he gave it to the little shit then the contract would be irrelevant in a couple of weeks. What were the chances of a spoilt, untalented brat surviving whatever they had lined up for the first task? If they enforced the no cheating rule, then there would be very, very little, and Harry wouldn't be inclined to intervene this time, if another, more worthy life was at stake. But they never did, and the Potters wouldn't let their precious Lillian get an ouchie. After all, such kind people would never let harm befall their child, right? Right. They would never hurt their son. They would never abandon him. And that just proved that they only had the one kid. Harry stopped himself from carrying on down that train of thought, as the girl next to him stumbled over a loose cobblestone, and would have face planted had he not caught her momentum and swung her around, his right hand placed under her arm and quickly propelling her up to sit on his shoulders. With a happy squeal, Gabrielle latched onto his scalp, and chattered away in rapid-fire French. Harry missed the smiles his interaction inspired from each female behind him, and to an extent the males too, and definitely missed the subsequent glares that 5 of them exchanged, one in particular being rather homicidal. Daphne was in a bad mood today. Instead, the black-haired lad focused on the problem at hand. He really needed to decide what he was going to do. There were only 2 options, as far as he could see. It should have been easy to make a choice. But it wasn't. It really wasn't. When he had discussed the contract with Daphne, Tracy, Jasmine and Caroline, they had struck him as upset. But why would they be sad? Was it because he was contemplating letting Fleur marry the brat? Was it because he had yelled at them quite a bit after finding out how long they'd known? Or was it something else entirely? When he'd asked Astoria, the only impartial friend, or more like a little sister, he had why the girls were upset, she had given him a weird look and said some confusing things, speaking in weird riddles and giving what she had thought to be hints, but that confused the hell out of Harry, and gave him a headache. Had he had time today, he would have asked Andrew, but their conversations had been focused on the matter at hand more than the moodiness of his daughter and foster daughters. The fact that his go-to advisors in this were unwilling to help him work out a solution, even Caroline, who was a good friend of Fleur not being willing to voice her opinion, Harry felt rather stymied. He couldn't make a decision like this on his own, could he? Well, it looked like he'd have to, Harry decided as he tuned back into what the cute girl atop his shoulders was regaling him with. Was it just him, or did Diagon Alley seem quite long today? Harry felt uncomfortable and awkward. The goblins, in an odd gesture of respect, had allowed him to come through to the waiting room. Probably just because he had greeted their teller in the goblin tongue, and they appreciated a wizard who had bothered to learn their language. Unfortunately, their idea of a waiting room was a small room, the ceiling being too low for him to stand properly, as they did not often find a wizard worthy of seeing the goblin part of the bank, with a rather comfortable-looking pair of 3-seater sofas. Occupying a settee each, were 2 aged goblins that demanded respect with their very presence, and Harry was not willing to sit next to either of them, meaning that he was stood, hunched, over near the door, wishing that he could be back out there with the others. He had not wanted to risk insulting the goblins, as they were known to overreact to anything they deemed a slight upon their Hanawir. Unfortunately, when it came to wizards, that tended to encompass virtually everything. Thankfully, he had arrived only minutes before the appointment, in an effort to avoid any unnecessary time around his family, and so he and the goblins, who he suspected had been talking about him in their hushed tones, did not have long to wait before a gruff voice grunted, in their tongue, that it was time to go on through. Harry, following behind the 2 smaller figures, arrived outside a formal-looking, based on the solid oak door, room less than a minute later, his guides having navigated the maze-like corridors with shocking efficiency that showed just how well they knew their place of work. The 2 older beings, not bothering to wait for him, walked through the door with haste and took their seats at the raised portion of a circular table. The room itself was a decent size, the plain brown table taking up a good portion but allowing anybody to comfortably walk the circumference of the round room. Across from the entrance he and the goblins had used, another door stood open for the Potters, who walked through seconds later. James Potter, the head of house, was wearing the ridiculous formal wear that wizards favored, dress robes, as they were commonly known, that were a dark gray. Idiotic, but only because he was a wizard, and they were all a little closed-minded about changes in their stagnant society. Lily Potter née Evans was following behind her husband, and wore an emerald green dress that clashed, in most people's eyes, though not Harry's, wonderfully with her red hair. She, too, was obviously appearing formal as much as possible, something that would have amused Harry were it somebody other than his parents entering the room. He, too, was wearing smarter clothes than he was normally comfortable in, but his were of the Muggle style. A bit irritating, but they didn't hinder any movement, since the magical material they had been made with was designed to avoid any such restrictions. The coal suit was more to the philosophy of his hosts. Far more, in fact, since they had no ridiculous notions of going overboard with trying to look presentable. Only humans did, after all. Harry did, however, have to repress the urge to snort as the little brat followed in after his parents. Harry had thought the boy was getting thinner, but he obviously had just been hiding his gut while at school, something he was unable to do in red and gold. Gods know why he chose to dress so ridiculously, set of dress robes that were too small for him. The brat swaggered in, a cocky smirk on his face as he walked right up to the nearest seat as flopped down into it. Again, Harry was tempted to snicker at his idiocy. Thomas. Lily Shout whispered at her youngest son, following her eldest's amused gaze to find he had ignored what they had repeatedly told him about etiquette in the presence of goblins. Stand up. Woo. Why would I do that? The moron frowned. Just do it. Okay. He rose, and waddled, even if this may have been over-exaggerated by Harry's perspective, over to join his parents. Well, one of the goblins, who was slightly lower, Harry believed, than the other, began. Now that everyone is present, I believe we may begin. Is this the case, Director Ragnarok? He asked of the other, in a respectful tone. Yes, Narclaw, the now-named director replied, before turning to the humans present. You may be seated. Thank you, Director. Harry replied in a respectful tone, as he slowly sat in the chair nearest his previous, standing, position. His parents did the same, expressing gratitude that, since it was for such an insubstantial thing, confused Thomas. But, in a rare moment of common sense, the boy held his tongue. First of all, Narclaw began, turning to Harry as another goblin entered thanks to an unseen signal. Would you please provide a drop of blood, in order to confirm you are, truly, Harry James Potter, heir to the House Potter? He asked, in an obvious non-question. As Harry opened his mouth to reply that, of course, he would be willing to do so, the brat made it apparent that his common sense was temporary. What? No, he isn't the heir. He turned to look at his father. Dad, you said that I was the heir. Well, James began in a quiet tone, glancing at the goblin his son had no doubt annoyed. You were, but it was never formalized. It takes time to change the line of succession. Then just disown him. It's simple. He pointed a finger at Harry, who had the urge to snap it off. Instead, he chose to hope the goblins were in a bad mood today, and would cut it off for him. No such luck. It isn't that simple, Thomas. James hissed at his son. There was no valid reason to disown your brother and, frankly, I didn't want to. He is still our flesh and blood. He continued, in a stern tone, shutting the brat up. If James' tone didn't convince Harry of his sincerity, which it did not, then his wife's sorrowful look at her eldest should have done so. Emphasis on should. No, Harry believed that he knew exactly why he had yet to be disowned. Without just cause, the disinherited male heir was entitled to take a fraction of the family's wealth, the amount to be decided by their strength. Harry would have been able to take half the money and material goods of the Potter family, the upper limit of the policy. His father wouldn't like that. If that interruption has run its course. The goblin shot a slight glare at the fourth year. Please proceed. He waved his brethren forward, and Harry outstretched his left hand. The goblin pricked his index finger with an instrument, and a single drop fell to be caught on a piece of paper. It, somehow, spread across the page, and into Goblin script. The pricker moved over to the director and Narclaw, and handed the parchment to Ragnarok. Glancing at the first line, he nodded to Narclaw, and read through the rest while his subordinate continued. The pricker moved over to the trio after Narclaw asked them to do the same as Harry, and it was found that James, Lily and Thomas were who they claimed to be. The senior goblins, however, suddenly broke into a furious, whispered conversation, with Ragnarok stabbing his finger repeatedly at one of the pages. While Harry could speak the tongue, it was far more difficult than French and, since he struggled to follow that when spoken quickly, he stood very little chance of understanding what the duo were saying. What Harry did understand, however, was the fear in the eyes as the unnamed goblin who was staring at him while backing out of the door behind James, Lily and Thomas. Who knew goblins could feel fear? Harry, James Potter, Ragnarok began, in a rasp. Why Henry was shortened to Harry, Harry would never know. Heir to the House of Potter, why would he announce that? Heir apparent to the House of Black, Harry's eyes widened at this. Nobody had told him anything about being named heir to Sirius if he died without a legitimate heir. Harry would bet that he had at least one illegitimate. Thomas, meanwhile, was a mixture of gobsmacked and furious. How dare Sirius name his arsehole of an older brother heir and not him? Now named Lord of Houses. The goblin took a gulp, as Harry's face paled considerably. He wasn't even 17. How could he be a lord? Not to mention the fact that his King father was still alive. Peverell, Harry vaguely remembered a bedtime story about the three brothers. That would just be a title though, right? They were around eons ago. Peverell couldn't hold any seats on the Wizengamot or anything, could they? And the goblin's hands were shaking. The head of Gringotts, for crying out loud. Oddly, he was interrupted by his fellow. Hold on, director. I believe that it would be inappropriate for this house to be named in front of them. He commented, pointing at the other three Potters. Were his parents. Lily spoke up, addressing the goblins with a scowl. We have a right to know anything concerning Harry. Wrong. Narclaw snorted. The reason you are here today is his magical, and therefore legal, emancipation. You only have a right to know what Lord Peverell wishes you to know. Unless he wishes you to stay, you must exit or we will be forced to remove you. The conversing parties looked to Harry. Nope, Harry said, simply, and ignoring the hurt expression on Lily's face. Very well. Narclaw nodded. Please leave immediately. Lily Potter was the most intelligent witch of her age, and thankfully had the common sense to leave under the goblin's fierce glare, dragging her other son behind her, and being followed by James. As the door clicked shut, the two goblins turned to face the remaining human, each looking exceedingly wary before they began conversing once more. This time, Harry caught snippets of their conversation. Though this didn't help the situation make any sense to the sixth year. He heard Narclaw twice say, "It's not him. Look ATV the boy." And Ragnarok simply poked the sheet once more in retort, "The blood never lies." In a whispered hiss, Lord Peverell, Narclaw began. We have two more houses to name for you. One, the far less worrying, we have been long aware of, and have not divulged yet out of courtesy. You know our language and so we are willing to do this much in return. We concealed it because we believe it would cause unnecessary problems for you and yours. The other, well, we will need a good explanation as to how you have acquired this last title. The statement was accompanied by a thinly veiled threat. Even by goblin standards. Okay. Harry said, worriedly. This was not what he had been expecting today. Well, what is the first? He tried to hide his fear, knowing goblins disliked such displays. Yes, he was afraid. You try staring down two bloodthirsty goblins. Firstly, you have been named heir apparent of House Greengrass. Again, Harry was gobsmacked. Why Andrew had never told him this, Harry would never know. This time, however, as he thought it through, it made sense. As Daphne often pointed out, girls had an unfair lot in life in the wizarding world, and could not inherit lordships. Harry was the closest Andrew and Adelaide had to a son, and Andrew's brother was the worst kind of pureblood. Harry wasn't happy about it, but it would be easy to forgive his foster parents, or, at least, that was the closest he could come to defining his relationship with Lord and Lady Greengrass. Right, Harry nodded. And what is this other one? The goblins did not seem pleased. According to our records, and our records are never wrong, Ragnarok snarled. You, Harry, James Potter, are now lord of the house. It does not have any known translation, and the only previous head was never one to tell us his last name. He was more inclined to attempt to slaughter us each and every time he met any goblin. The head is known, or at least was known, since you appear to be the current head, Lucifer. Lucifer. Harry repeated, shocked. As in Satan. He is where the image of the devil originated, yes. Would you care to explain why you were named as head of his house? The goblin was suspicious for sure. He racked his brain, and came up with an answer. Whether it was correct was yet to be seen. Wait, was this, Lucifer, a red satyr? Lived in a weird chasm canyon thing. Had a fondness for killing little kids. That is as good a decryption as any, yes. I kind of killed him. Harry said, honestly. You killed him. Ragnarok repeated slowly, as if to make sure he had heard right. How? Well, he cornered me, hence I said he liked killing kids, in his house chasm. I would have died, but who would expect a human child to be able to turn into a 700-pound saber-toothed cat? Better to tell them about his form than to get killed by a horde of angry, fearful goblins. The two goblins present blinked, in unison, once, twice, a third time, and then each let out a mighty roar of something, causing Harry to fall backwards off his chair, jumping out of his skin at the suddenness, not to mention the ferocity, of the noises. Ragnarok and Narclaw fell silent as quickly as the noise had begun, and both faced Harry, on the floor, with feral grins. The director pulled out another sheet of parchment, and an ivory knife, with which he slashed across the palm of his gnarled hand, letting blood flow onto the sheet. This time, though Harry could not see it, the blood wrote out a decree in the goblin tongue, and the parchment vanished in a flash and Ragnarok went back to grinning at Harry for a moment before the two snapped back to the situation at hand. Thank you, Harry James Potter, friend of the goblins. Harry wasn't sure if that meant something, but he figured nodding back, with a polite smile, couldn't hurt. Narclaw called out something in their gruff tongue, and the door swung open once more, permitting the Potters to rejoin the estranged member, who had moved back to his seat on the opposite side of the table. The parents wanted to ask what had happened, but had discussed it while waiting and decided it was not a good idea to do it while still in Gringotts. No, they would find a time to talk to Harry later. Now, there were more pressing matters to attend to. It has been confirmed that the attendees are James Doria Potter, Lily Potter née Evans, Henry James Potter, and Thomas Lillian Potter. This shows that all expected to attend at this time are present. Are there any complaints or questions at this stage in the proceedings? Nobody spoke up, so Narclaw continued. Very well. Today you are attending to deal with the matter of the emancipation of Henry James and Thomas Lillian Potter, is this correct? Nods. We are given to understand that this stage in the proceedings there is little dispute, yes. The Goblet of Fire gives any selected the same rights as an adult, and so they are no longer deemed to be under your protection. Would either champion in question like to sign himself back into the care of his parents? James and Lily gave a pointed look to their children, and Thomas grumbled in response. Fine, I would, he said, reluctantly, believing himself to be more than capable of living as an adult. Very well, Narclaw responded, and scribbled a note in goblin script. We will process this after the proceedings are done. Lord Peverell, he asked, turning to the newly named friend of his kind. Harry asked. Are you re-signing yourself into their care? Lily and James tried to give him the same look, and that grated on Harry's nerves. He had had a very good handle on his temper so far today, but they're trying to treat him like he was still a child. Like he was their child. That pissed him off. No, he grunted, choosing a simple answer. He wanted to explain that he had not been their child for many a year, but that would lead to the emotions bubbling to the surface, and leaving a messy, brown-haired red smudge in the goblin's nice, clean room might not be appreciated. Eye contest. Lily spoke up, frustrated. On what grounds? Narclaw asked, in a tone that suggested boredom. He is my son, she exclaimed, with a scowl at the goblin for even asking such a question. That does not change the fact that he is, by law and magic, an adult. If you do not have a legitimate contest, please cease in the needless interruption that lengthens a straightforward case. Needless. The redhead hissed. He is my child. My son. I won't let you. She was interrupted by a loud thud echoing through the room, and looked up to see Harry's knuckles denting the wood of the table, a look of loathing directed at his mother. You gave up any right to call me that a decade ago. I am not your son by anything but blood. He growled, then roared, two of his forms craving blood. Well, being more obvious about wanting vengeance to be delivered onto the boy's so-called family, anyway. He took a series of deep breaths and focused on her again, a calm mask being betrayed by glowing green eyes. The only reason I have not renounced the name Potter is that I have respect for my ancestors, and refuse to leave the future of my once noble family to him. He sought a dark look at the pale Thomas Potter, before glancing at the damaged table and away from the shocked Potters. He had never really told them what he felt about them until now. And he didn't feel anything pleasant for his family. I am sorry, Ragnarok, for the damage. I meant no disrespect in my anger, and will gladly pay for the repairs. The old goblin grinned toothily at him, and replied, Nonsense, Harry. He took the use of the first name to mean they were on those terms now, and Harry did not mind. That was the most amusing spectacle I have seen in years. It is of no importance. In fact, I will pay for the damage myself. The Potters would not register, until later on that day, that the leader of the goblins was far more agreeable than they had ever heard of him being towards a human being. You have my gratitude. That appears to have made Lord Peverell's position rather clear on the matter. If there are no other objections. Nobody spoke up. Okay, then. Are there any other, related matters, that you wish to ask of we goblins? Yes, James Potter cleared his throat, as his color returned. Thomas Potter wishes to dispute Harry's claim to the title of Lord Peverell and the title of heir to the Potter line. He believes he has the better claim to them both. The goblin grunted, and turned his gaze on the boy. And what are your reasons for believing this? He is not a true Potter, for starters. He stated, almost convincingly. He has not lived at Potter Manor for 11 years. That has no relevance to whether or not Lord Peverell. Harry believed Narclaw said that to get under Thomas's skin. Is a true Potter. Do you have any relevant arguments? He does not fulfill the criteria for being head of house. He guessed. Incorrect. The only criteria for being the head of House Potter is to be capable of reproduction. Lord Peverell has no issues in the act of procreation. He looked down his nose at the chubby boy, and continued. Your case for disputing Lord Peverell's claim is dismissed. You may challenge for the line after our session is complete, if you so wish, but be warned that Lord Peverell will be entitled to add his own stakes to such a challenge. Present your case for Henry James Potter's claim to the Peverell lordship. I know this one, Thomas said, with a smug look on his fat little face. Dad's told me before that the stronger of heirs, for their stage in life, is the one that gets the claim. And, Narclaw asked, and I'm obviously stronger. The boy who lived replied, indignantly. Case dismissed. Narclaw didn't dignify the statement with a response. Once again, you are entitled to challenge at a later time. Harry believed they wanted the brat to challenge him, as there was no reason for the goblins to be reminding him that he was allowed to challenge Harry to combat. Are there any other disputes? No answer, and so the goblin scribbled something =else, before looking up again. Okay, you are dismissed, but I would like to remind you that the next Gringotts case involves the Potter line once more, in the marriage contract between houses Potter and Delacour. Thomas Potter grew furious at the mention in front of his dickhead brother, and leapt to his feet. You weren't supposed to tell him. He yelled at Narclaw, before turning on Harry. That villa is mine. He turned and stormed out of the room in a strop, just catching the snort from his older sibling that aggravated the celebrity further. An hour later, the mood of the boy who lived was not any better. His villa was sat next to the bastard that always stole his thunder. And another villa, admittedly a tad young for Thomas's taste, was sat on Harry's lap, while the male Delacour was sat to Harry's right and the female sat to Fleur's left. Harry had sat first, so he wasn't to blame for where everybody was seated. Fleur could easily have sat with two empty chairs next to her, and one of them could have had Gabrielle, but she didn't. Plus, Sebastian had overheard Harry telling Andrew, disgustedly, about Thomas calling Fleur his. That had, quite successfully, turned the man's ire off of Harry and onto the brat, knowing that Thomas wanted to own his daughter. Something he had put countless hours into campaigning against in his own country. He did not do that just to lose his own flesh and blood to a disgusting English child. No, as the goblin, Narclaw Harry had called him, began, Sebastian Delacour was glaring at the family across from him with a fire in his eyes. The three were lucky the goblins were present, and that the Delacour father was not willing to make a scene in front of their hosts. Both because that would be a stupid idea, and for the reason that he prided himself on his social skills and the manners that he had passed on to his daughters. If he had been able, the father of two would have begun throwing curses on top of hexes by now. The excuse of being a child only went so far. A 14-year-old was plenty old enough to know better, and the Frenchman believed that somebody should teach him a lesson. Luckily, he had heard something on the way and that gave him hope that day would be today. Even if he was not to be the one delivering the lesson, Sebastian had seen the boy who lived's older brother in action, and knew that it would be an enjoyable sight, seeing the disgusting child get what's coming to him. At the same time, Harry was paying attention to the overseeing goblins, both of whom had the eternal scowls of their kind. They were the best way for him to avoid contemplating whether he was making the right decision today. They hadn't changed over after the Triwizard case, since he couldn't think of a better name for the fiasco, and Harry was very surprised. Why would the director oversee one, let alone two, cases that were rather simple from where the Potter heir, officially now, stood? At least this time it was amusing to see his brat of a brother invent new shades of red, or was it purple, as Fleur sat next to him, and Gabrielle sat on his lap. As weird as it was to have a little girl, who really had very little reason to be as trusting of him as she was, sat on his lap, Harry saw it as a fair trade to annoy the little shit as much as he was. As long as the father Delacour kept his annoyance focused on said annoyed fourth year, that is. Narclaw gave a strange grunting noise, that Harry interpreted as the clearing of his throat, and drew the attention of most of the room onto him. Only two of them, who happened to be the youngest, kept their focus elsewhere. As I am sure you all know, the goblin began. We are here today to discuss the recently activated contract between houses Delacour and Potter. We goblins are given to understand that the parties obliged to fulfill this contract are somehow up to date. The magical creature stated in a slight questioning tone. He directed this, in particular, to the three Potters on one side of the table, retaking the place they had been designated in the previous proceedings, to avoid any violence. Not as far as I understand it, Master Goblin. James Potter replied, in a respectful tone as he nervously glanced at Thomas, who was still a bright red. As your records no doubt show, I am the one who inquired on the contract, and I signed it on behalf of Thomas Potter. Something about this statement, for reasons Harry did not know, inspired a triumphant grin in said Potter, though the effect was lessened by the fact that he was still very much colored from his previous anger. Yes, Narclaw replied. Our records do show that. He paused here, and Harry could practically feel the panic coming from Fleur next to him. But I do not see the relevance in that fact. Your youngest does not have the claim to this contract unless the heir Potter chooses to pass on the contract. So, I believe that the question that we should be asking is quite clear. He turned to face Harry, with a barely suppressed grin at the surprisingly entertaining events unfolding before him. Heir Harry Potter, of House Potter, do you accept his contract of marriage to heiress Fleur Delacour, of House Delacour? All eyes fell onto Harry, and he opened his mouth to respond. What do you think? Should I end it there? It's certainly tempting, but I reckon I'd get some well-earned abuse, and I don't really want to leave this scene too much longer. The chapter's already the longest one I've posted, after all. I don't want to drag it out. So here you go. Feel free to thank me. Or worship me, that, too, would be welcome. I take human sacrifices. Or bacon. On second thought, just bacon. Fleur Delacour, heiress to her house, and the noble, though not ancient, French line of Delacour, was doing her best to swallow. Just to reassure herself that she still could. She tried to focus on the now softly snoring form of her sister, or on her mother's comforting holding of her hand, or even the pale skin of her father, who, like her, was nervous as all hell. What was he going to say? What was her fate? As much as she was angered by the idea of being given to anybody, and that was what these contracts were for people like her. Well, not people technically, but Vila. The arranged marriages were old, and the bigotry of the wizarding world was prominent in each and every one. She was getting off topic, though. As much as she disliked the idea, Harry Potter was something else. Not in a bad way. No, she had nothing but nice words to say about her fellow sixth year, other than a slight aloofness she had noted. Nor did anybody else, for that matter. Harry was a different person to anybody she had ever met. From the rumors she had heard, and Caroline had not outright denied, the Potter heir had had a rough life. He had grown up ignored by his family in favor of his younger brother, who had grown into the unremarkable slob across from her, but he could stand to be in the same room as them. How? She had no idea. Was he just unbelievably kind and forgiving? Not from what she had seen and heard. He had put plenty of dark wizards down like the dogs they were, and had not forgiven the Potters, or even come close for that matter. That was not a hallmark of an overly optimistic wizard. Was he emotionless? Had he become a psychopath thanks to his need for strength and survival? No. He had definitely shown emotion in front of her, though admittedly less pronounced than most would be in his place, and was almost obvious about it in the company of the Hogwarts girls he was so oblivious about. He had feelings, and was willing to risk his life to save her family, and later her schoolmates, without a second thought. Maybe it was just self-control. Her friend had hinted at that being the case, if Fleur remembered correctly. The Beauxbatons champion took the small comments to mean that Harry felt like a caged animal, though why he would feel that way, she did not know. The beauty was snapped out of her reverie, suddenly, as a single word rang through the chamber and broke the anxious silence. Yes, Harry answered, voice calm and not betraying any of his own anxiety at the commitment he was entering into. Yes, Narclaw repeated. Please be clearer in what you are saying. I, Harry James Potter, heir of House Potter, agree to the contract set forth by my paternal grandfather to be engaged to be married to Fleur Delacour of House Delacour. He clarified, voice barely wavering. Whether or not he would have said any more was suddenly unknowable, as Harry felt a pleasant haze settle over his being, focused on his eyes, and the world suddenly became so very pretty. He, embarrassingly, let out a low purr as he turned to face the source of such a wonderful feeling, and found himself leaning towards the relieved girl, before his brow sank into a frown, and he shook his head like a wet dog. Head cleared, he noticed the state of his brother and father, not to mention a suddenly furious Lily Potter. Thomas was, simply put, a vegetable. His jaw had gone slack, his eyes glazed over like the most decorated donuts in all the land, and drool was running down his chin to pool on the tabletop. James, while in a better state than his son, was still unused to the influence of Avila, and the brief moment of delight from Fleur was enough to slacken his expression and force him to stare intently at the sixth-year girl. Paying no heed to the humans and their reactions to another creature, Narclaw continued. And does heiress Fleur Delacour accept? Oui, Fleur said, in a relieved sigh. Very well, we are done here, Narclaw said, before his attention was brought to his superior through a clearing of the throat. Ragnok tapped the paper in front of the two, reminding his subordinate of something he had mentioned in the trial prior. Ah, yes, I believe that Mr. Thomas Potter wished to challenge the claims of heir Harry Potter. Harry would be known only as heir until he was finished with his full-time education. Damn right I do. She's mine, the aforementioned idiot exclaimed as he stood suddenly. I was referring, Narclaw snarled at the disrespectful brat, to the claims to be heads of houses Potter, Peverell, B.L. Yes, I contest that too, the still-standing fourth-year yelled. I challenge you through right of combat for your lands and titles. Whatever his parents would have said was cut off by the bestial grin of his elder brother, and the verbal response. Accepted. In an effort to have a fair contest, I demand that Mr. Thomas Potter be compelled, upon losing, to make a public apology to any and all he has offended and or upset in his time attending Hogwarts. Agreed. How could he possibly lose? He was the boy who lived. Very well, Narclaw had given up on suppressing his grin now. As both parties agree to the terms of contest and the reward delivered to the victor, I ask what the terms of the bout shall be. We just so happen to have a free slot open in 10 minutes, if you wish to immediately settle this dispute. The choices are to the death, to surrender, to inability to continue, a combination of these two options, or in a more formal duel. Which will you choose? He asked the fighters, sharp teeth showing. A combination, Harry replied, along with a nod from his younger sibling. Very well, shall we move to the area of combat? Sloppy. That was how Harry would describe Thomas's form. He could, just about, pass for a duelist, not shocking since his father was an Auror, but in an actual fight it was pathetic. A high center of gravity showed he had no intention of dodging the attacks of his far stronger opponent. His wand, held in a far too tight grip, showed he was either too emotional or wholly unaware of the fact that he would struggle to produce any spells like that. A rigid body, or at least as rigid as blubber could get, showed that he would go on the attack through the fight. And that wasn't even taking into account the fact that the boy looked to be out of breath. No, Harry was well aware of the fact that this fight would be an easy win for him. It was barely worth his time being here, but he wasn't fighting, today, for the sake of fighting. He was fighting because the brat had challenged him, believing, for the simple reason that he had been raised as though he could do no wrong, that he would be victorious in this duel against his superior. Maybe this would teach him some humility. Though Harry wouldn't bet on it. Begin. Narclaw interrupted Harry's train of thought with a bark, acting as the referee for this fight as anybody else would have reason to be biased. He did too, but there was no way for Thomas to know that, since even Harry did not know that the goblins were now supporting him against the others and that, in fact, he was now considered a very ugly goblin. It was fortunate that they did not take looks into account anywhere near as much as humans, meaning that Harry did not have any points against him for being so unattractive in the eyes of goblin kind. Thomas began, leaping into action with an unnecessary flourish of his wand, and a loud exclamation, in a disarming spell that whooshed towards his older brother. Harry let it fly at him, the fact that it was only a little off-center mass showing Harry that the brat wasn't completely worthless. The fact that he proved to be more than a chimp trained to wear clothes and be obnoxious, however, made little difference to Harry's attitude towards this fight. His brother should have realized from the get-go that he stood no chance, but that fact that, even after this next move, he had no idea showed that he was only a bit more than a trained ape. Harry leaned, tilted his body at an angle, and watched the red light flash by and splash against the bare wall behind him, and then righted himself again, all in the space of 3 heartbeats. Like a cat, Harry thought to himself as he smirked. To be fair, his brother reacted soon enough and fired another spell, a stunner this time, which Harry stepped out of the way of as he saw the boy begin the motion of the spell and watched fly past him, much like the Expelliarmus before it. Another yell of Expelliarmus came after, and his brother smirked confidently as Harry didn't dodge, apparently forgetting the existence of the shield charm. Protega, Harry said, calmly, as the spell neared him and splashed harmlessly against the shimmering wall of his shield. The older boy smirked at his brother, infuriating his opponent massively purposefully. This was, of course, his objective, and the smirk spread into a grin as he watched the color engulf Thomas's cheeks again. It was an amusing sight. Stepping aside as the less experienced boy threw another spell, this one being Incarcerus, and ropes flew at Harry, who flicked his wrist again and sent an weak severing charm to neutralize the binding attempt, before responding with an even more harmless spell. The cheering charm, purposefully overpowered, knocked Thomas over as he guffawed, before it was removed with another swish of Harry's wand, before the still giggling 4th year was hoisted up into the air by his ankle, and dropped on his head. Impedimenta. The boy was flung back again, as he began to stand, and Harry sent another impediment jinx at him, then changed it up a little. Incendio. The boy's robe caught on fire, and he let out a girlish yelp, and jumped to his feet. The idiot dropped his wand in a panic, and Harry watched with a grin as Thomas began running in circles. In a show of slight sadism, or something like that, looked over at the boy's parents who grew panicked at the sight of their son alight. That grew old quickly, and Harry saw the uncomfortable expression that Mrs. Delacour had donned, and gave a exasperated sigh. Augmentee. The, so far, victor of the duel sent an overpowered jet of water at the boy, and knocked him off his feet and into an unintentional roll. Accio wand. The wand came flying into Harry's outstretched hand, and he looked over to the goblin watching with a small amount of amusement. The victor is Lord Peverell. The public apoplegies demanded will be fulfilled at a date of his choosing. That would be fun. The little brat would have to apologize to each and every member of Slytherin House, the foreign schools, and just about everyone else. He was that much of a douche. Harry would make him start with Draco Malfoy. What was the old cook muttering about now? Ollivander was inside the school, though Harry was wondering if they had done a thorough background check on the very weird man, with the champions, headmasters, and some unnerving reporter lady inside an unused classroom. He had moved past Krum and Fleur's wands easily enough, the only interesting tidbit being that Fleur's wand held the hair of Avila, her grandmother, and had chosen to move on to the boy who lived thirdly. The younger Potter was stood in front of him while Ollivander held the holly wand up to his eye level. From the whispered snatches of English that actually escaped the bug-eyed man's mouth, instead of just being nonsensical muttering, Harry gathered that the feather in Thomas's wand was from the same phoenix that gave one to Riddle. Harry, not for the first time, found amusement in the fact that his bratty brother had, inadvertently, been named after Voldemort himself. He also wondered whether these two facts would be enough for the wizarding world to turn on Thomas once again. It almost certainly would for the school. Even so, the fact that they shared a source of cores meant very little to the older Potter, and so he wondered why the old man would find it so interesting. Of course, the wand maker likely knew of, if he hadn't, in fact, seen the effect itself, priori incantatem, but Harry did not. With a wave of the holly wand, producing a crystal-clear jet of water, the man announced that it was in working order with a happy grin. Evidently he found the process thrilling. Harry smirked at the joy the man would likely receive from his own wand, were there enough time for a proper examination, and the disappointment Ollivander would likely receive at not having time enough. And the elder Mr. Potter? He half-asked, waving Harry forward with an expectant expression. As the black-haired teen approached, flicking his wrist to produce the wand from its safe position inside a well-worn holster, the man's gaze predictably focused on the ash wand hanging loosely at Harry's side. Once he was within arm's reach of the man, Harry flipped the wand over and presented it to Ollivander, but first, not hesitating as he knew the frail old man, should he choose to attack, would be rendered unable with a single punch. Hell, he looked like a soft breeze would do it. Without any word of thanks, the man set about examining the seemingly harmless stick, to any muggles, at least, in his hands. The others may have been confused by the befuddled frown on his brow, but Harry knew well why he looked so lost. I do not recognize this craftsmanship. Ollivander clarified, unintentionally, for the others. He looked at the tall teen, and his frown increased further when Harry gave no response. Would you please tell me which wandmaker created it? Why? Is there something the matter with my wand? Harry asked, putting on a worried tone of voice and expression, and effectively hiding the amusement that had threatened to break across his face. No, Ollivander corrected himself, hastily. Likely to avoid offending the wand, or discrediting fine work. Not at all. It is in excellent condition. I was just wondering is all, a matter of professional curiosity. It would be easy to simply shoot the man down, and Harry considered doing just that, but it would be so much more fun to provide himself with amusement at Ollivander's, and others', expense. Nothing harmful, of course. Just a bit of misdirection. I'm afraid that I promised I wouldn't give away his identity. He made it personally for me, but did not want to be pestered for future services. He only made me one because a man in my family saved his life once upon a time. That is the typical cause of life debts, I'm sure you are aware. Not a lie, technically. I can, however, tell you that he currently resides in this very building. Again, true, though misleading. There were several reactions to this statement. One such, and the more annoying of them, was from Thomas, who Harry could practically see demanding to have a wand made for himself, and having a fit over the fact that his brother was the one this mystery man made a wand for. Ollivander, Dumbledore and Madame Maxime, however, looked curious, while the reporter lady resembled a vulture who had stumbled across a baby's carcass. Karkaroff, Krum and the cameraman looked indifferent, while Fleur simply continued to watch the beautiful wand as Harry removed it from the man's grip. It was certainly an odd one. While it appeared to be made primarily of the wood from an ash tree, there were darker patches, that she could not quite discern, and a single, twisting, ivory spiral running up the length. It was not often that a wand was patterned, and even less that they seemed to be from a separate material. Right, well, I believe we are all done. The wandmaker suggested, glancing at Dumbledore, who nodded, deferring to the man's expertise. It showed Ollivander's, and the other people present's, distraction that he did not announce the core of Harry's wand, and seemed to forget his previous examination. Very well, then, Dumbledore began calmly, as he turned to the younger four in the room. Champions, you are dismissed. The Hogwarts headmaster stated, giving a smile to the students and gesturing to the door. The man with the camera shot to his feet with a panicked expression, and the vulture woman spoke up. Photographs, Dumbledore. We must get photographs, and preferably interviews with the champions. Her gaze rested on Thomas, whose chest puffed up in response, before deflating spectacularly when her gaze drifted over to Harry hungrily. Ah, of course, Miss Skeeter. Dumbledore accepted, reluctantly. What followed was a tedious affair, in which the photographer and the Skeeter woman were arguing over who to put at the forefront of the exhibition. It was extremely odd, to Harry, that the only one who was not being constantly yanked forward was Krum, the famous Quidditch player. He could, however, understand the amusement that just about showed on the surly boy's face. It must be nice to be the sole champion not having his shoulder yanked out of its socket. This was followed by a disturbing experience that Harry would not be likely to forget anytime soon. The creepy woman sauntered up to him, and batted 2 heavy eyelashes in what she clearly believed to be a charming manner. Worse, however, was the assault on Harry's sense of smell that accompanied her. She was wearing far too much of a far too strong perfume, and Harry felt the inside of his nose burn. The shock, however, prevented him from avoiding the woman, who looked to be old enough to have mothered him, as she leaned in close and whispered to the black-haired boy. He did not ever want to think about, let alone repeat the beep suggestion she whispered to him, propositioning him to follow her into the small closet for an interview and some, in her mind, fun. The woman was fortunate, to say the least, that Harry had such good control, or he may well have vomited on the disgusting reporter. As it was, Harry was fairly sure his only reaction was turning a tad green, or at least he imagined he colored as such, before he turned and walked over to Fleur, shuddering as he heard a disappointed "Mo," Needless to say, when he found a business card in his back pocket later that day, explaining the woman's inappropriate touching of his rear, Harry was appalled, and ever so slightly concerned for Thomas Potter. He doubted that she had taken him into the closet for such a reason, but Thomas was only 14, after all. Combined with his arrogant stupidity, the boy likely would not know any better. Maybe she was the one they should have checked out before letting her into the school. Ollivander's creepiness paled in comparison to Rita Skeeter. Harry needed to clear his head. For some reason Daphne, Tracy, Jasmine and Caroline were acting weirdly, sometimes talking normally, sometimes dodging him and other times being overly friendly. To varying scales, of course, there was a huge difference between an overly enthusiastic Jasmine and Daphne. That was why the animals of the forest were in a tiff, and very, very nervous. Hell, if you had an oversized saber-toothed tiger running rampant through your home, you'd be nervous too. Harry wasn't hungry, luckily, and instead was just letting out some steam. As he wore himself out, crashing through a particularly tough and large group of foliage seemed to do the trick. Harry let his instincts take over far more than he commonly allowed. What could he say? It was relaxing to have a so much simpler thought process. A week later, however, Harry would regret his decision immensely. His animal half saw no reason to venture nearer to the exotic, worrying smells coming from a segment of the forest. Why would he purposefully risk a fight with dragons? Thus, he did not find out that night that, inside the already dangerous woods, there was something he really should have known about. It hadn't occurred to Harry before, but he seriously lacked in the friends department. Sure, he had a lot of vague associates, but his general policy of having no trust for humans prevented gaining many new friends and, with the girls, he didn't ever need any. They were always around, and he enjoyed their company much more than that of the average human. Even before he became aware of their attractiveness. Now, though, he was sat in an extremely uncomfortable position. Fleur, he was becoming fine with the idea of an increased level of intimacy, just about. Even so, that was far less than the others, who he had long since become comfortable with. The same could be said for Lady Greengrass, and Astoria, who he trusted also. Gabrielle, well, she was an innocent little girl. Contact with her didn't make Harry uncomfortable. But some random Ravenclaw girl, who was wearing an abundance of foul perfume and sitting far too close to him for comfort. Almost like she wanted to climb into his lap. He was not comfortable with that. In fact, he was contemplating snapping the extremely promiscuous girl's neck. He wouldn't do it, of course, that would cause a scene, but Harry could fantasize. He could, however, do something else. The raven-haired teen smirked ever so slightly as he glanced down at the cauldron in front of him, and he reached for a dark green plant, a rosy red root and a long, thin knife. 5 minutes later, the classroom had been cleared thanks to a makeshift smoke bomb exploding mid-lesson. From one of the most talented brewers in the school, in fact. Fortunately, Snape wouldn't think to punish one of his Slytherins and had decided that, somehow, the Weasley twins must be responsible. Nobody would question his judgment, either. Even if he had had it out for the pair since that first talent show earlier in the year, Fred and George tended to be responsible for most everything that went wrong in regards to their year. As Harry was weighing the odds of the two redheads pranking Snape this year, the tension was building. After all, he heard a slight chatter approach from the nearest end of the hallway, while a murmur spread from the other males in his class. Turning to check what was incoming, and wondering if the class's luck was lousy enough for Peeves to stumble upon them, Harry's eyebrows raised visibly at the sight of 20-odd third years walking quickly towards them, with Professor Babbling leading them. He understood well why there had been a murmur from his peers at the sight of the female professor. She was attractive. Not that Harry had noticed before this year, but it was now painfully obvious to him and, with the lack of guilt that came from ogling his friends and, for some reason, fiancé, Harry found her, along with Sinistra and Vector, rather distracting at times. No wonder so many more boys had taken the courses at all level than Newt. "Oh, well, this looks like a big mess," the dark-haired witch commented, as Snape gave the group a look of acknowledgement. Well, a look of acknowledgement for Snape. Anyone else would perceive it as a sneer. "It is," Snape said in reply, turning his attention back to his smoke-filled classroom with a look of loathing not meant for the potions room. "Is there something you need?" "Oh, well," Babbling took this in a way that Snape certainly did not mean, and began with a smile. "A window in our classroom was unfortunately broken in a failed runic carving. You know how it is when they become unstable." She smiled reassuringly at a girl who, evidently, was the perpetrator. "Because of this, we decided that it would be worth finding a new one to escape the breeze since we have another period after this one. Are you going to do the same?" she asked the greasy-haired man, who refrained from snarling long enough to shake his head. "Ah, I guess you only have them for the one period, Snape nodded, and gave a grunt dismissive noise. Well, her eyes roamed over the students, looking for one in particular, and locked onto Harry, inspiring a smirk in the woman. "If you're done with him, I'd love to borrow Mr. Potter for a demonstration." When she received no response, the black-haired beauty beckoned to Harry and walked off, the third years following in her wake as Harry shrugged and did the same. It only took a few minutes to reach the classroom Professor Babbling had in mind, and Harry was soon stood at the front of the class as the younger students each found a seat and sat attentive. Most of them had heard of the older Potter's prowess in this subject, and all recognized the popular sixth year from the selection of champions. Especially since the challenge was drawing so near, it had become a bit of a game to see which champion would gain the most obvious, and extreme, tell of stress. Harry, however, only recognized the one of them, a red-haired girl, who sat there with an adoring expression aimed at him in, what Harry guessed, was hero worship, since she was well known to have a bit of an obsession with anyone famous or popular, key example being Thomas Potter. He had last interacted with her when he carried the girl out of the Chamber of Secrets during his 4th year. When everyone seemed to be prepared, the professor spoke up. "Well, class, every cloud has a silver lining. It is unfortunate that Miss White's rune went rather spectacularly wrong, but without it we would not have run into Mr. Potter this afternoon and you would not have the chance to see the true power of runes from a fellow student." A grin broke across her face, showing perfect, straight teeth, and the teacher gestured to Harry. "I am going to leave the details up to Mr. Potter as to how he demonstrates this, but first," she turned to him. "Would you mind showing a full, and correct, camouflaging rune for the class, Mr. Potter?" "Happy to," Harry replied, before drawing his wand easily. The 6th year walked to the nearest student, who happened to be Ginny Weasley, and placed the tip of the wand against her forehead. "Now, hold still. It'd be a shame if something happened to that head of hair." He winked at the girl, who paled at the thought of going bald and froze. Harry, with careful motions so as not to give the younger teens the impression that runes were easy for just anyone, moved his wand in a kite shape, and drew what seemed to be little more than a squiggle going vertical inside it. He removed the wand, then tapped the rune with the stick once more. Before her fellows' eyes, Ginny Weasley changed color, the individual colors depending on what height that part of her body was currently resting at. Most of her midsection was the brown of her desk, her head and tied back hair the yellow of the wall next to her, and her feet and legs the gray of the stone floor. And there we go. Not particularly impressive, but useful in the right situation. Imagine how hard it would be to find someone with this rune if they were hidden in the forest. Next, he waved his wand over the girl and she faded back into the black of her uniform and the clashing red hair, still frozen stiff. So my choice? He asked Professor Babbling, who nodded. Harry, a slightly sadistic grin spreading across his face, cracked his neck. The class, as a collective, gulped nervously. 5 minutes later, the third years were all frozen in various contortionist-like poses that they certainly would not have been able to achieve ordinarily, each with a single rune drawn onto the floor beneath them. It was no easy feat making such a specific ward scheme, but, since Harry had invented them, it was far easier for him than it would be for any other. This was beginning to really annoy Harry. Were they angry with him or not? He could not figure it out. He would frequently catch the girls, Daphne especially, glaring over at where he sat with Fleur, only for the expression to be replaced with an obviously fake, pleasant smile when they saw him looking. Maybe they were annoyed that he wasn't sat with them, but what was he supposed to do? Fleur was his betrothed, he wanted to get to know her better and, preferably, her family too. The only family she had with her at Hogwarts was her cousin, and her cousin was, rightly, intimidated by Daphne's reputation, and so it was best not to overwhelm her. Not to mention the fact that Tuvila and Harry attracted plenty of attention without 4 of the most attractive girls in the 3 schools combined. The black-haired lad put it out of his mind, for the moment, and turned back to the situation at hand. The girl, her name escaped him for the moment, was staring at Harry with an astonished expression. Fleur had just broken the news to her, and Harry supposed that this was a fair reaction. The situation was very strange, and clearly she had not expected her cousin to tell her that she was to marry the boy who had saved her, and her classmates, not a month previously. He wondered how Fleur's cousin would react, once she recovered from the surprise. "Congratulations," she squealed, in the 2 cousins' native tongue, surprising Harry greatly. He had not expected that to be the response. She even looked happy, sounding genuine as she wished them well. Fleur, too, seemed to be smiling about the situation. Maybe she was just placating her cousin. Yes, that would make sense. Harry was certain, after all, that the situation must be truly upsetting to Fleur. The two began conversing, in the time that Harry had been zoned out with a slight frown, in rapid French. While he should have been able to follow once he zoned back into the conversation, Harry's confusion was still present and the two had, somehow, moved on to dresses in that time. It was an inherent trait in Veela to wish to flaunt their beauty, and a bride had a free pass to do just that. The lone male in this part of the table was rendered even more baffled. He'd yet to see the Silver Bee, owned looking anything less than gorgeous, yet it sounded like she was going to be preparing for their wedding for months on end to look even more perfect. Should he appreciate that? Or was it more for her own benefit? Jesus! He was getting married. What a strange thought that was. If Harry was to be honest, he really wanted out of this contract. Fleur was great, and all, but this was not something Harry wanted. He was neither interested in the idea of marriage at this time, nor did he like the idea of his freedom being stripped from him. But a male being forced into marriage was far less serious than a girl. If it was a choice between Harry not being free to, actually, he didn't lose a lot. He wouldn't be allowed to attack any of his wife's family without provocation, an old law to solidify alliances and treaties, or to intentionally deprive her of an heir, but that was a lot less serious than forcing the girl to become a South Avenue, and as a Veela that was what she would be, to a disgusting little boy. Bored, Harry reminisced about dinner the night before, and a grin spread across his face for the same reason that laughs had been echoing across the hall at frequent intervals today. Also why his bratty little brother had skipped breakfast, lunch and this evening's meal. A red-faced boy, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear, walked at a slow pace, with his head down, towards the far end of the slidering table. Harry, and the girls next to him watched with varying expressions, all of which conveyed amusement. Harry's, in particular, brought even more attention to the scene. It was rare that he displayed emotion to such a degree in public, and the face-splitting grin was very eye-catching. Not that the boy who lived making a beeline towards his arch-nemesis had a lack of attention in the first place. As Thomas approached, Draco and his two overweight pet trolls watched with suspicious expressions. Okay, Crabbe and Goyle just looked dumb, but Harry was pretty sure they were suspicious too. It was a shame that the clamor was far too loud for Harry to hear the two's confrontation. Nonetheless, Harry found it extremely amusing without audio. Thomas, reluctant, mumbled at the start and Malfoy sneered at him and said something obviously upsetting, as Thomas barked something back. The two morons were on their feet surprisingly quickly, and gave, threatening, looks to the smaller fourth year. Malfoy hissed something at them and, after glancing at the head table, the two dropped back into their seats. Thomas scowled, and opened his mouth to continue before something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. He turned, and managed to spot Harry raising his eyebrow, silently asking why it was taking so long for a simple apology. In response, Thomas gritted his teeth and his face, if possible, reddened further. He seemingly snarled something at the own boy and Harry chuckled to himself as Malfoy's surprise was visible. Who'd have thought the idiot would do it first try? The older Potter had been sure that stalling would be guaranteed and Thomas would almost certainly chicken out. The laughter was plenty loud enough for Harry to hear. Every Slytherin within earshot had skipped a beat, with a look of shock on their face at the arrogant champion actually apologizing for anything to anyone, let alone to Draco Malfoy, in his terms, the slimiest snake. Some of them waited the few extra seconds to tell their neighbors, who spread it down the table and, eventually, to the rest of the hall. Eventually, fact was distorted, and Harry was in no rush to correct the rumors. Apparently, Thomas Potter all but dropped to one knee as he serenaded Draco Malfoy in an attempt to woo the owned. It almost inspired sympathy in the girls and Harry to know the sorrowful story of how Draco spurned the boy. Thomas nearly cried for Christ's sake. Poor asshole. Don't get the wrong impression, though. Harry and the Malfoy scion were certainly not friends. While they had a mutual dislike of the boy who lived, the elder Slytherin found the fourth year extremely annoying, and made it clear more than once that, unless his father enrolled in Hogwarts once again, there was no point in believing the power Lucius held had any sway over the running of Slytherin. Especially since Draco would be crucified, figuratively, if he ran to his daddy and tattled on a fellow snake. Harry's strong dislike was shown rather publicly when he was wandering the castle during one of his frees, Daphne, Tracy, Caroline, Jasmine and Fleur all having gone off somewhere. He could find them on the map, but had a feeling doing that would result in pain being inflicted on him via some of the sensitive parts of his anatomy. For no particular reason, Harry was walking a corridor in the third floor, quite close to the one that used to be restricted because there was a massive Cerberus in it, when he heard a snotty voice exclaim something that inspired a reaction in the black-haired teen. "What did I tell you? She's loony," Draco Malfoy yelled, probably to his fellow fourth years. Based on the snickering that followed, his entire entourage was with the own boy as they found a target to bully, one that Harry quite soon deduced the identity of. There was only one girl that was regularly dubbed loony. Before Harry had quite figured out where the echoes came from, he was surprised by a voice speaking up. "Back off, Malfoy." A voice Harry knew well ordered the Malfoy heir. "Leave her alone." "Huh. And what if I don't?" Harry rounded the corner, and found a sight that had the beasts inside him snarling. Malfoy's thugs had grips on the savior, and had her lifted off the ground as she kicked at the pair. "Are you going to stop me?" Ordinarily, Harry would have interjected at this point with something along the lines of, "No, but I am," simply because he had a slight fondness of theatrics, and because it would have been fun to see the fourth years squirm before breaking off and leaving Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle behind. Currently, however, the sixth year's witty sentence came out wrong. In fact, it was a deep, rumbling growl that rang through the corridor as, without conscious thought, the black-haired lad moved. It was a testament to Harry's self-control, which had briefly failed him that day, that Lucius Malfoy did not have to organize funeral arrangements for his son. Or maybe it just showed where the teen's priorities lay. Harry preferred to think the latter for the simple fact that it made him feel better about himself, that he would prefer saving a quirky, but kind, third year and, more importantly, Astoria, the girl he saw much like a little sister, and that he would do most anything to protect. Nevertheless, there were 3 fourth-year Slytherins in the hospital wing half an hour later, and Madame Pomfrey was a little frustrated that they would not tell her what had caused such injuries, since this would greatly help her in the healing process. Well, 2 of them used what little brain power they could muster to decide telling the nurse would be a bad idea, and their ringleader was physically incapable, since his lower jaw was shattered spectacularly. The next few days were rather uneventful for Harry. He went to classes, laughed at his brother and did something, though he had no idea what, to get forgiveness from Daphne, Tracy, Caroline and Jasmine. He wasn't going to question why they'd forgiven him. It was far more pleasant for them to be on good terms, especially since he knew even less about why they were upset with him in the first place. He had thought there was a Hogsmeade weekend but, evidently, was mistaken. He needed to figure out if that meant he had missed it by a week, or what. Now, however, the 6th year was getting excited. The opposite reaction to that of the other 3 champions, each of whom were obviously nervous, bordering on hysterical at times. That was suspicious to Harry, but it was certainly possible that they were not aware of what they were afraid of, just the idea of the first challenge and whatever it was that was meant to test their mettle. Harry was probably being paranoid because he knew that, in all the recorded tourneys, cheating had run rampant. Surely Dumbledore would have taken steps in this one to avoid a repeat. He had a few questions, of course, the most mundane of these being, why would they hold the first task on a Monday? Surely a weekend would be preferable. For some last-minute preparation if the champions needed it. Yes, Harry would go with that. The champions would have to be there for 9 a.m. This meant that Harry had to head to bed earlier than normal, or he may not provide any entertainment to the crowds. A sleepy Harry would be a grumpy Harry. A grumpy Harry would not be inclined to prolong whatever this first challenge would be. The only worry he had was in context to Fleur. Next Saturday was a Hogsmeade trip, and he was sure that she would be upset with him for thinking she would do poorly. Not that he did, but Harry had been spending more time with her recently and the idea of sitting there, twiddling his thumbs while she was in danger didn't sit right with him. He would have to, however. Those were the rules. To be honest, he wouldn't care that they were the rules, since they were so moronic, had the punishment been less severe and had Fleur not chosen to enter this tournament of her own free will. Dropping into his bed, Harry's last thought was what was to be expected. For him, at least. At the same time tomorrow, he would be well aware of the fact that the others had known far more than him going into this first task. I wonder what I'll be facing tomorrow. The answer would truly have surprised Harry Potter, champion of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Inside the champion's tent, the mood was tense, to say the least. It was an odd fact that Harry, who knew less than any of the others as to what he was getting himself into, was in the best mood. He still wasn't sure where he currently stood in regards to Tracy, Daphne, Jasmine and Caroline, but it seemed they, for today, at least, had put a pin in whatever had their emotions changing in such erratic and, quite frankly, weird ways. Hopefully, the forgiveness they had given him would be permanent, but Harry wasn't willing to assume this was the case, especially since more and more of their ire was directed at each other and, most often, Fleur. The villa, thankfully, was used to receiving glares and muttered insults and so was plenty willing and able to ignore the girls and their anger. It was also obvious that their ignoring her, at best, was affecting Fleur much less than it would have done for Harry. He was very relieved this morning when they had each, individually, come to wish him luck. He likely didn't need luck, as they well knew, but it was good to get their support as this would be one less distraction. With a calm expression, one that even Harry was not sure if was genuine, or if it was a mask, the genuine Hogwarts champion watched Fleur tapping her foot nervously as she continually glanced at the entrance of the tent. Likewise, Krum and Thomas seemed to make no effort whatsoever to hide their nervousness. One was simply glaring at nothing in particular as his jaw clenched and unclenched, and the other was pacing around the tent while trying to rid himself of the obvious nausea he felt. Why would they be so nervous already? Anticipation he could certainly understand. They should be seriously curious about what was about to happen, and he could even understand being nervous as to what that would be. But this almost seemed like they knew what was coming. All 3 of them. Harry's train of thought was interrupted abruptly as the tent's flap was flung aside and Ludo Bagman all but bounded inside, a happy grin on his face and a small burlap bag clutched in his hand. Following a few moments later, at a much more sedate pace, was Barty Crouch. Gather round, gather round. Bagman exclaimed, as he stood in the center of the tense room with the bag that looked more like a sack held in two hands. No, as I'm sure you know, today is the beginning stage of the Triwizard Tournament. Based on how you do today, you will be awarded points and, if you retrieve the egg, you will be given a clue that is vital to your ability in one of the following stages. The man said, with his grin still present. But you shouldn't be worrying about that just yet. He added as the champion gained curious expressions. No, you should be worrying about how you will retrieve the golden egg when it is being held by a fully grown dragon. It was quite obvious that Bagman was expecting a multitude of reactions, all of which were, in his mind, going to be startled and, most likely, fearful. That's the only reason he would be so over the top in his revelation, Harry was sure. Unfortunately for the ex-beater, 3 of the 4 were well aware of the challenge, and the 4th was not vocal in his shock, though the very much surprised expression on his face made up for Bagman's disappointment a little, and inspired a look of fear in Fleur. She, understandably, had expected him to be told of this task. It was well established that a school's champion would find out what a task was before the date. Especially for the first task and, even more so, the champion of the host school. It would be a few days from now before Hagrid, the friendly school gamekeeper, would connect the dots. He, due to his rather naive nature, had been certain that Thomas would share the knowledge with his brother. The only reason he would realize this was because Madame Maxime would broach the subject after being told by Fleur Delacour of the superior smirk that was now present on the illegal champion's face. Thomas would then find out that having a half-giant yell at you was not a fun experience but was, in fact, terrifying. Harry was, rightly, shocked. They were going to have the students fight a bloody dragon. Were they idiots? One of the champions could easily die against one of the predators, and the Hogwarts student doubted that there was any defense that would guarantee that none of the audience would be grievously injured or, potentially, killed. Sure, there would be many a powerful wizard to provide protection were the dragon to break free from whatever constraints were holding it, but the apex lizards were infamous for their magical resistance. Then, his mind began racing like a hamster in its wheel, calling forth each and every piece of knowledge he had on dragons, especially in regards to any weaknesses he could exploit. Well, okay, then. Bagman muttered, as he didn't get the comedic reactions he had been anticipating. To decide who will be going first, and which of our unhappy guests you will be facing, we have models of the creatures in this bag. Each of you will select a dragon, and that dragon will have a number around its neck. Either 1, 2, 3 or 4. The champion with the number 1 will go first, 2 will go second, etc. etc. Simple enough, yes. Upon receiving nods from the 4, Ludo's grin returned. Ladies first, then. He held the now open sack out to Fleur, who hesitantly raised her hand and, even more cautiously, reached inside, twitching a little as something brushed against her hand. Outwardly, the Platinum B-owned girl remained composed. Harry was sure that only he would have detected the sudden nerves, and even he was relying on senses other than sight as her breathing hitched and the scent of fear became obvious enough he could scarcely believe the other men could not smell it. Drawing her hand from the burlap bag, Fleur showed her choice. Harry had no idea whether the small, green serpentine creature was a lucky or unlucky draw, and so looked to Bagman. Ah, the common Welsh green. Congratulations, Miss Delacour. The pot-bellied man didn't elaborate on that statement as he moved on to Victor Crumb, but going second was not ideal for the girl. You next, Mr. Crumb. Crumb reached in again, and had a similar reaction to the Beauxbatons student before him. Despite the boy's gruff exterior, the nervousness was palpable as he drew his very own mini-dragon. One with the number 3 around its neck. The Chinese fireball. Ooh, well, that was just cruel. Bagman moved on leaving, a visible worried expression on Crumb's face as he pondered what that noise meant. Was Bagman trying to make sure the favorite, in the eyes of the media, was distracted going into this challenge? That wasn't a serious thought, when it occurred to Harry. He had no idea how close he was to the truth. It would later irritate the 6th year to no end that he didn't register the change in Bagman's behavior when it came to the next champion. Mr. Potter, he almost called him by his first name. That should have been one of Harry's first clues. Your turn. Thomas's hands were shaking dramatically as he reached into the bag, and Harry turned up his nose at the extremely unpleasant, and strong, scent that exuded from Thomas as he perspired. As the silver-blue dragon was revealed, and the number 1 with it, Harry noted that both Thomas, confirming that the boy knew of the dragons, and their stats, and Ludo looked extremely relieved. Of course, any adult could be thankful, and not particularly suspiciously, about the youngest of the champions getting a particular dragon. A thought that was made all the more plausible as the ex-beater held the bag to Harry. The 6th year for some reason noticed that he stood an inch or two taller than the older man, though Ludo must have outweighed him by a good 2 stone. Not in a good way. As Harry reached into the bag, the judge appeared to gain a bit of nervousness himself, and was proven right to do so when Harry snatched his hand back with a curse. Crap. Bloody thing bit me. He reached back in with determination and yanked the squirming dragon out with a scowl, keeping a firm grip on the little lizard to prevent further attack. It was the only breed of dragon that Harry had recognized so far, and that was just because it was known as one of the most dangerous magical creatures around. There were many that would outclass it, of course, including the basilisk, but many of them were believed to have been hunted to extinction for the safety of humans. Plus, and this was one thing that worried Harry, the Hungarian horntail was insanely fast in the air. And neither of his avian forms could hope to stand up against it. Harry wasn't exactly going into this with the upper hand. In fact, his thoughts could be summed up in a single word. Or 2 single words, as the case was. Well, shit. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. Thomas Potter had gone first. Apparently the boy's method was exciting, not to mention dangerous. The number of oohs that drifted into the tent, along with a couple of screams and shouts confirmed that. Harry guessed that they had somehow charmed Bagman's microphone to not let the 3 champions hear and, therefore, know the first's technique, since he did not hear the enthusiastic man's commentary even once as he listened for a sign of victory or failure. He received it quite obviously as the crowd roared, even more loudly than the Swedish short snout. His brother had not died, then. But he had taken 4 minutes and 45 seconds of his allotted 5 minutes. That suggested, to Harry, that the boy's score would be quite low. He wouldn't know, however, until the challenge was over, nor would he know what the scores of his other 2 competitors. Fleur, pointedly focusing on the exit to the tent and thus ignoring Harry, or any other potential distraction, walked with a forced calm demeanor as the horn, which Harry believed sounded like it belonged on a cargo ship, sounded once more. Against the Welsh green, Fleur seemed to fare better than Thomas before her, or at least have fewer close calls, and finished within 4 minutes. Harry did, however, almost spring to his feet as crowd let out a collective gasp, indicating that something had gone very wrong. He was stopped as the applause began, though, and let out a breath he had not been aware he was holding. As Krum left, with only a respectful nod being traded between him and his Hogwarts opponent, a plan finally began to form in the black-haired teen's mind, and, in an instant, he was on his feet. Turning around, he raised his hands, wand appearing in the right, with a grin that would have, had they been there to see it, made his fellows nervous. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash. It was an odd feeling, that which was radiating from the crowd. Each and every member of the audience had been excited for this first task ever since the date was announced less than a month prior, but this was different. Thomas had had his share of fans, though the number was far lower than Krum's would be, that had been cheering him on with great vigor as he summoned the firebolt, and he had been rewarded with an ovation as he played to his strengths and overcame the obvious handicap of being only 14. Fleur Delacour had had less in the way of support, mainly because nobody was quite sure what she was doing, but, all the same, the crowd was happy to see her succeed. Some males in the crowd had the impression that maybe, if they clapped hard enough, the beauty would give them her attention when it came time for the Yule Ball, and this increased her standing almost as much as her celebrity opponents. Krum had his fangirls, and an embarrassing number of boys, squealing as he retrieved his egg, and even those that were not behaving like prepubescent, though some, of course, had the excuse of being prepubescent girls, had given him an enthusiastic round of applause for his quick, decisive action. The fact that he destroyed the eggs was overlooked by his moving into first place soon after. But now was the turn of Harry Potter. He was not a celebrity. In fact, all but one of the foreign students had never heard of him before they arrived. He was, by the British media, not perceived as any threat to the mighty Viktor Krum and the fabled Thomas Potter. Hell, they had barely mentioned him in the coverage of the tournament so far. But those present knew better. Harry Potter had decimated a virtual army of dark wizards. That was what the hearsay claimed. He had survived, for his most vulnerable years, in the harsh, unforgiving wild. The rumors assured. He was an heir to Merlin knows how many lines, even to Merlin himself. The most recent speculations implored. He had been abandoned, cast aside like he was worthless. Yet he had only grown stronger through something none wanted to imagine. Many of the more able gossips discovered. The most gifted student since Dumbledore himself. Was the conclusion reached by those naive enough to believe such ridiculous rumors. In reality, nobody knew much about the sixth year. Harry was private, for sure, and did not feel the need to address the opinions of others. In fact, though few of them were aware of it, most of the people gathered inspired ire from the older Potter. He could not tolerate people, their fickle nature proving to him that they would turn against him soon enough. If it was not for the fact he had so greatly embraced his animal side, it would be for the connections to this house of his. Harry would be known by the title of Lord Lucifer, and that would scare them. Scared sheep would react the same way each and every time. They see a threat and react as a group. Someone would label him as a Dark Lord, and the rest would agree. The shepherd would say jump, and the sheep would ask, how high? They could not convict a lord, of course, without ample evidence, but that would not stop him from being persecuted and badmouthed. If he cared what was thought of him by more than a select few, Harry would be hurt. The solution to that was simple, to not care. And, as much as he hated himself for it, Harry saw them as inferior. Not because of blood, race, or species. Just because that was the conclusion he reached when he examined the facts. He was faster than all. He was stronger, by far, than most. More powerful. The best he could be. And they were not. Any species with such an easy weakness as a stick they were so very reliant on was, in the eyes of an apex, little more than prey. Were Harry to give in to his instinctual half, he would simply take what he wanted and shatter those obstacles in his path. If he did that, the wizarding world would not know what hit it. They were magical, that was their sole advantage over the muggles so many of them hated, but they did not embrace magic. They used it much like a muggle would use electricity, as nothing more than a tool, and Harry did not understand. Magic was great. With it, they could literally move mountains, but so few knew anything about it. Even the girls, who Harry cared for more than his own life and limb, did not understand his view on magic. It may have been something to do with Harry's heritage, or his partly broken mind, but Harry believed it was his childhood. Magic had, for lack of a better term, helped him. If it were an actual being, Harry would be able to describe how he was different. But it was not, and so he could not. All he knew was that it had changed him. Changed him from a gifted 6-year-old who was lost, alone, and terrified, into what he now was. He was always Harry James Potter, heir to an ancient and noble house, but until the day he had been on death's door, suffering from God's knows what in a forest, shivering and shaking as he prayed for something, for anything to save him, that had been all he was or ever would be. Now, well, now he didn't know. He was not human. Harry found no shame in that. As was rather clear, he had both gained and lost from embracing his animagus forms, and was glad of that fact. He was truer because of it. Or something. He did not know how to describe this any more than why the runes, that were so complex to others, sang their secrets to him readily. He had been changed all those years ago. Had been given a second chance before death could seize him. Often, when Harry was in one of his more complex moods, he could not help but wonder why. Why that presence stood opposite death would choose to help the dying, pitiful child that night. Especially when it was his own idiocy that killed him. Then, he would shrug. What hopes did Harry have to understand the workings of the mind of such a being? As Harry exited the tent, and these thoughts started creeping up on him again with the crowd's roar, he shook his head clear, and refocused. It wouldn't do to be distracted going against a full-grown dragon. In the crowd, aware of the excitement they almost unanimously felt, but not quite feeling it, a select group of individuals had their own thoughts. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Potters, who were allowed in the stands as a teacher and an Auror, felt pride as they watched their second son enter the arena. Unlike their youngest, Harry gave no indication of nervousness as he approached the dragon down a rocky path. In fact, if they did not know better, the pair would almost say that he looked excited, but that was not possible. Nobody would be happy about going into such a dangerous situation. Even so, Harry gave the impression that he was very confident, and James, especially, was looking forward to seeing what the team could do. They, along with the vast majority of the audience, had seen very little in the way of Harry demonstrating his abilities. Even the teachers only knew that he was advanced for his age. This fact was also running through the minds of the teachers that knew Harry's skill set as well as any, other than those the boy trusted implicitly. Harry had always chosen to refrain from any advanced testing and, though he had never given an answer as to why, simply saying he did not feel like it, they were next to certain that it was his way of refusing to move ahead of his select few friends. While that made sense, Minerva McGonagall, in particular, felt that it was a waste of the elder Potter's potential. If Harry applied himself as much as she knew he could, the boy could make serious waves in the wizarding world, far surpassing what she predicted of her own favorite student, Hermione Granger. Not that that was surprising, even Ronald Weasley would have a better life than the third member of his trio, simply because of the poor girl's blood status. Minerva could only hope something would happen to convince Ms. Granger that remaining in their world post-graduation was the best choice for her. Unfortunately, that happening was becoming less and less likely. Much like his best friend, Sirius Black felt pride creep up on him as he watched his godson approach the dragon's den. Despite his newfound wariness of the boy, and perhaps due, in part, to this, Sirius was confident that Harry would outperform Krum. One of very few people that felt something negative as he watched Harry Potter begin his challenge was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Head Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, etc., etc. He now knew the identity of the so-called hero that chose to kill, rather than subdue, the attackers of Beauxbatons. That it was Harry was becoming more and more certain by the day. Especially since the boy had no shame about it. It was why young Harry was so popular with the French students, he knew, and they were all too young to realize just how dangerous Harry was, to be able to take lives with such ease. To not even consider the reformation of his enemies, and not even show remorse. Albus was becoming more and more convinced that he needed to intervene. The worry of Harry turning into the next Tom was ever present and greatly weighed on the old man's mind. On the opposite side of the spectrum was another of the school heads. Madame Maxine, much like her students, was very fond of Harry Potter. He had saved the lives of countless Beauxbatons students, after all. And he seemed to lack the bigotry that was seemingly very common in British wizards. Their relations with France were strained at best, and the fact that they had such a cretin as their minister of magic removed what little faith many of the French populace had in them, and the few that did not avoid Brits on principle were likely to have never met one. Or had never had the bad luck to meet the most vocal of the English people. The idiots and bigots held positions of power in the majority of countries, but nowhere were they so vocal as in England. This was best shown by the very heavy involvement of Britain in the two most recent wizarding wars. Unfortunately, the xenophobia was not restricted to the extremist purebloods. All thoughts unrelated to the task at hand were suddenly interrupted as Bagman's volume jumped to a roar. "Begin." "What the," was the first thing Bagman said in his commentary of the final participant. "What's he doing?" Harry was stood in the entrance to the dragon enclosure, in what should have been plain view of the Horntail. Yet, the dragon was ignoring him. What was going on? Fortunately, Harry knew exactly what was happening. He understood the way predators such as the lizard functioned, and knew what the wild swinging of its head signified. Any being faced with such a marvelous, terrifying sight as the beast would feel fear, so that was what the creature was smelling for. Harry knew it was odd for him to be unafraid of the mother dragon in front of him. Trained handlers would go through dozens of years of training and be unable to shake the dread that came upon seeing something that could kill you, in any number of ways, in less time than it took to blink. Yet, he wasn't. Something in him, and he squashed that something down, wanted him to face it head on. To challenge the beast and prove that he was stronger. The hunter inside him, coming primarily from the saber-tooth in this case, was begging him to change. To take this overgrown lizard on like the mammoths of old. He wanted to move, faster than the dragon would ever predict, as his skin burst, giving way to the ebony fur as his fangs extended. Harry would lunge at the Horntail, and latch on in an instant. His extended teeth would pierce his rival's throat, and the dragon would be unable to shake its killer. The tail, useless. Fire. Harry would be beneath it. The fire would be a random torrent that weakened so very quickly as the lizard's lifeblood poured down Harry's chin. The closest it could come to escaping would be with the claws protruding from the paws. He didn't know what they were called on a dragon. Those claws, however, were not ever meant to attack. It was the teeth, fire and tail that the horntail relied on to fight. It would be helpless if none of those three were usable. But he didn't. Harry pushed those thoughts aside, not difficult after so long controlling himself, and focused on the task at hand just as his mistake became obvious. Harry had judged the horntail to be a beast. Nothing more, nothing less, and this was a grave error. If it was, Harry would be in the perfect position to take it by surprise, as it would not pay any attention to the area lacking any prey. But for a dragon, the dragon looked around and saw the human that felt no fear, not relying solely on its incredible sense of smell, knowing that even its senses were fallible. It saw the human and judged one that was not afraid of it to be a greater threat than those that were cowering in their seats as her gaze rested on them. And so, the dragon attacked. And Harry stood there, unprepared. The crowd screamed as a burst of fire engulfed the champion and he, presumably, died in front of them. The lower years, especially those of Beauxbatons, cried as they watched the favorite in the competition die so easily. James and Lily Potter froze, utterly shocked at watching their eldest son die. Albus Dumbledore sat still with an expression of horror on his face. What had he done? This tournament had cost him the life of one of his students. How could he live with himself? Fleur, being allowed to watch the final match as she had already finished hers, released a shocked gasp as Krum sat on the seat next to her, shot to his feet. Not that the Durmstrang boy could do anything, he was just the type to want to act in the face of danger. Neither saw the grin spread across Thomas Potter's face as he watched his brother die. Nor the fact that it slid off his face in the next moment. F.K. a voice exclaimed, from within the flames, not pained or scared but annoyed. Stupid F. King Lizard. The torrent of fire swirled, before it was extinguished in the dragon's throat, and Harry's form was displayed to the crowd. Much to the joy of the more beaked girls, and a few boys. He was unharmed. The only change was that his skin had been blackened, his eyebrows were gone and his hair singed. Well, that and he was beaked. Stupidly, Harry had not thought to apply the flame-proof wards to his clothes, and evidently this was the result of his oversight. His being on display for the entire world to see. Harry had a feeling that Daphne, at the very least, would be irritated by this mistake. Odd that he was set more on edge by the threat of a girl who, quite frankly, was not any threat to him than by the dragon that certainly was. That and the fact that he expected this revelation would increase the number of subtle requests to escort girls to the ball that he received even further. This made Harry angry. Well, it irritated him further. Harry was rarely angry, but irritation was enough. Morsum Kata, fiend. The sixth year hissed, swiping his wand in a diagonal motion. The crowd, recovering from their shock, waited for the spell, that none of them recognized, to take effect. They waited, and the dragon's tail began to twitch, after which the beast snorted, and released another jet of fire. It twisted its body, before letting out a roar as the limb spasmed again. The spell, which was useless in the vast majority of cases, gave the sensation of something the same dimensions and strength of the creature's jaw chomping down on its tail. If you cast it at a human, they would feel a tickling not unlike having a phantom limb, but there would be no other effect. On the horntail, however, this spell was the perfect distraction for Harry. He span on his heel and raised his wand again, this time pointed at one of the many boulders littering the arena around him. Reducto. The jet of light that followed smashed the boulder into smaller pieces, each about the size of a human head. With another wave of his wand, Harry began a transfiguration that was, like his other spell, virtually useless in any other situation. At least with transfiguration it was all about visualization and intent, meaning that he had not relied on luck in plucking a spell from the back of his head. As the dragon made the connection between Harry waving his wand and the pain beginning, and so coming to the conclusion that she should kill the wizard, it turned with a snarl to locate her opponent. Its anger was subsequently pushed aside in favor of worry. Why were her eggs over on the other side of the enclosure? The horntail let out a whine as she hurried over, concerned for the safety of her young, and left her previous nest unguarded. Harry tapped his wand against his head, and grinned, invisibly, as he felt the sensation of an egg cracking over his head. Moving swiftly, before the dragon could catch on to his deception, Harry reached the center of the enclosure, and snatched up the glinting, golden egg. The others, he was glad to note, were untouched. With a final flick of his wand, Harry conjured a pair of trousers, and tapped himself on the head once more, revealing himself to have finished in the quickest time, with a smile. And there we have it. Huh, had Bagman been commenting for the entire time? Harry hadn't noticed. A spectacular, and very exciting, performance, I am sure you will all agree. And impressive too, to survive Dragonfire. Now, let us see how he has been graded for his performance by the judges. To be continued, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video. Jasmine and Caroline, as ravens, were well aware of the fact that, in the vast majority of situations, they were more willing to express their emotions than their Slytherin friends. Well, that was the case for Harry and Daphne. Tracy was generally enthusiastic outside of school but felt the need to blend into her house. This transparency was obvious at the moment as the two visibly showed their concern for Harry, and to an extent Fleur, after Bagman made such an unfortunate announcement. The two girls sat next to each other, neither realizing they were crushing the other's hand as they held on for dear life, and tears filled their eyes. Next to them, Tracy had reduced her worry to a slight tremble in her lower lip, though her own hands were clamped on her upper arms, and Daphne sat stoic. Later, when questioned, the Ice Queen would calmly explain to them that she had always had faith in Harry, and berate them in that they, too, should have known he would thrive. She would refuse to explain the origins of the nail-shaped punctures in her palms. Despite the differences in their reactions, each girl had 100% of their focus on the black-haired, soot-covered champion they were supporting, along with a very good portion of the audience. In the anticipatory silence that overtook the crowd after their excited exclamations, a quiet whimper drew the angry, cold violet eyes of the Greengrass heiress to the girl she had just recently punched. It was unfortunate, in a way, but the unnamed girl had let out a wolf whistle upon seeing Harry's form post-fire, and that had directed Daphne's ire towards her. With a sneer, the Slytherin girl turned her focus to the rest of the audience as Bagman let his previous statement hang in an attempt at showmanship. Most people were excited, and with good reason. The tasks were a wonderful source of entertainment and thus people were happy that another one was upcoming. But there were a select few that clearly felt differently about the recent revelation. The one that drew Daphne's attention, and this was the first time she could ever say such a thing, was Thomas Potter. She was thrilled that he looked so terrified, after the sickening grin she had spotted on his face when Harry died. The Greengrass heiress genuinely hoped the little bastard would die in this. It would save the trouble of doing it herself. Albus Dumbledore was not happy with the decision to have another challenge, one that posed a very real, if less significant than the previous challenges, threat to the champions, immediately after the first. He could not condone putting them in more danger, and had argued this point vehemently. Even he, however, could be overruled, and the other judges had agreed that this would be an effective measure to prevent anybody from cheating. Well, stop them from cheating more than was expected. It was well known that most of the teachers wanted glory for their school in the eyes of the international community, after all. None of the judges had known what to expect in this second task, and so the officials knew that no champion would find out about the immediate challenge. Each, also, had confidence that one of the inferior students would never be able to fare better than those taught by their school. James Potter watched with mixed emotions. Extremely mixed. Once one of his sons, had told him what the first task was. After Hagrid revealed the nature to him, James had done everything in his power to help Thomas prepare to face the dragon. The brown-haired lad had taken a while to get the summoning charm down, but there had still been enough time for the two to work on his skills on a broom under the pretense of some father-son bonding time. By the time this challenge rolled around, James and Lily, who he had repeatedly reassured, were confident that Thomas would be fine and dandy. While the same could not be said for his eldest, James knew that to call Harry a capable wizard would be an understatement, and so the worry was only slight on his part, more stress coming from Lily's worrying than his own. He knew his wife was not anywhere near as confident in Harry's safety. Whether that was simply because of guilt from their alienating him, or the worry that came instinctively along with being a mother, James did not know, but the fear she now felt for both their children's safety was palpable, and he knew that she was fragile before the first task. How she would fare through this surprise, James had no idea. And Harry? Harry was shocked, worried, even, briefly. Then he was happy. Hopefully they would include something more physically taxing for this second task. His blood was racing from the dragon and the danger he had been in, but nothing had really happened. He had cast a few rather simple spells, and the dragon had been tricked. Sure, he could have fought it, but how could that possibly end well for him? Either he would struggle and be injured, even risking death, or, at the very least, he would unnecessarily draw attention to himself from a crowd outside of Hogwarts. Plus, since he was in this contest, Harry might as well give it his all, and, based on the fact that the other three had had Merlin knows how long to prepare for the first task, he was best suited for a second, on his part, surprise. That boded well for his chances in the task, and inspired a certain smugness in the black-haired teen. As long as it wasn't something that was particularly lucky for one of the others, that is. Harry would not be surprised if it turned out Karkaroff had somehow rigged the next challenge to have them on brooms, searching for something roughly the size of a snitch that, surprise surprise, could fly. One of the worst things about this revelation, to Harry, was that Bagman had misled them. He made it sound like the challenge would start immediately. It had been half an hour, now, since Harry fetched the golden egg, yet here he and the other three were, sat back in the champion's tent. Sure, it made sense that they'd have to prepare, but this was just letting his adrenaline fade. That was just boring. Imagine, if you will, putting a wild animal, one that was just barely tamed, into a fight, and then taking that animal back out of the blasted fight and refusing him any release for his bloodlust. In Harry's opinion, this was not a good idea, but if they understood that aspect of him, Harry wouldn't be here. But this problem was not currently important. The main problem, though likely only from Harry's point of view, was Fleur and the guilt that rolling off her in waves, strong enough that the emotions sent dominated his senses. He'd noticed this 15 or so minutes earlier. It was horrid that she felt so bad, and Harry was racking his brain to figure out what he could do to relieve her of this. What he considered a reassuring smile had not cut it. If anything, it had made it worse. Harry guessed that this must be because Fleur thought he was not aware she knew what the task was going to be and neglected to tell him. At the same time, the girl in question was worrying about how she should apologize to Harry. Well, not just that. Fleur also needed to apologize to Caroline for not sharing with her friend the dangers that would be faced by herself and Harry. Even if the penalties for cheating were rarely exercised, Fleur did not want to risk it. Hopefully Caroline would understand that. On top of that, Fleur, sensibly in her own mind, assumed Harry would know. It was obvious that Krum and Thomas knew the task going into it, after all, so why wouldn't Harry? Neither of the pair got to act on their confusion and guilt respectively, as a boisterous man bounced into the wizarding tent with a jovial expression on his face. Bagman's excitement did not bode well for three of the champions, and was only barely a good sign for Harry. None of the four were dumb enough to mistake the sign. The man was excited for one reason and one reason only. The next task was about to begin. This is one of the most simple, yet exciting tasks your three schools have ever had the privilege of participating in the Tri-Wizard tourney. Bagman announced to the crowd. The stands they sat in now set out in a 1.5 kilometer straight stretch. The objective for the challengers is quite simple, yet very effective. The stretch of land before you is modeled after a Muggle creation called an obstacle course. They use their non-magical version to train people for their standing army. Let us see how our champions fare on this improved course. They will run the course only once. The first to finish will be rewarded an extra 20 points, the second will receive 10 points, while the third finisher will be rewarded 5 points. The one who comes in last will receive no bonus points, and so will be left at a rather serious disadvantage. What were those glances? Harry couldn't help but wonder. It may have been his imagination, but the other three competitors seemed to be shooting not so subtle looks at him. He wasn't quite sure what these meant, but guessed they were not positive. The regulations are quite simple. The course must be completed on foot, so no broom summoning. The competitors are not permitted to directly, and intentionally, do lasting damage to each other or to render another unconscious on purpose, and, lastly, you must stay in the course at all times. The man's grin could be heard in his next words. That is all. Our 4 champions will begin on the word go. On your marks. Get set. Go. The mystery of why Bagman had used the Muggle saying to begin the race was forcefully knocked out of Harry's head an instant later. Incarcerus. 3 voices rang out, as the tip of each owner's wand was pointed at the black-haired animagus. Thomas, terrible at aiming even here, managed to wrap the ropes around Harry's face, while Fleur got his legs and Crumb his arms, muffling the curse he let out as he fell to the floor. His wand fell next to him as its owner collapsed. Fleur, Victor and Thomas took off at a sprint, each with a different view on what they just did. Victor, of course, was not bothered in the least by removing his fiercest competitor from this task. He had seen Harry running before, the fact that he did by choice showing that, for a wizard, the other would be formidable. Victor also knew that, in a fair race, he would not be anywhere near as fast as Harry's inhuman speed. Thomas, meanwhile, was a little embarrassed about the faux pas, but otherwise only wished he could have used a more satisfying spell against his older brother. That would have shown the arrogant bastard. Even so, the younger Potter was happy to have shown up Harry in front of the whole school. Fleur was more complicated. She, like Crumb, had seen Harry on his regular runs, going at a speed the majority of wizards could only replicate if the devil was on their heels, and knew him to be the most likely winner of this race. She felt guilty about her effective backstab, but she would not have entered this contest if she didn't want to win. The French girl would apologize later, but she did not regret furthering her own cause in the heat of the moment. Every 300 meters, there was a magical, or occasionally more mundane, obstacle, though the 3 did not know this for sure yet, since the first, a flock of birds, was blocking their view of the rest of the course. The cloud of avians, mismatched between hummingbirds, ravens, seagulls and starlings, stopped each competitor roughly 20 meters away, as they waited for one of the others to risk getting attacked by Merlin knows how many birds. Crumb, arriving neck to neck with Fleur, realized, upon seeing Thomas stop beside them, that it would not do to hesitate, and raised his wand again, charging forwards. Reducto. Victor barked, as he grew near to the cloud of birds. This blew a hole in the defenses briefly, and he sprinted through. When he came out the other side, the crowd saw that the spell had been effective, to an extent. He had few enough cuts that, it was clear he had avoided most of the birds, and that they had swarmed him only after recovering from the sudden shock. Fleur followed next, conjuring a cloak that she wrapped around her body after casting several impervious charms on the material. She, too, ran through. The birds, however, were smarter than typical. Upon exiting, it was clear that they had snatched the cloak from the Beauxbatons student, leaving her defenseless. She was slightly worse for wear than Crumb. Incendio. Thomas followed the other 2, and barreled ahead. He was attacked by flaming birds. As Fleur exited the bird obstacle, she found herself face to face with a trio of Rottweilers, each growling menacingly at her. Crumb was running ahead, having just transfigured them. The girl raised her wand, and began casting Stupefy. The red bolt struck the first dog, and knocked it out immediately, as the other 2 lunged at her. Impedimenta. For the next beast, the Delacour girl hit it with the impeding jinx, and the dog, rather comically, fell flat on its face, knocking itself groggy. As she did this, the third and final dog got in jumping distance, and leapt at its enemy. Panicked, Fleur let out a quick cry of Depulso. And the creature flew back, landing in the dirt with a thump and a whimper. The bee-owned girl took off at a run again, in pursuit of her Durmstrang opponent. The groggy dog Fleur had left behind struggled back to its feet just as the chubby champion managed to struggle through the cloud of birds, those on fire having faded away. Thomas Potter was not having a good day. The second obstacle was of the Muggle variety. There was a pair of wooden blocks, each 4 feet high and as long as the course was wide, with a meter and a half gap filled with mud between the 2. Evidently, the champions were meant to jump it. As Crumb reached it, he stopped to get a feel for the gap, and conjured a plank of wood. It was 6 feet long and, soon enough, he had levitated it to fit over the gap well enough to cross. Climbing onto the nearer block, Crumb began, not taking Fleur's position into account. As the ragged beauty neared, she saw what Crumb was attempting and, with a sinister smirk, saw the perfect opportunity to get him back for his Rottweiler stunt. Bombarda. The spell made contact with the center of the plank, and the Quidditch player fell into the pool of muck. Muck that, as it so happened, was ultra-fast drying. It would hinder him as the mud dried, caking his body. Crumb clambered out of the other side of the pit after falling in, while Fleur summoned her own makeshift bridge. The two reached the third obstacle by the time Thomas reached the mud pit, tiredly climbed over the wooden block, mistaking that for the entirety of the obstacle, and fell face first into the sludge. It was as Fleur and Crumb reached the third of 5 that Harry managed to twist his body enough to have one of his hands facing away from himself. It would be a bad move to cut himself open trying to escape these bloody bindings, after all. He sent a low-powered cutting curse through the ropes, in order to weaken them enough that, with his own strength, he could free up one of his arms, and reached blindly for his fallen wand. Fleur and Crumb did not make the connection between the distance of separating the previous obstacles being 300 meters, and the blank space in front of each other as they were running, Crumb slowly pulling ahead. This just meant that the pit got Victor before Fleur. The illusion covering the 6-foot-wide, 15-foot drop blinked away as Crumb was on top of it, and the Durmstrang student swore in his native tongue as he fell. It was unfortunate that Fleur did not have time to stop herself, having been pushing herself to her highest speeds in an attempt to catch the first-place champion. The French girl just let out a surprised yell, as she followed Crumb into the trap. Diffindo. Harry freed himself, and, understandably aggravated, began the course at a sprint. As the black-haired Hogwarts student neared the first obstacle, seeing the swarm of birds and weighing the risks, the crowd was surprised to see that he did not stop, instead charging straight ahead. With 2 waves of his wand, Harry produced a smokescreen that engulfed the avians and, then, a gunshot rang through the course as he sent the birds into a confused frenzy, each attempting to flee the odd sensations only to be stopped by the charms holding them in formation. This, luckily, created a small gap through which a human male could, just about, fit, as was shown by Harry sliding through and suffering only the most minor of injuries. Accelerating back to his sprinting pace, Harry reached the mud pit and the walls surrounding it and, unlike his opponents, the animagus in human form leapt, placing his foot on the first wooden block, and vaulted the second, only taking the time to note that his little brother was clawing his way out of the muck as he landed in a roll. He left a patch of ice on the ground to hinder Thomas, and amuse him, further. Harry's fortune took a turn for the better, as he caught a glimpse of Crumb climbing from the hole he had been caught in, giving the opponent they had ganged up on the warning that Crumb and Fleur had not been afforded. Harry guessed that he was running about twice the speed that Crumb was by the time he had recovered from falling into the pit, followed closely by Fleur as both clambered out of the rocky hole. It was inevitable that Harry would catch the pair, and he was not in a very forgiving mood. Once again avoiding the obstacle with a leap rivaling Olympic athletes, assisted by a jinx to make the floor immediately before the pit as bouncy as a trampoline, the Hogwarts champion rolled, before smoothly righting himself, and began his pursuit of Crumb and Fleur. Nearing the two, he raised his wand, and turned it on Crumb first. Obscuro. The Quidditch player panicked as his eyes were covered by a blindfold, and tripped over his own feet. Harry followed up with a flick of his wand while thinking Levicorpus, a spell he'd observed from his godfather as a child. The Bulgarian was tugged into midair by his ankle, and left, dangling and blind. Fleur, noticing this commotion, twisted to attempt to get the better of Harry, and was hit by an Expelliarmus, followed up by a leg-locking curse. Harry, kindly, left her trying to crawl to where her wand had fallen. The next test was another quite clearly based on a Muggle obstacle course. It was an oiled-up climbing wall with a rope hanging down the center. Harry didn't feel like climbing it. Reducto. The wall was blasted apart, and Harry wouldn't have been slowed down at all, if he had not taken the time to cast a reparo, not wanting to make the challenge any easier for his opponents. The last obstacle was an amusing idea. The judges had set up an illusion to make the champions believe they had reached the finish line, but hadn't been executed properly. They had put up a particularly complex spell lest the task drag on as the first-place competitor just stood there for an hour or more. The spell only fooled the sense of sight and, beneath this layer of magic, there was naught but a plain dirt track just as there had been throughout the race. Harry's superior senses quickly told him that this was the case, and the black-haired champion charged straight ahead. It would have been more entertaining, for him at least, if they'd had Flitwick put up the charms, or had an illusion of another dragon. That wouldn't have fooled him, but it would have been funny to see his brother's reaction. Harry covered the remaining 300 meters, for Bagman had apparently lied to make this last obstacle convincing, in a predictably quick time. He turned to observe what he could of the other three's progress. A few minutes later, Fleur had obviously managed to retrieve her wand and reach the climbing wall. She, unlike Harry, decided to follow the course of actions the officials had wanted, and Harry saw her pull herself over, dropping to the floor below nimbly before standing with a flourish of her wand. From the wand movements, Harry could guess what she had done, and was annoyed that he had not thought of it himself. When Krum reached the fourth obstacle, he'd be hard-pressed to climb up the very slippery surface. Far more than the Muggle oil had achieved. Harry was also slightly ashamed to admit how interesting the sight of Fleur's light blue and, more importantly, drenched top was. Seeing Harry standing 600 meters away from her, instead of at the finishing line, negated the illusion for Fleur. It seemed rather useless by this point, and was proven further when Krum, finally, pulled himself up the slimed wall by transfiguring some climbing spikes. An angry expression deepened the Quidditch player's ever-present frown even further because he had spent 5 minutes, which was a long time in this particular contest, trying to undo the jinx Harry put on him, only to repeatedly fail to scale the wall he had then been faced with. The Bulgarian champion was only slightly ahead of his chubby competitor, shamefully, and his mood was dark because of this. It wasn't helped by the fact that the mud from the second obstacle had crusted by this point, and his movements were more difficult than they had any right to be, and that he had only gained 5 points in this task, putting the Hogwarts champion annoyingly far ahead of him. Harry laughed loudly when it became evident Thomas had fallen at one of the hurdles. He only wished that he was able to watch the boy's failure himself. Instead, he'd have to rely on first-hand accounts to convey the younger Potter's humiliation. Maybe Harry'd make him apologize to some more Slytherins, just so the day would feel complete. Uneventful weeks passed quite happily for Harry. His brother was miserable, and the girls were happy, fulfilling 2 large parts of his own criteria for merriment. Classes were dull as always, but nothing particularly negative occurred, even in the class run by a half-mad ex-Auror. More importantly, though, there was always a notable improvement in the castle's feel when it got to December. Everything turned festive midway through the month, and even the most apathetic students were inevitably infected with the Christmas spirit, even if there were certain, miserable, adults that wore expressions of disgust. Filch and Snape were misery guts, though, so Harry discounted them from most observations. He and Fleur had made their peace quite quickly enough, even if the girls weren't quite so forgiving. There was no real reason for her to apologize for the first task, since it was understandable for her to expect somebody in the Hogwarts staff to warn him about the dragons, and the second task had done no harm to Harry, not in context to the tournament or in the more literal sense. Even with the significant disadvantage, he had easily outpaced the other champions in the Muggle-esque activity. If he'd been able to compete fairly from the get-go, Harry would have just humiliated the other 3. Why wouldn't she, and the other 2 for that matter, try to handicap him a little? Not that Harry was as forgiving to Thomas, mainly because the brat had nearly strangled him, or to Krum. Granted, he'd exchanged no more than a handful of words with the sullen champion, and so didn't feel any compulsion to forgive his fiercest competitor for the slight, but, still, Victor was in his bad books for that stunt. Harry would get further revenge in the next task. It would not do to bring his grudge out of the tournament. Thomas, meanwhile, didn't need Harry to make his life miserable. The rest of the school was doing that for the elder Potter. Since the boy had collapsed, caked in mud from head to toe, before the 4th obstacle, his peers had taken to giving him some rather uncreative nicknames. The boy who crawled, for example. Or, in the case of some Slytherins, Mud Boy. Harry realized that this was a dig at the company Thomas kept, but, as long as nobody was overly cruel to the boy's companions, he didn't care. Maybe this would convince the Weasleys and Hermione to separate themselves from Thomas Potter before they were dragged down with him. The boy who lived's fame would last seconds in the outside world, and then the people would see that he was rotten. Thomas, sniveling boy that he was, had been seen crying to his mother after Harry informed him that he had to speed up with the apologies, and that the deadline would be at the ball. Lily Potter, in a rare show of common sense, had realized that lecturing Harry on being nice to his younger brother would not end well, and told Thomas that he had made his bed, in being cruel to his fellow students, and would have to lie in it. Crybaby wasn't exactly new, but it bothered their resident celebrity, and that made Harry happy. Almost as much as the promise of Thomas humiliating himself at the Yule celebration. He had a lot of apologies to make on that day. Well, that promise made him joyful right up until something occurred to Harry. Something he was pissed that he had overlooked. He didn't have a date. 3 days away from the blasted dance. And he was a champion, so he couldn't very well skip the damn thing, it was compulsory for him. Nor did he want to miss his brother's show. But, if he'd had a choice, he certainly wouldn't have danced. People were weird about dancing. He was good at it, of course, that came hand in hand with having a feline as one of his alternate forms, but that did not mean he understood it. Why did they put such emphasis on moving strangely to music? Why was it meant to be fun? Now, he didn't expect to have any trouble with finding a date to the ball. The girls were rarely around other males, so it would stand to reason that one of them would be willing to go with him. But this wasn't the case. 4 homos, Ools had asked them. Apparently, and this was what their dates, who were dating each other, had told Harry. The other males in the population had been torn on whether to take their chances with the 4 beauties. Caroline and Jasmine would have been asked Merlin knows how many times, since they were Ravenclaws, and so far more approachable than Tracy and Daphne. Even with the Slytherin girls' negative reputation, there was every chance that their appeal would trump the aversion other houses held for their kind, or maybe it would just be other Slytherins that hounded them for dates. Some would have been deterred by the fact that Harry had no aversion to hurting people on the rare occasion somebody was dumb enough to annoy him, but others would have braved the retaliation because of their deluded expectation that they'd score with one of the most attractive girls in the school. Harry could not comprehend why the girls, especially Daphne, who disliked such events almost as much as Harry since she had been dragged to them with sickening frequency as a child, would have gone. All of them hated being drooled over, and they would certainly suffer from that at the ball, so why would they do so? Meanwhile, Fleur, who would have been Harry's only other choice, had given in to one of the Ravenclaw fools and said yes to his invitation to Dace, according to the Cherry Vine. Wait, that wasn't it. The Grapevine. That was the name for the blasted gossips. Anyway, Fleur had had to find a date, too, as a champion. Roger. Something or other was apparently the best offer she received. Harry was fairly certain she'd been convinced to agree by Ronald Weasley's embarrassing display in the entrance hall. The raven-haired 6th year would wager the idea of dancing with the slob was now her Boggart's form. All in all, Harry was in trouble. It wasn't that he had no options. When he was actually paying attention to that kind of thing, even Harry wasn't blind enough to miss the interest girls had displayed since his stag status had spread around the school. Some were even tolerable, but that didn't change the real issue. Lord Greengrass had taught him how important manners were in these strange situations, and it would be rude to invite a girl to the dance he had no intention to dance with. Since there were 5 girls with whom he'd be willing to dance, that presented an issue. So, yep, Harry was in trouble. As he was wondering how he should continue, and just what would happen to him if he didn't show up at the ball, Harry became aware of a conversation, seeming to consist mostly of giggles, taking place at the table over from his in the library. Based on the disgusting amount of perfume that was scratching at his nose, and the high pitch, Harry made the safe assumption that the source was one of the groups of girls that had been eyeing him recently. He caught snippets of their talk below the giggles, and it was far from reassuring. Go on. Ask. Single. Obviously not. Gaze. Dating Roger. Was there any chance they weren't talking about him? Someone tapped him on the shoulder, and he discarded that thought. Turning, Harry found himself face to face with a brunette 5th-year girl. A Hufflepuff, based on her tie. With a calm facade, that did not betray the storm he was cursing up in his head, Harry spoke. Yes. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hi, I'm Jane. She stammered. Hi, Jane, I'm Harry. Harry responded, courteously. Is there something you need? Me and my friends. The 5th year waved a hand over towards the table she had vacated, where 4 other girls sat, while continuing to stare at Harry. We're wondering if it was true you don't have a date. To the Yule Ball, I mean. That's true. Harry nodded. Well, I don't have a date either. The girl told Harry, in a far from subtle hint. Why did she have to go and be nervous? If the girl had been arrogant about her request, Harry would have had no trouble shooting her down, but he felt like she'd cry, based on her nerves, if he was to be rude about it. Anyway, he did have to find a date. This was convenient, and the girl was pleasant enough, pretty, and, from what he had seen so far, kind. He couldn't remember being told anything bad about her before, so why not ask her? Either her, now, or some other girl later on. This way, Harry wouldn't have it hanging over his head for the next couple of days. If she was shy, maybe this Jane wouldn't want to dance too many times. Harry could handle slow dancing, if he had to. The fast baffled him even more. Would you accompany me to the dance, then, Jane? Later that week, in her dorm in Slytherin House, after finally hearing of the pairings to the ball, Daphne Greengrass was fuming. That was a state that was becoming remarkably common in the historically icy girl, and that did not bode well for the future health of the three people who she was especially furious with. Even if some of this, admittedly, held little relevance to the dance. First and foremost was Fleur Delacour. How dare she betray Harry like that, after all he had done for her? Saving her twice from a fate worse than death, first at the Quidditch World Cup, and second from being a South Avenue to Thomas Potter with the title of his wife. Harry had never been anything but kind to the French by .ch, and Fleur had stabbed him in the back at the first, and second, chance she got. Harry could have died in the first task, all because the Vila whore refused to give him fair warning about what he would be facing. Then, in the second task, the slut had blindsided him, and tried to leave Harry in last place. It would be one thing if she'd done the same to the other two, but it was only Harry. Not only that, now there were rumors going around the school that she had betrayed Harry yet again, and was now dating Roger Davies, King Roger Davies. Daphne could not help but hope Harry would leave her to marry his little shit of a brother. The B-owned English girl did not listen to Caroline's half-hearted defense of the Delacour girl, in regards to two of her offenses, in that Fleur had been hindering the strongest competitor and had expected Harry to be told, as she had been, by somebody in his school that they were facing dragons. Then, there was the little cunt that Harry was going to the ball with. It was all the other girls could do to stop their friend from attacking Jane Swan, a Hufflepuff girl none of them knew particularly well. Daphne hated the girl at this point, and nobody attempted to appease her, since they despised the girl almost as much as Daphne, just less vocally. And, lastly, was Harry himself. She didn't hate her friend, but Daphne certainly was pissed. It didn't matter how much Tracy pointed out, in a bitter tone, that it was their fault for leaving him with no option other than to find a girl to accompany. Since he was a champion, they had assumed Harry would accompany his fiancée to the ball, and so accepted invitations from boys that would leave them alone after the start of the dance. Even the Greengrass heiress couldn't find it in herself to blame the boys that had asked them, since they had been nothing but pleasant in the few conversations she shared with them, and had asked them because they thought it would be the right thing to do. Harry was backed into a corner, but that did not stop Daphne from being livid with the teen. He could have asked her before the others convinced her to give up on waiting. Maybe she should blame Tracy, Caroline and Jasmine. If not for them, she would be going with Harry, instead of the little slut he'd had to settle for. What now? Tracy asked, letting Daphne know that that last noise had been out loud. It's your fault all this is happening. Daphne glowered at her fellow Slytherin. If you hadn't told me to go with Theo, Harry would have asked me, and wouldn't be going with that little by.ch. I didn't make you accept his invitation. Tracy replied. And it's not only you that wanted to go with Harry. Don't blame me. Blame yourself. Tracy's tone had vehemence that was rare for the amber-eyed brunette, as she returned Daphne's glare. You told me he was going to the ball with Fleur. Daphne snarled. I said he'd probably be going with her. Tracy corrected, heatedly. By this point, both girls were sat up in their beds, scowling across the shared room. Had anyone else been there, they would have gotten out of the girls' way before spells started flying. At the same time as Tracy and Daphne's anger dissolved into a duel, Onvila was having as bad a time inside her own residence. Sat to her left, her cousin began edging away from Fleur. Astrid O'Coin, daughter of Fleur's mother's sister, regretted taking this seat as her cousin's hands began to smoke. It was virtually unheard of for a Vila away from the clans to take her avian form, but there had been instances in which they started hurling fire, and Astrid would rather not be on the receiving end of it. If only the stupid girls in front of the Villa pair had waited a few minutes before breaking this news to Fleur, she wouldn't have to be in the line of fire. Or, if this idiot Englishman, Mr. Davies, had not been such a pig. He what? Fleur exclaimed, in her native tongue. That Brenler de Chiennes morts. She carried on, and the rest of other residents also backed away from the Delacour girl as she stood and begun to pace. Abruti bâtard. Fils de pute. Je peux sentir ta chatte. Je t'emmerde. Va te faire enculer chez les Grecs. The owned beauty continued her rant that would make a grown man blush, as the others eyed the door as a means of escape. Son of a whore. The girl reached the limits of her knowledge in her own tongue's curses, so she turned to English. Cat F. King, disgusting Englishman. How dare he? I am sure he was simply mistaken, Fleur. One of her friends attempted to reassure, only to whimper and back away as Fleur turned an incensed gaze upon her. Mistaken. I assure you, Ella, I was quite clear. The girl lamented, at the notion, showing the fiery temper of her kind. He cannot have thought I would not hear of this. I will teach him the idiocy of spreading rumors about me. Cousin, please calm yourself, Astrid begged, as she saw a small flame ignite on Fleur's palm. He is not worth getting so incomposed. The elder Villa did not respond, other than to exit the room, the door slamming shut behind her. It was only a day from the Yule Ball when Harry set to the task, spending Christmas Eve sat staring at a golden egg, holed up in his room. All of Hogwarts seemed to reflect the excitement that most people felt for the following day, both for Christmas, which Harry vaguely understood enjoying because of the cheer and presents, and the ball, which was less understandable. Being segregated from them, by choice, was preferable to their champion. Even if a screeching egg was his only company, he'd rather be alone in his room than have suits of armor jumping out and singing carols at him. For some reason, the teachers took it badly when he smashed them. What the hell is that noise? Harry questioned, as he slammed the egg shut once again. How am I meant to understand this? The sixth year asked of nothing in particular. Upon receiving no response, the animagus temper flared. Bah! Harry seized the egg, and threw it against the far wall. That achieved nothing at all, and he swore loudly at the egg where it fell, and then, again, at the cracks that now sat in the wall. Okay, so screeching could mean we're facing giant birds. Harry guessed. No. After dragons, that would be a pathetic challenge. He shook his head. Maybe it's the gold that is significant. So we could be searching for that, perhaps. In a maze. Tunnels. Or maybe it would be fighting golden models. Ridiculous. He spat at himself. It was stupid to think something like that. It must be the thrice damned sound. He threw himself onto the double bed in his room, and thought some more. Harry drew his trusty, self-made wand and started casting, to let his subconscious have a go at the nature of the sound. What did it mean? That same thought was still plaguing Harry that night, when he entered the great hall for an early dinner. It was quite packed, of course, with the number of people packed into the castle at the moment, you'd be very hard-pressed to find a time it was empty. Attention turned to Harry briefly, before the students of 3 schools went back to discussing the next day. As Harry walked over to the Slytherin table, where he quickly found an empty space since the girls were not present. He took his seat, facing the rest of the hall, and begun the meal. His time spent eating was uneventful, other than some small observations Harry made through it. First, he glanced over at the table of the so-called lions. Over there, Thomas, who was most of interest in that house to Harry as a competitor, no matter how pathetic a challenge he presented, looked slightly ill. Harry would guess he was not looking forward to the dance any more than his brother. Nor was the ginger boy sat at his side. Hermione, on the other hand, was doing what she could to hide her anticipation of the coming dance. From the looks she shot at the Bulgarians, Harry guessed she was going with one of the Durmstrang boys. The Weasley twins were whispering together, conspiring for something Harry would have to keep an eye out for. The pranksters being secretive promised trouble. On the next table over, sat the house that most Slytherins looked down on, though Harry was less inclined to do so. The Hufflepuffs were called the House of the Spares, unfortunately often, and that showed the prestige they held in the eyes of Harry's house. At the table, Jane, whose last name he neglected to learn, looked to be having quite the conversation in excited whispers with a group of her friends while shooting covert glances at the Slytherin table, while Cedric Diggory, who usually had quite a lot of attention from the people around him, made googly eyes at an Asian girl sat at the next table. Ravenclaw didn't hold much of interest to Harry, since the girls, including Fleur, were missing. There was Cho Chang, if he remembered her name correctly, returning Cedric's sappy gaze, and Roger Davies, who was looking nervously around the room with the expression of a guilty mutt while shoveling food into his mouth faster even than Ronald Weasley. Why was Fleur's date in such a hurry? Then there was Harry's table. Krum was different today. He'd never seen the sullen Durmstrang boy look like this, but it seemed to be nervousness. That was a mystery, even more than Davies' behavior, though that may have been because the Ravenclaw was of little importance to him, other than some irrational annoyance that Roger was going with Fleur. Harry did not believe the rumors about the French girl dating the boy. He'd heard from her, like most every girl from her school, complain about the Englishman, and Roger was no different from the rest of them, unless you counted the fact that he was rather plain on the surface, and so seeming less disgusting than others. It wouldn't be until the next day that Harry discovered that Roger's reputation was well tarnished, since he had spread rumors about intimacy between he and the Beauxbatons champion. The Veela's reaction would further increase the entertainment value of Christmas. Veela. Maybe it wasn't a mundane creature, such as a bird, but a magical creature that the egg was hinting at. What magical creatures screech? Harry wondered, as he drummed his fingernails against the surface of the table. Had the thrum of the crowd not been as loud as it was, Harry's exclamation may have given his fellow champions a rather serious clue for the next task. That was the only thing Harry was thinking as he donned the clothes he was expected to wear, and was one of two things he could think now that he was observing his reflection to make sure he'd put them on the way they'd been displayed in the store. Itchy and weird. Why were males expected to wear dresses in the wizarding world? What was with the popularity of cross-dressing, and why weren't the muggle suits an option? They may not stop him from being itchy, but Harry was willing to bet they would look at least somewhat normal, unlike the black and emerald dress he was wearing. Well-dressed robes were what they'd been listed as, and he was doubtful that many girls would share his build, suggesting that they were intended for males, but still. Grumbling, he turned away from the reflection and checked the time. Half an hour until the time he had agreed with Jane, the time the champions were told to congregate in the entrance hall, and Harry was ready. Not that there was much for him to do. In preparation for the dance, the animagus had shaved, showered, and dressed, the same preparation he had for a typical day at Hogwarts. Was that bad? Should he put in some extra effort, since it was supposed to be a special night? Well, there was nothing he could do about his eternally messy hair, so that wasn't an option. Even in the wizarding community, men weren't expected to wear makeup, even if Harry strongly suspected some of wizards did, so that was a unique to females. He'd bought dress shoes for the occasion, and to Harry that was pulling out all the stops. It made no sense to him whatsoever to spend so much on things he'd wear so infrequently. At the time he went shopping, though, Harry had assumed his appearance would be reported back to Lord and Lady Greengrass, and they'd emphasized the importance of looking the part when going to functions. Harry was fairly sure this counted as a function, so he'd finally spent some of the money they gave him as an allowance, asking the effeminate store assistants for help in selecting what robes he should wear and being given positive feedback on his appearance by the man. Camp, Harry believed was the term for the shop assistant, though actually using the word fabulous made it seem like the man may have been overdoing it. With one last scratch, since he believed it would be rude to do so in the hall, and a growl at his stupid reflection, Harry turned and left, giving himself plenty of time to arrive and await his date. He'd been given a useful book by Daphne and Astoria's father for occasions such as these that was quite detailed in how to be what the woman who wrote it called a perfect gentleman, and waiting for them was included. Harry didn't want to be gentle in front of Krum while they were still competing, but apparently it was not optional. The entrance hall was less festive, though more decorated. It had moved away from the Christmassy decorations, going so far as to do away with the large tree that had been in one corner, and towards a more winter-ish decor. There was the wizarding equivalent of fake snow, which was basically snow that did not melt and was indoors, falling softly from the ceiling, and light blue banners hanging over each wall. When Harry arrived in the hall, he saw that many other males must have owned the same book, as they, too, were waiting for their dates. He spotted Krum, Roger and Thomas over in one corner and made the assumption that this was where the champions were to meet. As he neared, he observed the three. His brother was, evidently, much more used to the robes he wore than Harry, should he have worn them in before the dance. Thomas, instead, looked like he would vomit, not a reaction that Harry could see coming from the itchiness of robes. It must be because of the nerves that the younger Potter seemed to share with lots of the males present. Harry wondered who he would have asked to the dance. Hermione, maybe. It would make sense for them to go as friends, but why would Thomas be so nervous about dancing with her? Maybe he was attracted to the girl. The other two looked nervous, as well. That was odd. Victor's expression was twisted into a poor imitation of his usual boredom. Harry guessed this was in an attempt to remain cool and calm, or to convince his date of his coolness and calmness. His eyes, however, were locked onto the stairs, and his face slightly resembled what Harry perceived as a crestfallen expression each time a girl appeared. Slower eyes would not likely have caught the disappointment, though, as Victor hid it under the mask each time, only to have it crop up again next time a female appeared on the stairs. Roger's nervousness was different, though. Underneath the copious amounts of cologne that made Harry cringe, there was a slight smell of fear. That seemed like a rather extreme reaction, but maybe it was fear of embarrassing himself due to Fleur's Vila aura. Yes, that made sense. Trembling seemed like an overreaction, though. Could trembling signify more than one emotion? Harry had a feeling it could signal anticipation, but the fear seemed to contradict that. How could one be afraid and excited at the same time? The homos. Ools that asked the girls were in the hall, as well, and Harry felt his brow sink into a glare briefly before he caught himself. Jealousy of the boys was silly. Nothing would happen between the girls and their dates when the four boys were obviously more intimate with each other, based on the distance, or lack thereof, between them. They were far closer to each other than would be feasible in straight males. Most boys seemed to have gathered at the bottom of the stairs, as that was where the majority of their dates would appear. Hufflepuff girls would come from the ground floor, so there were some waiting at the mouth of that corridor, and the few Slytherin girls going with members of other houses, Daphne and Tracy being in this number, would also appear away from the staircase, but Ravenclaws and Gryffindors, and Hufflepuff, though they were also separate, were far more approachable than those in Slytherin. The first male of this foursome to have their date arrive was, as Harry spotted, Krum. This time, as a girl appeared at the top of the stairs, a grin spread across the Bulgarian's face, lingering for a moment, before it transformed into a determined expression and Victor left the corner, shouldering his way through boys to get to the bottom step. His strange behavior made Harry curious, and the Hogwarts champion glanced up to the top of the stairs just as his brother's jaw dropped. Hermione looked rather nice, in Harry's view. Many of those present would argue that, very nice, did not cut it, but the sixth year did not think that the fourth year was quite old enough to be anything more. If Krum had been someone other than the famous Seeker, no doubt people would make comments on his bringing a girl more than 2 years younger than him to the ball. As it was, Harry did not think it was any of his business. Unless the Durmstrang boy crossed the line, Harry wouldn't have any motivation to intervene, though, based on the fact that his face was as red as his hair, Ron Weasley may not have felt the same. The notion of his friend making a commotion reminded Harry of something. "So, brother," he began, "when are you going to begin the apologies? I know for a fact that you have done less than half, and you only have until the end of the night to finish up." Apparently Hermione, and Harry was sure it was her hand at play, had convinced Thomas to get started on his task. There were people he had been cruel to that wouldn't be in Hogwarts tonight, after all. Soon, Thomas grumbled, too focused on the daunting event ahead to give any more of an answer. As Thomas started looking a lot greener around the gills, Harry snickered, and followed his brother's line of sight. Twin Indian girls were stood at the bottom of the stairs, smiling over at the spare champion of Hogwarts. Thomas, pausing only to get his red-haired friend's attention, slowly made his way over to the Potter twins, obviously lacking Victor's enthusiasm. As Ron made his way over, a pair of wolf whistles came from one side of the room from his twin brothers. Next to each was one of the twins. Harry remembered Fred and George ogling during the talent show. He hadn't made use of that as blackmail, and apparently that door had shut. "Oh well. All right, Roger," Harry asked, in what he thought was a civil tone. From the look he got in return you'd think he'd threatened to bludgeon the boy to death if he didn't leave immediately. A conversation route Harry had ruled out long before. That wouldn't be polite at all. "Okay. Are you looking forward to the dance? What was with this boy? Roger Davies looked about to hurl, and Harry decided to abandon the one-sided chat before he got vomit on his expensive shoes. See you later, then. Jane, presumably, would be coming from her common room soon, and so Harry began to weave his way through the crowd between him and the corridor. Just as a creak sounded behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the origin. The doors to the Great Hall had opened. Whether he had missed the key to enter, or if people were just following somebody's lead, Harry didn't know, but the waiting students began to file in through the large arch immediately. He continued against the tide and came to a stop in the center of his target corridor with a silent growl, his lips curling into a snarl without sound, at just the wrong time. I'm sorry. Jane Grace apologized to her date, in a fearful tone. Harry could see that the girl wasn't sure why she was apologizing, and knew she was wrong to apologize. Harry noted that she was much more attractive than she had appeared in the library. He would have called her rather plain, not a particularly bad thing, in Harry's opinion, but apparently the girl disagreed. He assumed that her gaggle of friends, who were not present at the moment, had helped her with the makeup she wore. No, I wasn't angry with you, I was annoyed about the crowd I just fought my way through. Harry tried to give a reassuring smile to the girl and, based on the relieved expression she gained from it, succeeded in calming her down. That smile did more harm than good for Harry, however, as a foursome arrived at the top of the stairs. Daphne and Tracy, it turned out, had gotten ready with the other two after. Unknown to Harry, Caroline and Jasmine had forced the two Slytherins to have a civil chat. Daphne's very visible glare, directed just long enough to re-scare Jane, was cut off by Caroline nudging her hard in the side. With a huff that Harry's ears barely caught, Daphne led the other three into the dance hall. At Jane's audible gulp, Harry raised an eyebrow. What is it? He turned to follow her gaze, and saw the familiar backs of the girls entering the hall. What happened? Greengrass. I don't think she likes me much. Jane stuttered nervously, and glanced at Harry for reassurance. Probably not, but her bark's worse than her bite. He smirked at his inside joke, at the notion of barking and biting. Though I would recommend not getting bitten. I don't understand. I thought she had a date. She does. Harry agreed. Jane waited for more, but Harry didn't continue as he turned to check the others were still here. Or, at least, three of the other champions. Fleur had yet to arrive, and Roger still looked nerve-wracked. Well, why is she angry with me, then? Jane was confused. If Daphne was dating someone else, why would Harry's date be the subject of her ire? She expressed the question to Harry. Well, if she's, dating another guy. She's not dating him. He's gay. Harry answered with a shake of his head, as he and Jane began to make their way to Krum and Hermione, Thomas and his date, and Roger. Gay. Oh. She trailed off, in a worried tone once again. So why didn't she ask you to the ball? The Hufflepuff wondered aloud. The strange look Jane received didn't help much with her nerves. You're a Muggleborn, then. It wasn't much of a surprise that the evidently shy girl became panicked at Harry's question, and glanced at his robes, specifically the green trimmings, before hesitating to answer. No, you misunderstand. Harry shook his head and raised his hands in a placating gesture. I'm not a prejudiced idiot like a lot of my house. It's just that someone raised in the wizarding world would understand why that question is a little silly. The old families, and I mean all of the old families, would never condone such untraditional actions. Even those that give their daughters freedom teach them from childhood that it's a guy's duty to ask a girl to this sort of thing. No matter how rebellious Daphne can sometimes be, she wouldn't ask anyone to the ball. That would risk ridicule for her parents. Okay, Jane nodded slightly, relieved that her blood status wouldn't be an issue. If you don't mind my asking, why didn't you ask her to the ball? Or Fleur, if it's true that you're, betrothed? The Hufflepuff asked Harry. Do you not want to marry her? Harry didn't catch the slight hopeful edge to her question. Marriage is strange to me, Harry relied, not feeling the need to lie. Especially in the wizarding world, since I've yet to meet someone that believes in God, who they're getting married in front of. I doubt I would ever feel the compulsion to get married if my grandfather hadn't drawn up a contract for it, but Fleur seems nice to me, and I'd hate to see her forced to marry my brother. Harry shrugged non-committally. And the same is true for this. He pointed at the Great Hall. I didn't ask anybody to the ball for quite a while because I didn't consider it. I felt no need to find a date to it until a few days before, when I realized I had to. That worked out well, though. He smiled at Jane, and her cheeks reddened slightly. The statement wasn't sincere, from Harry, but it was polite and clearly believable. You think she's nice? Jane spotted a flaw in Harry's statement. After she backstabbed you in the second task. She didn't backstab me, Harry corrected, with a shake of the head. Though Fleur, herself, though that I would, and should, be angry about that business, too. The tournament is a game. Harry emphasized, the statement carrying a second purpose as he caught a whiff of an intoxicating scent, one that would render most males of the human race catatonic. And I easily won the task even with that disadvantage. She, and the other two, for that matter, was trying to give herself a chance at winning. If I was ever in the same situation, Harry left out that he sincerely doubted he would be. There was no need to add that. I'm sure I would do the same, but she attacked you, with rope. Since it was neither in a noose, or tied to the back of a horse, I don't know why people keep acting like she committed some heinous act. And people had been. Harry had heard quite a few Hogwarts students ching about Fleur's betrayal, as though she did something wrong. She didn't look to be too bothered by the harassment, though, so he felt no need to intervene. There are records of people killing each other in the Triwizard Tournament, after all. Yet she's dating Roger Davies. The shy girl was adamant, apparently, that Fleur had done something wrong. Harry opened his mouth to correct her, and was surprised to see the Hufflepuff continue, not allowing him to speak. I doubt that someone like you would have heard yet. Harry chose to take that as someone largely antisocial. But everyone knows she's been f***ing him behind your back. Harry had to say, he was surprised to hear Jane swear. He was even more surprised that the girl had yet to notice Fleur in the hall with them. No, she hasn't. Harry shook his head, and the girl looked at him like he'd just dribbled all over himself. I really didn't think you were dumb enough to take her at her word. Everyone from Beauxbatons talks about how much of a slut she is. It's a game to her, and you're probably her next target. By this point, Jane's attitude had done a 180, surprising Harry, and he easily felt the tension in the room at this point. How the girl yelling at him had not, the champion had no idea. Nor was he sure why Fleur had not started yelling back just yet, but the expression on her face as she stared at Harry was an odd one. Panic, perhaps. If she was panicking. No. Harry's nostrils flared, and he caught the Veela's scent once again. A pure form of said scent, the same as always. Well, I can safely say that she hasn't done anything like that since I met her in the summer. I can't guarantee anything before that, admittedly. Harry moved his line of sight from Jane to Fleur, and asked a question he was quite certain he knew the answer to. Were the girls of your school lying? Harry hadn't ever heard someone make the French word for yes sound angry, but Fleur had managed. They were, she hissed in response. Can I ask why? Harry queried, with a scowl. They are jealous little poots. Just because I am a Veela, they believe that I must be f***ing their boyfriends because they are pigs with no self-control. Obviously Fleur was bothered by something, and Harry was curious what it was. This couldn't be new, after all. Although, Harry supposed that something could be. Even with her reaction, it was easy for him to tell that the Delacour heiress was telling the truth. Her body was giving none of the tells Harry could detect, and so he trusted her words. Who said that you and Roger were f***ing? Harry asked, in a growl, as his eyes flicked to Roger. Him. She replied, confirming Harry's suspicions. It was unfortunate, for Harry, at least, that his next action was interrupted. He'd have to wait his turn, apparently. As they walked into the room, the Hogwarts champion was glaring at the back of the Ravenclaw date of his fiancée. If looks could kill, then Roger wouldn't have made it into the dance hall. Based on the fact that he was sweating profusely, with a look of terror on his face while Fleur had a blatantly fake calm mask on her face as her fingernails drew blood from the man whose arms she was holding. Next to Harry, with a far softer grip on his arm, Jane had a bright red face. The Hufflepuff girl had quickly lost her confidence upon realizing that Fleur was stood behind her during her unfriendly exclamations. She was nervous about Harry's reaction to her rudeness, not that Harry viewed it as particularly serious, since Fleur had only expressed anger to Roger, and his anger was focused entirely on him. Well, Harry's ire was focused on the Ravenclaw until he realized that most other people's attention was on him and the anger that was on his face. "I'm curious," Harry began, turning the conversation towards Jane, as he believed that to be what girls liked to happen, and it had the benefit of distracting him a little. "Considering how shy you seem to be, why is it that you hinted that you'd want to go with one of the champions? You knew we have to dance first, didn't you?" "Ah, yes. I knew that," Jane nodded. "My friends gave me a push when we heard you didn't have a date. I was the only one who didn't have a date yet." "Oh, why didn't you have one? You're attractive and pleasant. Not that many of the guys seem to care about how nice their dates are." At least a few girls had been courted by multiple guys despite being intolerable from Harry's perspective. I get called." The girl mumbled something that was only gibberish from what Harry heard. "Called what?" he asked. "Frigid," Jane admitted. "And that means, I'm not, I don't." The girl was saved from answering the question as music began to play, and the four pairs took their partners' hands, Roger's face suggesting that Fleur had quite a strong grip as her nails dug in once again. Harry couldn't help but wonder why the boy had shown up. If he spread rumors like that, he must have known that pain would be delivered to him at the ball. He couldn't be stupid enough to think anything better would happen, could he? Not unless he was shamefully ill-suited to the House of Intellectuals. Harry let himself zone out, as he led Jane around the space cleared for the champions, and saw that she had finally stopped blushing, instead focusing on his face as was customary in this particular step, though the Pottle girl had decided that the drama unfolding was more interesting than Thomas, and Roger was trying desperately not to meet Fleur's murderous gaze. Something told Harry that others were interested in how this dance would end, as well as his brother's date, whether some of the spectators thought it was a lover's quarrel, or if they had figured out that. Every eye in the hall seemed to be watching Roger's clumsy feat, all except for Krum and Hermione, both of whom, apparently, were lost in the other, and Jane and Harry who, except for the glances they were giving to the dramatic pair, did the required for this slow dance. As the music came to an end, there was not the light applause that was customary at the end of the champions' dance. Instead, the watchers, as a collective, seemed to lean forwards. Harry saw that even some teachers seemed to express interest. As Maxine looked happy about this revelation, Snape looked on with slightly sadistic glee, and Moody had an eerily similar expression on his mangled face. Harry dismissed it as another of the ex-Auror's quirks as he, too, watched with anticipation. And then cringed as Fleur brought her knee up into the groin of her date, and Harry's sensitive ears caught a crunch in the silence of the hall. Around the room, other males shared the same reaction, and many crossed their legs. "As though I would ever date such a pathetic legal imbecile." The French girl turned, with a flick of her hair, and strode into the crowd just as Roger fell to the floor with a whimper, and tears filled his eyes. As one of Roger's friends from his year rushed forwards to help, a growl stopped him in his tracks, and Harry jerked his chin back in the direction the Ravenclaw had come. With a helpless glance at Roger, the boy retreated. The noise, and unvoiced threat, was enough to prevent anyone else from attempting the same. "Well, now that that is settled, I would ask the champions to join the head table." Dumbledore drew attention from the crying boy in their midst as Madame Pomfrey made her way down to take him to the hospital wing. "And we can begin today's meal." The meal was okay. The few government officials that had turned up, including Percy Weasley, fawned over a preening Thomas Potter for most of it, while Jane seemed very uncomfortable sat at the head table, and did not make any conversation with Harry. The raven-haired champion was not very broken up by this, nor by Fleur's apparent inability to form coherent sentences as she decided she had not done enough to Davies and would have to hurt him some more. That she kept muttering things to do with fire and melting did not bode well for the Ravenclaw. After a brief worry that he may be marrying a pyromaniac in the future, Harry remembered that Vila were quite attuned with flames, and dismissed the moment of panic. Instead, he focused on his food, and how, and when, he could teach the boy a lesson himself. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. "Fleur," a female voice began, and Harry turned to see Madame Maxime talking to her champion. "I am afraid I have to ask you not to cause another scene." The massive woman shot a far from subtle glare at Barty Crouch as Roger Davies hobbled back into the room. "How stupidly proud could you be?" "Well, nobody said Harry couldn't make a scene." For the next 20 minutes, Harry fulfilled what he considered to be his duty in accompanying Jane to the dance. They danced to fast songs and, to his displeasure, some of the Weird Sisters' better-known faster compositions. Jane was a fan. Then, when the girl was worn out and went to sit with her friends, Harry moved off to find his own. At the same time, Harry saw that Thomas had begun subtly saying his apologies. Moving around the room as he left, his date sat alone until a Durmstrang boy scooped her up. Harry was slightly annoyed that his little brother wasn't enough of an idiot to be more blatant about it, but was sure the Gryffindor would cause a commotion sooner or later. The first of the girls Harry was searching for that he managed to locate was Tracy, who was stood at the drinks table, guarded from spiking by Severus Snape. "A smart place to avoid having to dance, sir," Harry commented, and received a very subtle smirk in response. He knew that was the bat-like professor's motivation for taking this duty. Or maybe it was so that Gryffindors, too afraid to venture near the potions professor, would die of thirst. "Hi, Trace," Harry smiled at the girl, receiving the same, before noticing a slight discoloring around her eye. Reaching up, he brushed a thumb against it, and growled as his friend flinched away. "Who?" he asked, in a snarl. "Who did that?" His eyes locked on the nearest male student, and Harry took a step forwards, his hand coming up to seize the Durmstrang boy's shoulder. "Hey!" Tracy grabbed his arm before Harry could grab the possible culprit, and responded to his question. "It was Daphne. We got into a scuffle. It's nothing. If you're lying." Harry glared at the boy, with his lips curled back in a silent growl. "I haven't even spoken to him, dummy." Tracy pulled on her friend's arm, and continued. "Now come on. I want to dance." As the pair begun to dance, a pair of B-owned girls, both slightly short-tempered for that night, struck up a conversation. One of the first that they had had unsupervised for good reason. "You better remember, just because Harry has forgiven you for Merlin knows what reason, doesn't mean I have." Daphne Greengrass hissed at Fleur Delacour, with narrowed eyes. "And what are you going to do about it?" The French girl responded, haughtily. "If you want to duel, I would be happy to oblige. I am in no mood to be insulted." "Oh, I'd love to, but I think I've got a much better plan." Daphne smirked at Fleur. If Harry was to give up the betrothal contract, he would not suffer any significant penalties as long as someone in his house is willing and able to take his place. The smirk grew as Fleur's haughty look faltered and a small amount of fear shone through. "I believe that I could convince him to give you to his little brother, if I was so inclined." The French girl swallowed once, silent, and reached the inevitable conclusion. "Are you blackmailing me?" Fleur asked, a tremor in her voice at the thought of being used by the boy who lived. She knew that Daphne was very close to Harry, likely enough to convince him to let her, a relative stranger, go to Thomas, if persistent enough. It was one of her greatest fears, to be a South Avenue like so many of her kind. "Not at all," was Daphne's response as she donned a cool mask, though her eyes glinted with amusement. "That would be illegal. So you're just going to make me guess how to stop you?" Fleur questioned, with anger. "Well, I suppose we could talk about what I would theoretically want, if I were to hypothetically blackmail you." The Slytherin girl's lips twitched with amusement as Fleur's frown became more prominent. They both knew that, at that moment, with Daphne's threats fresh in her mind, the Delacour girl would not dare do anything to the slightly shorter B-owned, even with the violet eyes daring her to. "Well, that probably doesn't spell anything good, does it?" Harry asked, of the smiling brunette in his arms. Tracy turned her head, and glanced at Fleur and Daphne, before answering. "Probably not." She leant into Harry subtly, and continued. "But they haven't started hexing each other yet, so I wouldn't worry." "Okay then." Harry accepted the comment, before a growl rumbled from his chest again, surprising Tracy somewhat. "Damn it, another fast song." The girl chuckled, and she and Harry moved closer to the edge as a crowd of people formed in the center of the floor. Roger Davies wasn't able to dance, even if he could find a girl in the hall willing to partner with him. Instead, he was sat, shifting uncomfortably, at the edge. His friends had abandoned him to dance with their dates, and so he was brooding in the corner with a drink in his hand that he very much wished was alcoholic. At the same time, his gaze, filled with loathing, rested on the villa by ch that had humiliated him in front of the entire school, all for a little premature bragging. He would have ked her after the ball, anyway, so why was she being so pissy about it? It was unfortunate, from Roger's perspective, that he was located in the corner of the great hall nearest the door. In Harry's eyes, this was perfect. Come on, an arm wrapped around Roger's throat just as Albus Dumbledore was distracted by a fuming half-giant, and therefore could not see the apparent kidnapping taking place. We're going to have a chat. A voice hissed in the Ravenclaw's ear. Harry pulled the boy out of the entranceway a few seconds later, as he tried to wheeze out a plea for help. The humiliated date of Fleur Delacour felt the icy air hit him as he was shoved out into the grounds, and sent rolling. He scrambled up while reaching for his wand, and managed to draw it, but not raise the stick, before a shadow caught him by the throat and pushed him against the outside wall. The boy had a good idea who had grabbed him by this point, and the glowing emerald orbs that hovered in front of his own as his feet dangled inches off the floor did pretty well to confirm his suspicions. Please, the boy gasped, remembering the tales of the other boy executing so many dark wizards. Don't kill me. Roger begged of Harry. Give me a reason not to. Harry growled. Convince me that underneath your sick delusions there is something of worth, or I will break your neck. Please. You don't want to do t.I. Harry pulled him away, and then shoved him against the wall once more, knocking the wind out of the Ravenclaw. I assure you, I do. Was Harry's response. Now give it a go, give me a reason. I didn't hurt anybody. It was only words. Were you going to hurt her? Harry demanded, as his hand tightened momentarily around Roger's neck. After the ball. No. No, I wasn't. He would have seduced the Veela, he wouldn't have raped her. Harry snarled wordlessly before he responded. You're telling the truth, Harry said, in an annoyed tone, almost disappointed that he wouldn't get to take his frustrations out on Roger, when he really wanted to. There was little chance that he'd be forgiven if he did, since the boy was not guilty of any crimes, and was too weak to have committed any in the future. As Roger said, it was only words. Fine. He spat, and stepped back, away from the wimp boy. Thank you. Harry's fist crunched into Roger's nose, and the boy fell to the ground. As Harry walked into the Great Hall, after wiping Roger's blood off his hand, to an interesting scene. Then again, most of today had been interesting, far more than he'd predicted before the start of the Yule situation. This just happened to be more entertaining than even Fleur's knee meeting Roger's crotch, as he disliked seeing his fiancée in distress. Thomas Lillian Potter. Hagrid was looming over the smaller boy, while Professor Potter yelled at the fourth year and James stood at her side, a rare, stern expression on his face. How dare you risk your brother's life? Hagrid trusted you. Well, what was this about? And how the hell did it involve Harry? Harry was, amazingly, managing to hold in his laughter as he watched his brother cower. Hagrid looked as angry as Harry had ever seen him, and the team now understood why. From the conversation so far, it was obvious that Thomas had promised the half-giant that he would tell his brother, and Hagrid's naivety had meant he trusted the rotten boy implicitly. Therefore, Hagrid had expected Thomas to go and find his brother the moment he left the Forbidden Forest and tell Harry exactly what he had seen of the dragons. That he didn't do this upset the big man, and Rubeus Hagrid was not somebody you wanted upset with you. The next day, Harry would have a good laugh at the fear he could smell from this little brother. He'd never been so amused in his life as when the boy began to tremble under the half-giant's fury. What were you thinking? It wasn't Hagrid who asked this. The usually friendly man was beyond words at the notion of having a student's blood on his hands, and so was silently seething as he loomed over the boy. It didn't matter that Harry was uninjured to the care of magical creatures teacher because Hagrid believed the opposite could easily have been true. Instead, James Potter showed a surprising ability for parenting as he berated Thomas. Your brother could have been killed. I didn't. Thomas feebly denied the accusations, useless as he had all but confessed through his lack of denial earlier in the conversation. We know you did. What would Ms. Delacour have to gain from lying? We know that Harry was not aware of the task when you were supposed to tell him. That would have been cheating, though. And Harry would have told on me in a heartbeat. A fair enough excuse. Harry was fairly sure he would have told Dumbledore of Thomas's knowledge. No, on second thought he would have told Crouch. Dumbledore wouldn't have disciplined Thomas after all, not the golden boy. So you would let him die? Lily yelled, with a surprising amount of emotion in her voice at the thought of her eldest son dying. Well, it was surprising to Harry, but rather unshocking to those with a higher opinion of the woman. And there were many of these people watching, as the volume of this confrontation had drawn a crowd from the party-goers. Harry wondered why his parents had been dumb enough to begin yelling before they were even off the staircase and onto the first-floor landing, where they were now stood. "He didn't die, though," was Thomas's response. The boy didn't believe that he was in the wrong, and expressed this view by abandoning his denial of the crimes. "So why are you yelling at me?" "Because we taught you better than this. We taught you to be nice to others." Lee exclaimed, and Thomas's reply was cut off by a bark of laughter from the thus far ignored son of the Potters. And with that statement from his mother, Harry's mood shifted far away from the amusement he'd been feeling at his brother finally being told off. When Harry questioned, loudly, "You can't honestly believe that you've taught him anything. I don't know what's compelled this change, but you've never disciplined him before. You've never taught him anything at all, other than that the sun shines out of his ass." "Yeah," Thomas exclaimed. "It's your fault." He ignored the fact that Harry's statement had been far from complimentary, and focused on the general tone, blaming the elder Potters instead of him. "Not my point, you little shit," Harry corrected Thomas. "Your behavior is justifiable, it's not forgivable. Just because you were coddled as a kid, it doesn't mean that you can be such an intolerable person." Harry spat at his younger brother. "Much as I hate your parents, Hagrid was simply trying to help keep as many people safe as possible. The fact that you betrayed his trust just drags you even lower in my opinion." At this, Harry turned to the behemoth of a man, and spoke in a reassuring tone. "On that note, I'd like to say thank you, Hagrid, for attempting to protect me, and also that no harm was done by your trusting Thomas, though I would suggest not repeating that mistake in the future." The teacher didn't look all too reassured by this, but Harry had satisfied what he understood to be the social convention in this strange situation. "I'm going back into the hall," Harry said, and made to walk back down the stairs and head back to more pleasant activities than this in his confrontation with Roger. Unfortunately, his parents weren't done just yet. They had a lot of trouble understanding that Harry hated them. "Harry, wait!" James seized the boy's arms, and angry green eyes flashed, turning to face the head of House Potter with a snarl. In a moment, James was on the floor, clutching his mouth, and Harry's fist was bloody, 3 teeth embedded in his knuckles. "Never lay your hand on me!" Harry hissed at the man on the floor, and walked away, his shoulders squared as he resisted the temptation to do something Pomfrey could not fix. He was not satisfied by the moans of pain that followed him as Lily examined her husband promptly. Apparently she had not learned her lesson, however, as she yelled after Harry. "Harry James Potter, get back here right now!" She ordered her estranged son, and watched the teen pause. A growl rumbled in Harry's chest, and the 6th year began to turn, though it would not have been the situation Lily intended had he completed the movement. Fortunately for everyone involved, Harry restrained himself and walked forwards, down the steps, and out of the entrance hall. Too many people would have seen him, and Harry was aware of the inconvenience that would come from letting his temper get the better of him in the view of so many students and teachers, though no ministry officials were present, for some reason that was currently unknown to the Animagus. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. A storm had begun to rage as Harry strode out of the castle, and burst into a run, sprinting for the forest before he had cleared the light spilling from the open doorway. If someone saw him, it would be far less impactful than if he maintained his infuriating caution. It took him no more than a half-minute to cross the tree line, and Harry was vaguely aware of low-hanging branches snapping against his chest as he barreled through, unmindful of his surroundings as he replayed the scene inside his head. As he ran, Harry shed his clothes and left them strewn across his path. The King Potters. How he hated them. Even after so many years, Harry was unable to let it wash off his back, as he did everything else. He hated the family that turned him into this more than Voldemort, who took away his loving grandparents, hated them far more than the irrelevant teenagers that annoyed him during his days at school. He hated them more than he detested his own demons, even, and that was alarming. What they had done was inexcusable, but it was not as though he was alone in being neglected. Orphans and the like had similar childhoods to Harry, after all. Was it simply that Harry could see what others had? That he compared the absence of anything his parents gave him to the affection showered upon Thomas? Was it because they turned him into something less than human, even if he knew that he was also something more? Because this led to the absence of happiness that everyone else appeared entitled to. Did it matter what caused it? Probably not. Harry was aware of the fact that the hatred would not fade. As his instincts grew more violent, and they certainly were developing in this fashion, it grew more explosive. He did not realize what he had done to his father until the man's teeth were in his flesh, after all. That could potentially cause a problem with his inheritance. Supposedly, attacking the head of a household was criteria to remove you from the line of succession. No wait. It wasn't possible for him to be removed now that he and the other applicable candidate had dueled for the right. Harry was immune to such changes after James allowed Thomas's duel to take place. So nothing bad would happen, unless you counted the gossip that would be raging through the castle after that show was witnessed by so many. Harry did not count that, and it would not have any significant impact on him since the few people he cared about would know why he had socked James in the jaw, though he was unsure whether his betrothed was aware. Perhaps she would ask him. Harry's thought stopped as he reached a deep enough clearing for his purpose. The human dropped to his knees with a wolfish snarl, and let go of his humanity as his body burned, his instinct screaming to be set free. His last thought, before he followed the simple mind of his beastly half, was of disappointment in himself. It had been a long time since he needed to break free so badly. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Back in the civilized world, Fleur Delacour watched on with shock as her fiancé vanished into the woods. Daphne, still stood next to her, was keeping the rest of Harry's audience from approaching the doorway without effort as the wand she was clutching spat vicious red sparks onto the stone floor beneath the pair of girls. Neither spoke in the seconds before Daphne twisted her upper body, glared at the family at the top of the stairs, and ran out into the dark after her friend. Fleur watched her fellow be-owned run off with confusion. Not directed at Daphne, necessarily, but at the boy she was following. What had that been about? Why had he been so uncomposed? Even in the bank, Fleur thought that Harry had shown remarkable self-restraint. That her fiancé had been in full possession of his faculties even when he dented the table and yelled at his family. Much as he had shown anger, Harry had not acted out in any of the ways that males typically would. He had not tried to puff himself up, had not tried to seem more intimidating than normal unless you counted the volume of his voice, rising. But now, Harry looked less composed than anybody Fleur had ever seen sans the red-haired boy that screamed at her in an effort to court the villa. Was his relationship with his parents that terrible? The fact that he had punched his father in the face suggested that it was, but that baffled Fleur. Not because she was unaware of the fact that Harry was neglected as a child. Everyone who passed through the halls of Hogwarts heard that story. There was a debate as to whether the ghost professor, Binns, Fleur believed was his name, would be able to recite the tale with the same monotonous tone as his goblin rebellions, and most people reached the conclusion that even he would have heard the story enough times that there would be no difficulty. No, Fleur simply had not registered how horrid his childhood must have been to lead to his fleeing the house he grew up in. She was not alone. It was very unlikely that anybody who knew Harry could relate, since the nature of his youth was unimaginable for those in Hogwarts, or the other schools, that had even semi-decent childhoods. As two more girls rushed past her, calling not for Harry but for Daphne, Fleur had a feeling that there was something more about this situation that she did not yet know. Just a hunch. Caroline, Fleur stopped the girl from following Jasmine and Tracy as she addressed the shorter girl in her native tongue. "What's going on?" "We're going after Daphne," Caroline answered, as she brushed Fleur off and carried on her way. "But why?" Fleur asked, as she accompanied her English friend. "Why would you be going after her, when Harry is the one that clearly needs your help? Shouldn't we let a teacher know that he has gone into the forest? Is it not dangerous? I thought that was why it is forbidden," the French girl asked, with confusion lacing her tone as the two girls ahead of them attracted Daphne's attention, and were dismissed a moment later. The girl paid no heed to her followers as she skirted through the pumpkin patch, following the groove that Harry had created as he tore through the vegetation. "That's why we're trying to stop Daphne before she goes in after Harry. There's no chance of a teacher convincing her to come back to the castle," Caroline responded, absent-mindedly, as the two caught up with Tracy and Jasmine as they hesitated at a patch of thorns. "But it's Harry that is inside the forest. What's she saying?" Tracy asked Caroline, as she pulled her dress free from the bush with a ripping sound that she seemed wholly unconcerned about. "She's asking why we're going after Daphne instead of Harry," since he's the one inside the forest, was Caroline's response, with a hint of amusement, despite the situation, as she told Tracy. Or, more specifically, why we don't tell a teacher that Harry's gone into the forest. Firstly, Tracy began, addressing the French girl. Harry would get into trouble, if the looks Bumblemore has been shooting him over the past few weeks or anything to go by, if we told on him. Secondly, Harry will be fine, it's Daphne that could be in danger if we let her go into that blasted place. What do you mean? How will Ari be fine? Fleur asked, or demanded, as she grew steadily more annoyed about this piece of information she was lacking. Have you not been paying attention to what your younger classmates have been spewing left, right and center since Harry saved them? He's the strongest wizard, or anything for that matter, you'll ever meet. Tracy said, with pride, before correcting herself. Well, the most powerful for his age, since his core is still growing. Bumblemore in moldy shorts would give Harry a run for his money. Not many others, though. Look at that dark guy he battered at your school. None. Those are rumors. Only rumors. Fleur shook her head. He is too young to be an animagus. She denied. His father and his gang of pranksters became animaguses at school. Believe me when I say that Harry could do anything they could do better than them. Tracy said, sternly. Non. I do not. Daphne. Stop. Tracy yelled to the girl ahead, as her fellow Slytherin neared the forest. Stop. Saint O.F. K. It, Tracy swore, a rare occurrence, and raised her wand. Incarcerus. The ropes shot towards, and wrapped around, Daphne, and the girl fell with a scream of shock. You forced me to do that. Tracy called, as she ran to the floored girl. Fleur ignored the pair, as she jogged to the tree line and picked a piece of cloth up. A piece of cloth whose origin she soon deduced. Une chemise, she murmured, as she ran her fingers over the discarded dress shirt. The Delacour girl frowned, and addressed a question to Jasmine, who happened to be the nearest of the girls. Why is Ari's shirt air? She asked, her tone one of confusion. Jasmine didn't respond to the French girl's question and, instead, turned to the other three. We should go back inside. Harry won't be happy if he finds out we followed him like this. She said, logically. There was no reason to worsen Harry's mood. F. King, by.ch. Slag, Daphne muttered, as she tried to maneuver her arm to draw her wand and free herself. Oh, hush, Tracy exclaimed, as she dropped to a knee next to her best friend and pulled the wand from the holster on her wrist. You aren't going in after Harry, just try to keep a cool head. It's what you're known for, after all. She berated the restrained girl. As much as I want to help Harry, too, there's nothing we can do for him at this point except to wait for him to calm down. You aren't helping anyone by being so stupid. Shut the F. K-U-M-F-F. Tracy conjured a gag, and raised her wand again. Locomotor Daphne. The tied-up girl floated into the air and followed, unwillingly, after Tracy as she began to walk towards the castle again. Leave that here, Jasmine pointed at the shirt in Fleur's grip. Harry'll need it when he comes back to the castle. And, how long will that be? Fleur asked, with confusion. She only had the vaguest idea of what just happened, but had a feeling that she wasn't going to have the event explained to her just yet. It would be best to ask Harry when he returned to the dance. I don't know, the girl shrugged. Anywhere from a half hour to half a day, based on past experience. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Fortunately, it was not too long before Harry chose to return, fully dressed after retrieving all of his clothes, to the dance. He was barely disheveled as he walked through the door, and glanced around the hall. Most people did not notice his return, and the few that did not care. It was plain as day why so few people cared currently, as the nearest boy, no older than 15, swayed from side to side with a cup of spiked punch in his hand. Whatever they used to contaminate the drink was plainly strong. Harry couldn't smell anything else due to the overwhelming stench of the alcohol. It was a surprise to see the position his date was in at the moment, dancing with a Durmstrang boy with a merry smile on her face, as one of her friends was being even more friendly with another from the Scandinavian school. Well, that excused Harry from dancing with the girl anymore, and so, the animagus was indifferent to the fact that the girl had found somebody more compatible. He supposed, as the boy key, at his date, that there would be rumors about this. People would believe him to be cuckolded, most likely, but he could not care less what the sheep of this school believed about him. Something of this nature would only irritate him if the girl mattered to him, and Harry only cared about a very select number of the fairer say. Harry moved his gaze over the crowd, searching for the red hair of the culprits, and quickly found the Weasley twins leant against each other, laughing hysterically as they stared at Ron, who was following Harry's fiancée like a lost, lonely puppy. As Fleur's expression turned murderous at something the boy said, and her hand went to draw her wand, Harry decided that he ought to intervene. Not because he particularly wished to keep the youngest Weasley brother alive, but because it would be a shame for Fleur to be sent to Azkaban for assault on a minor before the competition concluded. He also had another motive, beyond concern for the red-haired boy being attacked by the Veela. Fleur would be the most likely to know where the girls were at the moment. None of his friends were in the Great Hall, and Fleur's scent had been on the outskirts of the forest as well. Maybe they had told her why they weren't returning to the ball. Harry crossed the room quickly, weaving through the crowd, and drew next to the French witch. "May I have this dance?" Harry asked, with a, hopefully, charming smile. The girl returned it, pushing her annoyance out of her mind with one more glare at the red-haired subject of her ire. "No." Harry turned, with surprise, as Ron Weasley yelled this, in a stern tone. "She as was going to dance with me." He slurred, as he squared up to Harry, or attempted to, anyway. "Bugger off, kid." Harry shoved the boy away, and Ronald fell onto his backside. "Oi, next time, only get the people who can handle booze drunk," Harry called to the twins, as their guffaws grew softer. It was clear that the two were unsure whether they should be annoyed that Ron had been shoved, or if the act was amusing. Before they could decide, Harry walked away, and the two decided they didn't really care about their brother's bruised, bloated ego as another drunk attracted their attention. Understandable, since the new source of amusement was an adult. "Shall we?" Harry asked, and held out his arm to the beautiful, amused bee, owned. As Fleur Delacour fastened her dragonhide vest, preparing for the third task, she remembered the end of the ball with a smile, picturing the annoying redhead's face as she and Harry walked onto the dance floor and, at the same time, the tipsy charms professor beginning to sing, in a slurred voice, a song about fruit. Oranges and specifically. When she asked Harry, he had not heard of the folk song either, but her attention was quickly drawn away from the drunk half-goblin as a slow song began. Fleur was rather tall, for a girl. That was something she tended to dislike, not because she was insecure, it did nothing to affect her self-image, just because it meant that men were able to catch sight of her even earlier. Unfortunately, she could not change her height any more than she could remove the Veela curse that was commonly known as their allure. Thankfully, Harry was taller. Fleur had heard, from her mother, tales of dancing with a man that came up to her bosom, and that he had buried his face in her cleavage and had the nerve to yell at her for bewitching him with her allure. Fleur did not have the self-restraint of Apolline Delacour. She had no doubt that any boy that dared act like that with her would find himself the recipient of fire. Now that she thought about it, as the English said, knobhead she had originally agreed to accompany would likely have done this, if not something worse. He had displayed his closet beep earlier in the night. Harry, on the other hand, did not even allow his hands to move from her lower back and hip through the course of the song. This, along with the fluid movements of her partner, made the dance enjoyable for the girl. It was enjoyable for her to be in the arms of a male, and that was an experience she had never had before. She found herself relaxing in his arms as the second song began, and was, for once, unaware of the fact that a large portion of those in the room directed their attention to the couple as they swayed, from side to side, in the center of the room. Fleur, by the end of the song, was pressed against her fiancé, her hands on his upper back. She could not help but notice the black-haired teen's build, as the toned muscles moved beneath his dress robes, and that made it more pleasurable to be held in his arms as the song ended and she made herself pull away, smiling up at Harry who, after a moment, responded in kind. Then, however, Fleur's attention was forcibly taken away from her partner. A boy, grinning in a goofy fashion, laid his hand on her shoulder and pulled her away from Harry, attempting to have the next dance, but losing all of his manners from the allure the Veela had unknowingly been radiating. "Get off me!" Fleur slapped him, yelling in French, as the Hufflepuff's fingers dug into her shoulder. The boy was not shaken out of the daze, and dragged her away from the befuddled Potter. She smacked the boy again, as people's attention was drawn to the commotion. Oi! Harry snapped out of it, and stepped forwards, grabbing the boy by the front of his robes. What do you think you're doing, Cedric? He hissed, with venom. Get off me. Cedric repeated the sentiment Fleur had expressed minutes before. He brought his elbow up, and caught Harry's jaw, snapping his head to the side. The taller, if only by a tad, teen growled, and brought his head forwards. His forehead met Cedric's nose, he shoved the boy forwards, and the Hufflepuff fell to the floor. This did snap him out of it. What the hell? He asked, as he looked at the teen looming over him with his lips pulled back in a silent snarl. Shit! Cedric Diggory exclaimed, remembering what had just happened. Cho, wait! He leapt to his feet, and rushed out of the hall in pursuit of his date. She had not been happy with his interest in the other girl. Fleur watched Harry, watch him go with a scowl, and took his hand again, pulling him back to the situation at hand. Honors or dance? She requested, and Harry accepted. I am Zori, she said, as they began to move to the music again. Sorry. What for? Harry asked, with a confused frown. For ruining our dance. Fleur shook her owned head. I should, Avenue kept a better, hold on my allure. It's not your fault, Harry corrected. I am sorry, on behalf of my gender for their lack of self-control. The teen grinned, and Fleur laughed lightly, a sound that made Harry blink confusedly for reasons unknown to the Beauxbatons, student. Thank you, she said. You seem better now, she commented. Harry had regained his composure after the earlier confrontation. I guess, the male nodded. Sorry that you had to see that. He apologized. I hope you don't think any less of me because of it. Of course not, she reassured her fiancé. I cannot imagine having such an horrid relationship with my family. That's good to hear. Harry smiled, and the two's conversation faded away as they focused on the dance once again. Fleur noted the discomfort in Harry as the song changed, a faster pace taking its place. She relented as Harry simply stood there awkwardly, and the two left the dance floor. The Silver Bee-owned girl readied her wand, polished only the night before. Having it in a holster would be a hindrance to her in the upcoming task, and she would need every advantage she could get in these upcoming hours. She was concerned, however, about going up against Harry. Last time, she had been all right with the cheap shot at the beginning of the footrace. She had stood no chance otherwise and, frankly, she'd had no particular guilt about attacking him in a game. Plus, she was not close to Harry at that point, he was little more than a stranger. Now, though, she was. Since the ball, they had been talking, and spending time together, far more than before, and she disliked the thought of fighting him fairly, let alone backstabbing him again. Hopefully Harry felt the same, else he'd have yet another advantage in the task to come. Harry walked onto the hard, dirt ground of the Colosseum-like arena with a frown as the crowd cheered as the other three entered through their own doorways an equal distance around the circumference of the circular stadium. In front of Harry, there was a cluster of boulders, serving as cover, and a single, low rock wall. As he reached the largest of the rocks, and peered around to check for any immediate opportunities against the other champions. None were obvious, and so he ducked back into cover as Ludo Bagman began to commentate, his voice ringing across the floor to reach the crowd opposite him and the teachers. Harry vaguely noted that they were midway between him and Victor, a quarter of the circle along from Harry clockwise, as was indicated by the crest sat atop that entrance. Opposite Harry, there was a Hogwarts crest that had a roaring lion beneath it and, to his right, was Fleur's school's crest. Above his head, imprinted in the wall, there was a Hogwarts shield that had a snake coiled around it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Today is the day of the third task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. As you know, today's task has been kept a mystery from the competitors, only being given the advice to brush up on their spell work. So, without further ado, let us see how our champions measure up to each other. The only rule is not to use intentionally fatal spells, he announced, with cheer in his tone. Other than that, it is a matter of who is the last man, or woman, standing. Begin. If he was expecting the champions to leap out and begin hurling spells at each other, the ex-beater was mistaken. Instead, all four, shocking in the case of one of them, bided their time behind cover. Harry did not know what the other four were doing at the time to prepare, but he began casting on the ground below his feet, blasting chunks of dirt out, casting levitation charms on them, and beginning transfiguration. 1. He shaped into a vaguely humanoid creature consisting of stone, not massively useful in a fight, but an excellent distraction as it would draw fire upon being seen from the corner of one's eye. Next, he created a flock of pigeons that, in formation, flew over to Thomas and rested on the rocks providing cover. This was a cruel tactic, but Harry was unconcerned about the morality. A lightweight, circular shield was next, and it sat on Harry's arm to provide a more flexible method of cover, not as useful as a stronger magical shield, or a genuine dueling shield, but it did not require concentration, and dueling shields were forbidden in this task. Then, Harry heard a girlish scream and turned his attention to the origin. Thomas had discovered Harry's present, and the boy's subsequent scream let his older brother know it was not appreciated. He ran out from behind cover, waving his arms, with bird feces splattered across his clothes, and Harry took aim. "Stupefy," he said, with a smirk. The red light shot at Thomas, and the brown-haired boy leapt out of the way, stumbling and tripping to avoid the stunning spell and falling to the floor. The next spell, this one meant to yank him into the air to provide a better target, splashed against the ground as Thomas rolled out of the way. Harry was unable to send another his way as he jerked back, dodging the blue spell that came his way from Victor. The Hogwarts teen flicked his wand at the ground outside of his cover, and a Labrador sprang from it, charging at Victor's location and providing adequate protection for Harry as he briefly stepped out into the open, his shield raised, shot a Depulso at Krum, throwing Victor into a wall with the banishing charm, and hopped back behind the rock in time to avoid the incoming spell from Thomas as he scrambled back to his feet. He returned fire with a Reducto, and heard a cry of pain as his spell connected with the fourth year's leg and broke the bone. Rictusempra. Harry barked, and the spell connected with his brother. Thomas fell to the floor, laughing hysterically. A great distraction for him, as the other two champions looked out to investigate as the youngest of them crawled back into his section, hiding behind the wall as the tickling charm caused tears to run down his face from the giggles. Eventually, the boy must have managed to cast the counter spell, as his snorts of laughter ceased. Harry remained behind cover as he watched Fleur peer around her own boulder, and shoot a purple curse at Victor. It missed, as the Romanian ducked away, and the wall blackened around the impact point. Harry backed away, and moved the small golem in front of him. With a banishing charm, the figure flew across the arena, as Krum stepped out of cover, and became the target of his stunner. It hit the moving target, showing his skills as a duelist, but did nothing to the inanimate object and was an unfortunate move as Harry capitalized and an Expelliarmus caught Krum, knocking him back and sending the wand out into the open area of the arena. Even from his position, Harry heard the Bulgarian swear in his native tongue, and chuckled at the conundrum facing his competition. Would Krum risk being hit in order to retrieve his wand? Apiski. Harry heard a boy yell, from across the arena, as Thomas cast the healing charm on his broken leg. Expulso. Harry returned the call, shot the curse at the boulder, and the cover exploded. "Ah!" Thomas yelled, as some of the fragments caught him, and knocked his legs out from under him. The boy fell to the floor, and Harry jabbed his wand at the rubble. The largest piece of rubble seemed to turn into a gorilla, and Thomas screamed bloody murder, scrambling to his feet and running. Then, the illusion faded away and the fourth year was left running away from nothing. "Impedimenta," Harry said, and the boy fell to the ground, landing face first and crying out in pain. "Stupefy." The red jet of light hit the boy, and he was knocked unconscious. Then, Harry darted back into his cover and waited for one of the two remaining champions to mail a move. As he stood patiently still, the remaining Hogwarts champion listened to the commentary that was ongoing, having ignored it up until now. "Oh, and Thomas Potter is out of the task, that looked painful," he commented, needlessly. "3 left, and it looks as though Miss Delacour will be getting her hands dirty," he exclaimed, pointing out that Fleur had been the most cautious so far through the contest. Only the one spell had been cast by the French girl, granted it seemed to be a serious spell, even if Harry did not recognize it, but only once had she really stepped into the fray. Harry peeked around to watch as Fleur stepped out and, mouthing something or other, began a complicated series of wand movements. She was fortunate that Victor was ignoring Bagman, else he may well have taken advantage of the opportunity as she was so focused on her spell work. She was also fortunate that Harry, upon realizing this opportunity, simply stared at his wand and frowned. It made him feel bad to think about cursing her, even if he justified it as payback for the last challenge. Then, they were basically two strangers that had been forced together through the events at the World Cup, and then by the contract their grandparents had signed. Now, they were something else, he guessed. Friends, maybe. That meant that Harry decided against casting at his fiancée at this point in time, and turned his attention to the Durmstrang section of the arena to wait for Krum, and his chance to remove him from this task. This meant that he was watching as Fleur's complex charm began to take place, and the rock Victor was sheltered behind, along with all of the other cover in his section, was suddenly alight with blue flames that shot dozens of green sparks into the air, hinting at the actual nature of the magic. Krum, with an exclamation, stumbled out of the cover, his arms over his face as he tried to avoid burns. Fleur did not have the ability to capitalize, as she tried to regain her breath from the large expulsion of magic, and her wand arm shook too much to aim over the significant distance. This meant the red stunner the Vila shot at him missed by several feet, and only accomplished drawing Krum's attention away from the illusion fire. The Bulgarian teen, in a sprint, made an attempt to retrieve his wand. Krum made it more than halfway, Fleur's spells missing him by a significant margin, before Harry decided to intervene. Much as he'd benefit from letting Krum take out Fleur before he dealt with the Durmstrang boy, Harry was not fond of the idea of seeing her defeated, and decided to risk whatever happened next. He stepped out of cover with his wand raised. With a wave of his wand, a bundle of rope shot towards Krum, in the Bulgarian teen's path, and wrapped around his legs. The Quidditch player fell, with an exclamation, and the crowd behind Harry cheered as one of the favorites was taken out of the task. Harry followed up with a stunner, and Krum was rendered unconscious. And half of our champions are done. This matchup has become solely between Harry Potter and Fleur Delacour. And what a surprise it is to see Victor Krum, the favorite in this challenge, taken out so soon. Fleur and Harry were both out of their cover at the moment, and Ludo Bagman commented on the fact. Now, how will this situation be resolved? From what I hear, neither of these two will be happy to fight. Got that right, Harry murmured, as he faced Fleur. He half-heartedly raised his wand, and tried to find his resolve to fight the girl he was beginning to care for. Well, he murmured to himself. As long as I don't hurt her, there's nothing unforgivable about dueling head-on. Fleur seemed to reach a similar conclusion, as she raised her wand and prepared to cast, taking careful aim at her fiancé as Harry's emerald eyes locked onto hers. It felt wrong, to Harry, as he began to attack the girl. Stupefy, he called, as she sent an orange light in return. Harry leant to one side, and the jet of light sailed past him. Her aim was remarkable, and Harry's eyebrows raised at the close call. Fleur, meanwhile, cast a Protega charm, and the stunner splashed against it. Harry turned his wand on the ground, and began to blast chunks out of the earth, and smash them to dust, to create a makeshift cloud. Next, he flicked his wrist and a large gust of wind swept up the dirt and provided cover as he tapped his wand on his own head and became disillusioned. He raised the shield still sat on his arm, also camouflaged, and began to follow the cloud's path in a half-crouch. Two stunners bounced off the Muggle shield, before Fleur remembered it, and cast a disarming spell that tore it from Harry's grasp. The black-haired teen took aim at the spot the disarming spell had come from, and his own red jet of light connected with Fleur and the Vila-Cour wand sailed through the air and into Harry's waiting palm. With another wave of his wand, Harry dispelled the cloud and the crowd was shown him, coated in the dirt, as he allowed the disillusionment charm fade away. The teen waited for Bagman to announce his victory, and frowned when this did not occur. Really? Bagman asked of someone in the crowd behind him. Why's that? He continued. Oh, right. Okay. Miss Delacour must either submit or be unable to continue for this task to end, Bagman stated. According to the rules set by Director Crouch. He did not seem thrilled by the rule, as it was clear that Harry had come out on top in this task. Not that the ex-beater was thrilled that Harry had won, he would favor the younger Potter, after all. Well, Harry asked, as he neared the girl. He watched Fleur consider her next move, looking at the wand held in his left hand and debating whether or not she could disarm Harry. Not one to give up without a fight, Fleur made an attempt, and lunged at Harry, trying to grab his arm only to be foiled as Harry caught her, his left arm wrapping around her shoulders as he turned her around, and placed the tip of his own wand against her throat. "Please give up," he requested. "I'd rather not stun you." Fleur relented. "I surrender," she said, with an annoyed frown. "Thanks," Harry sighed, and promptly stepped away from the attractive girl, who he had been acutely aware of being pressed up against him. "Here you go." He offered the wand to her, but first, and Fleur took it with a forced smile of gratitude. "Merci," she nodded, as Bagman announced that Harry, once again, was the victor. "And do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that the fourth task will take place a week tomorrow." The Quidditch commentator reminded those present that they'd have to attend, and the two conscious champions that they would need to perfect their chosen spells to survive underwater and retrieve what was taken from them. Fleur glanced at Harry, and would have thanked him yet again for telling her how to hear the clue had they not been stood in front of all of the officials of the tournament. Yet another thing that promised a future relationship, of some sort, for the two. It was also a reminder, for Fleur, that Gabrielle and her parents would be attending the lake-based task. She was looking forward to seeing her family again. As Harry stared into the panicked, softly glowing eyes of his reflection, his hands clenched around the basin over which he was leaning. The porcelain cracked in his grip, as Harry's arms shook, weary as the rest of him. His breathing clouded up the mirror, as his chest rose and fell, and he focused the entirety of his being on the runes illuminating his bedroom. They, slowly, began to fade, and were hidden once more by his ever-present glamour charm, anchored to the only visible rune that sat in the center of his chest. His eyes flicked to the reflection of his bed, the sheets messy and torn from the wild movements of his nightmare-plagued body minutes before, as he relived parts of his childhood. That was something he had not experienced for months, and this had been worse than any he could recall. It felt so real. As he fled from the monster following him, Harry could feel the thing's energy following him, no matter how fast his child form ran. It was going to catch him, and he was helpless to defend himself. There was no way that Harry could fight off that. He was going to die. He would die, and then. "No," Harry hissed, and the word was punctuated by a crack as his forehead met the mirror in front of him and blood splashed down the wall. Not a lot, but enough to pull the teen's attention away from the images inside his head to address the sudden flash of pain. The shine of his emerald eyes faded, as he stalked over to his nightstand, and picked up his wand. With a wave of the stick, the wound on his forehead closed and Harry ran his hand through messy hair. Uncaring of the blood he spread through black locks as he ran another finger over his left pectoral, frustrated at the sting of that particular rune and, more importantly, what it meant for him. From there, he glanced at his right wrist, where another rune was causing trouble, though this one was no more than an itch. The encircled star on the underside of his forearm was bothering him quite a bit, and Harry had a good idea why, since a similar sensation came from the same place on his left arm, on which a circle, inside a triangle and dissected by a single, vertical line was imprinted. He had rings, of course, as every head of house did, but Harry didn't like jewelry and, so, would only wear those in the most exigent of circumstances. It was an old custom, to get a tattoo of one's family crest, but Harry figured that a few more would make no difference to him, and he was entitled to keep them hidden for the majority of the time if he so wished. Even so, he was the head of two. No doubt he needed to do something about that. The goblins would surely know, and Harry wasn't going to get back to sleep tonight. He might as well go to Gringotts, and find out why this was bugging him. He did not realize how long a wait he would have turning up at this time of night. Ragnok and Narklaw were nice and cozy, asleep in their goblin beds, after all. He was still waiting, in fact, the next morning while Daphne and Tracy woke from their slumber. Was sat, bored, in a waiting room as they rose from their beds, and took to pacing back and forth as they left the common room in search of their two friends that weren't going to sleep to noon, as they assumed would be the case with Harry. They found Caroline and Jasmine in the Great Hall, where they were talking to Fleur Delacour. Daphne bristled at the sight, and Trey was forced to drag her reluctant best friend over to the Ravenclaw table, while whispering in her ear. "I know you don't like her," Tracy began. "But Harry and her are starting to form a friendship. We need to at least try to get on with her, or you'll put him in an awkward position." "No," Daphne hissed. "She's a self-important by.ch. I won't pretend that she's anything different because Harry happens to have been forced to be around her." The Owned girl whisper shouted at her best friend, and snatched her hand away from the darker-haired Slytherin. Tracy looked at her with an expression of shock, that quickly turned into a frown. Stop being selfish, Tracy returned, in the same tone. I get that you're upset about this whole effing ordeal, I am as well. I bet that Caroline and Jazz feel the same way, but we aren't bitching about it because it doesn't matter what we think about it. What matters is that we're losing our best friend. What? Daphne asked. What are you talking about? Harry. Tracy snarled at her friend. You must have noticed. When I danced with him at the ball was the first time I'd spoken to him in weeks, all because we've been pulling away from him because of petty jealousy. I haven't, Daphne began, but was cut off. You have, Tracy berated. We all have. If we're going to save our friendships with Harry, let alone pursue anything more, we have to apologize. By this time, the two were becoming heated, and silently agreed that they needed to have this out before they could eat breakfast. They had learned to communicate even while having an attention-consuming conversation after all the years of being best friends. They quickly left the hall, and were ducking down a corridor as Daphne spoke again. Why should it be my duty to apologize? Harry's been avoiding me as much as I have him. Just because I'm the girl, I'm meant to be all sentimental and chase after him. She yelled at her friend. Tracy's eyes narrowed, and her tone dripped venom as she spoke again, an odd tone for the girl to have. You, of all people, should know by now that Harry doesn't get that. Tracy yelled right back. He's a social retard, she summarized, in simple and unkind terms. How in Merlin's name can you expect him to get why we've been avoiding him? Hell, he hasn't even talked to us about how he feels about the King wedding he's being forced into. You can bet that if he hasn't spoken to us, he hasn't spoken to anybody. Daphne blinked, shocked, but did not have a chance to respond. Tracy was on a roll. He probably hasn't even thought about it. You know how little he cares about marriage. No way he's considered how much it's going to up his life to marry some bimbo he doesn't even know. She continued. And it's not like Harry'll take comfort in her being a Vila. Firstly, he isn't affected by their bloody aura, and secondly I don't think he's ever actually had the talk. I'm not. And don't even start with your feminazi bullshit. Daphne was rarely east towards Harry, but she had made up her mind on the male gender as a whole, and tarred them all with the same brush. That was the origin behind her being unhappy that, as a female, she was expected to apologize, as though that would ever be the reason. Harry's never been east towards you, or anyone. Whereas the female gender seems to have unanimously decided to screw him over. Not only have we abandoned him, his effing fiancé went to the bloody ball with another guy, and Harry's date started snogging some other guy right in the middle of the hall. Tracy, by this point, was not angry with Daphne, as much as with everyone and everything concerning her recent attitude towards her best male friend. She, and the other two, was convinced that Harry was hurting, and keeping it bottled up inside. You know what? I'm going to go apologize to Harry. If you want to come, fine. If you don't, well, F.K.U. Tracy stormed off, heatedly, and did not stop as she strode purposefully past Jasmine, Caroline and Fleur, who had followed them out of the hall after seeing the tension between Daphne and Tracy. It was fortunate that they had chosen to do so, as they had managed to erect a hasty soundboard that kept their argument from being heard by the rest of the school. As they quickly followed, both Jasmine and Caroline had frowns on their faces. Much as she agreed with Tracy, in that they had been neglecting Harry as of late, Jasmine found it more impactful to have the words said aloud, than to think the sentiment to herself. She was also aware of the fact that she had never thought of it from Harry's point of view. The girl had had a worse childhood than most, but had not been changed by her situation. She had never needed to change. As much as she knew Harry had demons, she had always viewed them as quirks, more than anything else. She was suddenly re-evaluating their significance, as they rushed down the corridor to the Slytherin common room in search of their missing friend. Caroline, meanwhile, was running the last sentence of Tracy's rant over in her head, realizing that she was likely correct. Andrew Greengrass was an amazing father, but she could not picture him sitting Harry down, and trying to explain the birds and the bees. Nor would it occur to Harry to seek out the conversation. She tried to think of an alternate option, as she hurried to catch up with the taller girls, Her legs being far shorter than those of her friends resulted in her steps covering less ground. She debated the pros and cons of making Harry talk to various teachers on the topic, but quickly reached the conclusion that none were acceptable teachers. Snape or Flitwick would be unbearably awkward, while Hagrid would just be. She didn't even know what to call it, but the half-giant was out. She did not trust Dumbledore, and Karkaroff was a piece of slime that belonged on Snape's hair. Moody. Just no. As for the female teachers, even Pomfrey, Caroline was unhappy with the thought of them discussing with Harry. That could not end well. Daphne caught up with the foursome just as they were about to cross the threshold into the Slytherin common room. Bullshit, Harry said, with a small smirk, as he stared into the vault. You're pulling my leg, he guessed, speaking to Narclaw who stood to his right. I assure you, Lord Peverell, the goblin frowned in response. I am pulling no part of your body, and have no reason to lie to you in regards to this vault and the contents belonging to you, as do the associated vaults, businesses, and properties of your primary house. What do I have to do with all of it? Harry asked, repulsed at the idea of having to live like one of the soft purebloods that believed themselves the royalty of the magical world. You do not have to do anything. As head of the house you are free to use all or none of the treasures you have inherited. Narclaw responded, in a confused tone. To a goblin, wealth was something that anyone in their right mind would celebrate, yet Harry seemed unhappy about his discovery. That's good, Harry sighed. But I suppose I should check out the contents, right? He asked of the goblin. That would be advisable, yes. Narclaw waved the odd human inside, and Harry cautiously stepped through, eyeing the daunting tower of coins on one side of the room with trepidation as he stepped lightly. He did not want to perish in an avalanche of galleons, thank you very much. Harry walked into the vault, and ignored the significant wealth of his lordship in favor of a far more interesting area of the massive vault, one that appealed to his rather violent tendencies. Lots, and lots of weapons sat in one corner of the Peverell vault, and Harry felt a grin spread over his face as he examined them. The teen ran a finger along the edge of one particularly beautiful knife, and brought his finger up to peer at the shallow cut that was the result. Sharp. Half an hour later, Harry exited the vault with a grin still prominent on his face, and a duffel bag in his hand. He gave some small thought to how Dumbledore would react to the small armory he would be bringing back with him, but shrugged the thought off. He had no intention of showing the old man anything he was going to bring from Gringotts. Well, he might loan the bearded man a sickle and 3 nuts if he asked nicely. Okay, that explains why the Peverell house was bugging me, but what about Lucifer? He asked the small figure. Well, Narclaw spoke in a nervous tone. Harry was certain that a nervous goblin was a rare sight indeed, and found it amusing. There is another vault, one with that symbol on its front, but we don't know what is inside. The magic is strange. Well, that sounds interesting. Harry responded. And interesting it was. Harry, as he emerged from his room, having sneaked in through the window with his luggage handily shrunk by a rune, Harry had the wind knocked out of him by a blur of own hair. I was worried you were hurt. Astoria exclaimed, with concern. Why would you think that? Harry asked, confused. It was not even 12, so the girls should not have missed him. After you weren't answering, Daphne and the others got all stressed out, had an argument, and then went really quiet and started glaring at each other, and everyone else. She shivered at some unknown thought, and continued. I thought that you must have been hurt for them to react so badly. Astoria explained, and Harry's eyebrows raised. No, I'm fine. Harry confirmed, in a confused tone, as he tried to think of why they would react so badly, if Astoria was to be believed. He couldn't think of a reason for the 4th year to lie, and so he took her at her word. Why were they coming to my room in the first place? He asked. They rarely bothered to come and wake him up at the weekend and, to the best of his recollection, had never done so before midday. Not since they discovered he was prone to snapping at them before then if he was woken needlessly. They didn't say, Astoria shrugged. But all of them were here, so it must have been serious. She reasoned. Harry agreed, with a nod. I can't think of why, but I guess the only way to find out is to go and ask. He sighed. This didn't promise to be a nice conversation. As Harry stepped onto the staircase that led from the 6th year dorms to the common area, his thoughts were confirmed. He could almost feel the tension coming from the tables at which Daphne, Tracy and Jasmine, and Fleur and Caroline were respectively sat. Not because they were dividing themselves, but because the tables at the side of the room could not comfortably sit 5 people. As Harry's eyes drifted across the rest of the room, he found a rather amusing sight. All of the males of his year, and 7th, were squashed into the usually comfortable sitting area of 4 green couches forming a square, none willing to voice their discomfort, and move over to the remaining study tables, lest they inspire Daphne, and the others, though Harry was willing to bet that they feared the Greengrass heiress the most, ire. Alas, not all of the Slytherin students had this common sense, and Harry watched as one particularly dumb 4th year rose from his own place next to the fire, ignoring warnings from those around him, and sauntered over to Caroline and Fleur with a snobbish grin. No doubt the Malfoy heir thought of the expression as charming, as he neared the villa that was his target. Harry paused, on the stairs, to watch what would happen. He disliked the Malfoy boy, no matter how much he antagonized Thomas, and looked forwards to the coming event, as did Astoria, from her place next to Harry. The two were right to wait, as Draco opened his mouth to speak, and failed to get a single word out, before Fleur sent a sneer his way, and flicked her wand, suddenly in her hand, at the own boy. Caroline had warned her that the Malfoy heir was as bad as Thomas Potter, and Fleur was in no mood to put up with another arrogant Englishman, explaining the heavy book that thudded into Draco's stomach, and sent him falling to the floor with an oath. "Piss off, Malfoy." Caroline summarized her friend's sentiment, and raised her own wand threateningly. "How dare why?" Malfoy began, outraged, only to be interrupted. "Just shut up and scamper back to your friends, or we'll set Harry on you." The girl threatened, skipping ahead to the end of the confrontation as she had no patience for the cocky boy's attitude. "Why you don't scare me?" he said, in a scared tone. "My father." "Silencio," Daphne hissed, from one table over. Malfoy's mouth continued to move for a moment, before he turned an expression of anger on the girl, and mouthed something at the girl. It was easy enough to read his lips, as this was one of the boy's most used phrases. "How dare I? Because you're a pathetic little wimp, that's only threat is to tell your daddy, or to have your trolls of boyfriends beat on little girls. Come back when you develop some measurable power," Daphne ordered, and pointed her wand between Draco's eyes. "F.K. off." The boy, gulping as he stared at the glowing wand tip, backed away slowly, before turning and walking, quickly, away from the 5 girls. "Well, that was disappointing," Harry commented, as he descended the stairs. He had been hoping that Fleur would set Draco's product-filled hair on fire. "Ah, well, there's always next time the idiot gives it a try." Astoria nodded next to him, likewise let down by the absence of physical hurt on Draco's part. Harry's words brought the attention of Jasmine, sat it with Daphne and Tracy, to him, and the girl rose quickly, directing the others' attention to the teen as well. "Harry," Jasmine began, flicking rainbow hair out of her eyes as she frowned at his reappearance. "Where have you been?" she asked, in an almost demanding tone. Harry hesitated, trying to think of a usable lie. He struggled, as they had obviously been staking out the entrance to his room, and eventually settled on telling the truth, stepping close to the group in order to avoid being overheard. His housemates would sell him out in a moment, about his trip, if they thought they could gain from telling on him. "Gringotts," he said, simply. He didn't know what they must have been expecting, but it evidently was not that, as each of the girls adopted an expression of surprise. "Gringotts?" Caroline asked, recovering the first. "So, you weren't with Jane?" she asked. "No. Why would I have been with her?" Harry asked, baffled. "Well, we thought that you might have forgiven her for going with that Durmstrang boy, and that you might be making up," was the short girl's reply. "Oh, well, I have forgiven her, I suppose." Harry shrugged. "Doesn't mean I want to be around her, though," he continued. "How could you have forgiven her?" This question was posed by Astoria, who was listening in. She did not understand Harry forgiving the girl so quickly after she cuckolded him. Surely he would be angry. "Nothing to forgive," he shrugged. "I couldn't care less what she does, or who she does it with." "Why did you go with her to the Yule Ball, then?" "I needed a date, and she hinted quite heavily that she wanted me to ask." Harry replied, only for the younger girl to level a glare on him. "And you couldn't think of anyone else that you could have asked?" Astoria asked. "Not really." Harry was missing something here. "Who could I have asked?" Me, she exclaimed. Yeah, I probably could have, but why are you so upset? He was confused. Because I didn't go. I didn't have a date, and so I was the only girl in my year that stayed in. Oh, Harry responded, eloquently. That's good. He added, only to realize that was not the right response. Good. How is it good? Well, Harry began, attempting to placate the girl. If some guy had tried keying you, I'd probably have broken his jaw. He theorized. I didn't care about Jane being snogged, but you're a different matter. Why's that? The girl asked, nearly satisfied but unwilling to let the subject go just yet. In the background, Daphne watched Harry be yelled at by her sister with a frown at the direction of this conversation. I'm protective, he half-asked. He was protective of the girl who was the closest he had to a little sister. HMPH. Astoria seemingly accepted that answer, and sat down in the previously vacant chair on Caroline N.D. Fleur's table. Now that that's out of the way, why did you go to Gringotts? Tracy interjected, bringing Harry's attention to her. Oh, I had to sort some things out for the houses I'm head of. He summarized the process of checking over some small amount of paperwork, followed by going down to the vaults. None of the girls responded, as they all looked at him expectantly. What? Harry asked at the expressions. Are you going to tell us what you were doing, or not? Daphne asked, bluntly. Oh, sure. Harry shrugged, before stepping over to another table and taking a chair. Once he brought it to the girls, and sat down in front of them, he began his explanation in a tired tone, the thought of recounting all of the useless information making him sleepy already. Later that day, Harry followed Fleur with a frown on his face. He could not think of a reason for him to be down here, greeting the Delacours, instead of sleeping some more. He was tired, and could feel himself becoming grouchy as time wore on. Hopefully, he would be able to stay polite through the conversation, but Harry was not exactly confident in his ability to maintain a civilized disposition through the coming minutes as they stopped in front of the Beauxbatons cabin. How they had managed to hook it up to the English flow system, Harry did not know, but it was an impressive feat of witchcraft, for sure. They must have been confident in the connection for the Delacour family to be traveling to Hogwarts by these means. As he wandered into the carriage, Harry vaguely noticed that it had been massively expanded, as he looked around the sitting room and quickly found the fireplace in question. It was ornate, and the flames inside already burned brightly in anticipation for the French family's arrival. Fleur stood in front of it, and Harry could sense the girl's nervous excitement as she stared into the flames and awaited the arrival of her parents and sister. Unlike Fleur, who sported a barely composed grin, Harry's brow sank into a frown as the flames turned green. It was a fact he had always known, of course, but to see other people's attitude towards family always emphasized how strange his own life had been. He hated his family, after all, and could not imagine feeling love for them. Then again, Harry was uncertain of love itself. Maybe it was normal to care, and strange to hate, an odd thought, to the animagus but one he had long harbored. As a small, shrieking bee-owned girl charged out of the fireplace, Harry's head tilted to the side and thought. If he had a sister, maybe he would have cared about her, even now. Then, the black-haired teen dismissed the thought. There was no point hypothesizing on his relationship with his family. Instead of dwelling on his own, he stepped forwards to greet the family that he was brought here to see, and plastered a grin across his face as Gabrielle spotted him. Harry felt something inside him, or would that be things, craving Ludo Bagman's blood as he stood on the pontoon in the middle of the Black Lake and, to show this fact, had a glare locked on the pot-bellied ex-beater. Not that the commentator noticed this fact, as he rambled on about the task. Harry had a good idea what the challenge was, ever since he listened to the clue underwater, but had not realized until now that they were going to take people to be that which the champions would recover. Harry's anger was so focused on the segment that contained teachers and officials that he, for once, ignored the looks he got from those watching, the looks that originated from the fact that he was without any clothing on his upper body. He even ignored the jealous, self-conscious look from his brother stood on the other side of Crumb, a look that would ordinarily have inspired mirth in the emerald-eyed teen. Next to him, Fleur had a somewhat similar reaction, though she was less likely to act on it, to Harry. She had noticed the absence of her sister, as Harry had, and was panicking over her ability to rescue Gabrielle. She was not good in water. No Vila was, and so Fleur felt sick as she contemplated not being able to rescue her baby sister. The judges wouldn't really leave her down there, would they? Harry fumed, both because Gabrielle had been taken, and because they had kidnapped Astoria. He could not say for sure why they had chosen Astoria as the thing he would miss most in the world, but, based on the anger it inspired, they had been pretty damn accurate in the assumption. Not that that was a good thing, as Harry desperately wanted to take the knife sat on his forearm in an ornate holder and throw it at one of the judges. What was wrong with them? That they would send two girls that had no connection to the contest other than that the champions cared about them down into the depths of the Black Lake. Some of the creatures down there were bloody dangerous. Harry glanced down at the pair of matching holsters strapped to each forearm, in a moment of forced calm. The two were fancier than Harry would generally choose. He tended to prefer functionality over looks, after all, but they served the purpose as well as he could hope. They were locked onto his arms, and could not be used by someone that was not a recognized part of the Peverell family, and, since he was head of the family, that meant that it was entirely in his control who could, or could not, remove the knife and wand from their place. The crest of his primary family sat on the back of his forearms, embroidered in gold into the black leather, and the holsters had silver vine patterns wrapping around them. And why the F.K. was Dumbledore staring at him like that? The old man was just asking to be cursed. Harry growled ever so slightly as Bagman finished his speech. Within the space of an hour. The task will begin in 10. 9. Harry flicked his wrist, and his wand was in his right hand in a moment. 8. 7. He rolled his shoulders, and glanced over where the girls were in the crowd. Daphne was glaring at the judges with a gaze that could freeze hell over, and the others were shooting venom-filled looks between glances at Harry and Fleur. 6. 5. Harry glanced over at Fleur, on his right, and the girl gave a shaky smile in return. Harry wondered why she was so nervous about the coming challenge. 4. 3. He moved his gaze, briefly, over to the other champions, one of whom stared ahead with a stony gaze and the other looked very pale. 2. 1. Harry pressed the tip of his wand against his throat, and cast the pre-prepared spell to transfigure gills onto the sides of his neck. Begin, Bagman announced, and Harry lunged forwards into a dive as the others entered the water. He gasped, and inhaled a breath, as he felt the cold. Shrugging it off, Harry flicked his wand at his feet, and they extended and joined with webbing to allow him to swim faster than he'd otherwise be capable. He began to swim into the darkness, and waited for his cat eyes to adapt to the lack of light. Harry descended, assuming that the captives would be at the bottom, as the champions needed somewhere that could be found by each of them, and a random spot in the center of the lake would be impossible to be found by each of them respectively. His eyes followed a rainbow-colored fish that, bravely, floated past his face. At this point, he began to feel somewhat irritated by the nature of this task. While he was not particularly adverse to water, he was far more suited to the ground and the air simply because of the animal forms he held. None of them were particularly agile in the water. If he had had a fish, Harry would probably have found no use at all for it in every other situation, but in this one, it would be useful to have. Maybe a shark, or something. But, alas, that was not feasible, and so he pressed on with his wand in hand ready to defend himself. Evidently the lake was deeper than Harry expected, as he was swimming for over 10 minutes before he finally hit the muddy bottom. Pausing briefly to get his bearings, Harry used a point me spell to find north, and found that it was pointing to his right. He had started in the southern quarter of the lake, and so assumed that he needed to head in that direction, though he would have to also keep an eye out to check he did not pass by Astoria, and Gabrielle for that matter, on accident. Harry proceeded north, with his wand in hand and his eyes darting left and right, and easily propelled himself forwards with his webbed, elongated feet. Other than schools of fish that, mostly, scampered upon sight of him, Harry did not see any creatures, and none of note especially. His eyes narrowed as this remained true after another 15 minutes, as he understood that the lake was populated by merfolk, hence the clue, and that he most likely would have caught a glimpse of one of the humanoids by this point. Maybe they were guarding the captives. That would make sense with the clue. It almost sounded like the mermen and maids had taken that which the champions would sorely miss. Or, more worryingly, they might be focused on one of the other champions. He hoped that it would not be Fleur, if that was the case. The black-haired teen then had his foolish prayers answered as he saw a flicker of movement off to his side. Harry spun, raised his wand, and shot a jet of red light in the direction of the shadow. It missed whatever was near him, as the flicker of movement suddenly above him informed the Hogwarts champion. Harry flipped to that he was facing upwards, and shot another beam of light, this one blue, in the general direction. This time, his spell splashed against the creature's scaled underbelly, and lit it up as the thing recoiled from the sudden impact. Harry saw some kind of catfish hybrid above him and shivered at the purple scales, and the deadly sharp teeth that were lit by the blue spell. Mildly panicked, Harry followed the blue jet with a reducto, and caught the attacker in its front forepaw, breaking the limb, and the hybrid flinched away, only to reappear with a vengeance. It went for his throat, and Harry snarled in return to the wicked hiss as his hand shot to the back of its head. He flung it away, and brought up his wand again. A red jet of light struck it in the face, and then another hit it in the mouth as it attempted to roar at Harry, though based on its stature this would have been closer to a meow anyway. This, apparently, was a weak point, and the catfish drifted to the lake bed unconscious. Harry frowned at the thing, and wondered just what it was. He did not know that there were creatures like that in the Great Lake, and was baffled by that fact, given that he had been preparing for the past few weeks for the challenge. Then, his concerns were pushed aside as the shadow of the giant squid fell over him, and Harry darted out of the way in time for the squid to scoop up an easy snack in the fish-cat hybrid. Harry felt some small remorse for the thing, but wasn't going to try to save it from something that may well have been inevitable, if the squid liked eating them, and swam away from the scene with another point me to tell him he was headed in the right direction. It was a few minutes more before he encountered his next obstacle, and Harry was willing to bet that that meant he was drawing near his destination, as the defenses would be kicked into high gear near the captives to try to test the champions. A Grindylow launched itself at Harry from the cover of some weeds, telling the Hogwarts champion that others would soon come find him as well. As the demon-looking creature neared Harry, its hands outstretched to strangle him, Harry's wand flashed, and it ran away in a panicked fashion as it was banished a meter away from the black-haired teen with a single thought. Following up on the chance, Harry stunned his attacker and swam up a few feet in case there were others waiting to ambush him. To check, Harry sent a stream of superheated water into the weeds, and was rewarded with a series of shrieks, and a group of the water creatures fleeing the scene. Harry continued on his way, keeping an eye out for Astoria, and encountered no more difficulties. All in all, it had been a pretty easy task. The attackers hadn't been formidable, after all, compared to a dragon they were nothing. Although, he did wonder what the judges would have done if one of the champions managed to get themselves strangled in this tournament that, supposedly, was the safest there had ever been. Harry soon found the merpeople, and froze in the water with his wand raised at the sight of so many. Harry hoped they would not attack and, if they did, that Dumbledore did not expect them to survive the encounter. Stunning them might work, but it would be far too easy for one of the humanoids to play possum and attack him when he passed them. A hole through the chest, on the other hand, would be extremely difficult to fake. If Harry was lucky, they might flee once a few of their number had met that fate, and Harry shook his head free of the thoughts on whether mermaids believed in an afterlife. That was irrelevant at the moment. They did not make any move to attack, and so Harry cautiously swam forwards at a creeping pace. Then, he spotted the captives and all thoughts of caution abandoned him. They looked dead, and Harry needed to check they were not. He swam to Astoria first, both because she was his captive and because she was nearer than the tiny, owned girl that was tied to a statue, without any defining features, next to her. With his free hand, Harry placed 2 fingers to the Greengrass girl's neck, and found her pulse. He let out a sigh of relief after doing the same to Gabrielle, and drew the knife from his forearm holster. He began to cut the ropes of Astoria, and took her in his arms once the girl was free, before raising the knife to do the same for the others. "No!" a voice hissed to his right, as a skinny hand took hold of his forearm. Harry turned a scowl on the merman, but was ignored as he continued. "Only your own." Harry shrugged it off, and moved to cut the rope tying Gabrielle to the statue. He heard an angered growl from behind him, an odd noise to hear in water, and turned to find a trident pointed at his throat. After several minutes of staring back at the merman, Harry's knife was replaced with his wand, and he prepared to cast on the fish man that was threatening him. He would have done, as well, had a distraction in the form of Victor Krum appeared. Krum, halfway transfigured into a shark, tore past the merfolk, and then past Harry, not sparing even a glance at the fact that a trident was pointed at his fellow champion's throat. Harry scowled at that, and decided to assume his mind was more primitive in that form. He scratched at the ropes tying a brunette, who Harry then realized was Hermione Granger, and gradually got more and more annoyed that he could not cut them. Eventually, the Bulgarian teen began looking around for a solution, and Harry held up his knife in offer. Krum gratefully snatched it from the other male, and promptly cut Hermione free before passing it back to Harry. He vanished again, and rocketed upward. Harry turned back to the merman, and emerald eyes met dark gray. Harry raised his wand, and pointed the tip at the merfolk behind his would-be opponent. It lit up in a brilliant glow, and the threat was clear. He would attack them, if he was not allowed to take all of the captives. Harry watched the merman contemplate it, and realized that he did not care anywhere near enough to risk the lives of his fellows. The merman backed away, and waved a hand at the hostages in a gesture of permission. Harry nodded, and cut Gabrielle free before turning to the final captive. Ginny Weasley looked lifeless in the depths, and Harry had a quick mental debate on whether he should take the girl. On the one hand, he hated his brother, and his captive not being rescued would reflect badly on the boy. But the same would be true if another champion rescued the girl, and Ginny did not deserve to be left in the gentle care of the merfolk. The girl was wholly innocent of Thomas Potter's sins, even if Harry did not know what the girl's character was. The few times that he had met her eye, and they were few, Ginny had simply turned bright red, stammered something out, and fled the scene. The time she dropped her broomstick when Harry encountered the youngest Weasley on his way back from practice, the girl had panicked so much that she forgot her broomstick. Harry had no use for another broomstick, and so he found one of the Weasley twins and gave the broomstick to him. With her innocence in mind, Harry cut the girl free and awkwardly took her into his arms as well as the other two. It was difficult to hold all three, but Harry made do and pushed himself up towards the surface. Then, he began to pump his legs in a barely effective imitation of swimming. It was past the 50-minute mark when Harry caught sight of the surface light, and he redoubled his efforts with an annoyed whine. It would be just his luck if he was to encounter another threat here, but apparently someone was looking out for him as nothing appeared. That meant it was before the time limit when Harry broke through the surface, and the teen held his breath as the girls woke, his gills still being present. Understandably, they panicked as Harry released Ginny and Astoria, both of whom he was certain would be able to swim for the few seconds he needed, and slung Gabrielle onto his back as he freed his wand once again. Harry was not as confident in the French girl's abilities to swim and so chose to err on the side of caution. The champion pressed the tip of his wand against his throat, and removed the spell that was stopping him from breathing. He, with some great strength, kept his tone calm and reassuring as he spoke, ignoring the anger that rose inside him now that he had gotten all of the hostages to safety. "Are you okay?" he asked, in French, of the girl on his back. "Why yes. Where am I?" Gabrielle asked, her tone fearful. "You were in the Great Lake. You're safe, though, so there's no need to worry. See, your sister and parents are over there." He pointed still webbed fingers over towards the nearest platform. "Your fingers look strange," Gabrielle commented all of a sudden. "Yes, they're transfigured," Harry explained. "Come, let's get you back to your parents. Madame Pomfrey'll get you warm." Her teeth were chattering. "You okay, Tori?" he asked. "Ginevra," he added. The girls, B. Owned and Redhead respectively, spun around and looked at Harry. "Harry," Astoria wondered. "Why are these two here? You didn't take the song seriously, did you?" "No, but it's idiotic to leave anyone down there longer than necessary. I'm winning anyway, no need to go overboard trying to win a contest I only sort of care about." Harry shrugged, and then stopped with an apology as Gabrielle complained. Thank you," Ginny commented, with red cheeks that Harry supposed could be blamed on the cold. "You're welcome," Harry returned, with a smile that apparently was convincing as the color deepened. "But I believe we should head to the platform," he reminded, and the girls suddenly realized they had just been hovering, treading water, and ignoring the yelling crowd. Both nodded, water splashing their chins, and began to swim away with Harry easily keeping pace. They reached the side of the platform, and Harry smoothly passed Gabrielle to Madame Pomfrey, who began to fuss over her as Fleur shoved her way through the others towards her shivering sister. Then, Harry gave Astoria, and after her Ginny, a hand out of the cold water before looking around at the people that were watching him, and easily climbing out of the water himself. Harry's eyes drifted, with some concern that was muted due to the anger that was bubbling inside him, over Fleur, and he found that she seemed to be fine, if you did not count the fact that she looked ready to strangle someone from worry, and then to Thomas, whose left arm was wrapped in bandages, indicating that he had not escaped unscathed. The boy, reluctantly, gave Harry a look of thanks for saving Ginny, but Harry ignored it in favor of looking for the adult he placed blame on for the entire situation. His eyes found their target, as most of the judges had moved over to this pontoon to check on the champions and their hostages, and Harry lunged forwards. His hands bunched in the front of Bagman's robes as Harry, partially in control of his temper after having roughly an hour to calm down, threw him off the platform and into the Black Lake, as opposed to tearing his throat out as he so wished, where Ludo surfaced, spluttering, about the same time as a merman that Harry recognized. The screeches that Dumbledore exchanged with the new arrival were paid less attention than the furious Harry Potter screaming at one of the judges. Fleur Delacour was prevented from thanking her fiancé, as one aspect of Harry's nature revealed itself to both her and those around. No matter what she had heard, the French champion had never truly believed Harry's friends about the anger he kept in check. Not that they often spoke of it, other than as a part of his animalistic nature. "How dare you?" Harry roared at the man, expressing his anger in a more advisable way than his instincts craved, white teeth seeming to sharpen in the sunlight as he did. "You leave them down there, defenseless, to be guarded by mermen. What if they died? They aren't involved in this contest, and you had no right to put them in danger." Harry's green eyes blazed, as he seriously contemplated drowning the blustering fool. Mr. Potter. Minerva McGonagall was the one to speak up, horrified at one of their students behaving like this. "Mr. Bagman is an adult, and deserves respect." Harry rounded on the woman, with a snarl. "I will not give my respect to a man that endangers children for the sake of a game." He yelled at the woman, who unwillingly backed away a few steps, as did the majority of the people sharing the platform with Harry. "And I will not give any respect to anybody that knew about this. You are lucky that they are uninjured, if they had not been." Harry trailed off, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Mr. Potter." Dumbledore stepped in, with his own dangerous glint. "You will not threaten anybody in my presence," he demanded of the boy who he believed to have a dark nature. This was not helping his opinion, and that fact would not change until Albus was alone in his study later, and contemplating Harry's reasons for such anger. "Do I make myself clear?" Harry's response was a low growl, as the teen took a step towards the old man, and his fists clenched. "Potter." Severus Snape intervened, before one of his snakes, one of those he preferred, in fact, punched out the headmaster. Harry's attention turned to him, and Severus spoke again. "The headmaster asked you a question. Answer him," he demanded, and ignored the fury that was now burning a hole in his own charcoal eyes. "Yes." Harry spoke in a low tone. "He makes himself clear." The teen turned to stare at the drowned rat-looking form of Ludo Bagman, who was climbing out of the water, with a wary glance at Harry, and then at Albus Dumbledore himself. "And I will not apologize. If you ever endanger someone I care about for the sake of your King contest, you and I will have words. And you will not like what I have to say." Harry promised, and bared his teeth in what, to humans, would seem to be a savage grin. Albus was fairly certain that, from the Potter boy who was often more beast than man, it was a threat. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.